When the high-dimensional will turned all 9 billion of us into lords, the flashy kids drew attack talents and beasts, while I, an orphan nobody, drew the A-rank talent everyone laughed at, impregnable fortress. When I refused to bow, the rich bully Wang Ho swore he would flatten my territory. What they missed was that my defenses cost half the resources and half the time, growing stronger every time my lord's mansion leveled. While they raised 1 arrow tower, I raised 2, until my walls grew so thick that Wang Ho's whole wolf cavalry shattered against them. The orphan they told to submit became the wall the bully broke himself on. Subscribe if you have not already, and drop a like to keep the algorithm fed. Story starts now, but none of this happened overnight. Let me start from the day it all broke open. A cold, vast voice tears through my mind, and my eyes snap open. The announcement rolls over me like a wave from somewhere higher than the sky, declaring that a high-dimensional will has descended, that the era of global lords has begun, that all 9.1 billion humans on Blue Star are being teleported at once. I barely have time to register the words before the world rearranges itself. The familiar classroom of my senior class at Gugang First High School is gone, and in its place stretches a boundless expanse of emerald green grass under an open sky. A crude wooden shack stands alone behind me, and in front of it 10 men and women in coarse linen wait with dazed eyes, watching me as though I am the one who is supposed to know what happens next. Is this transmigration? Before I can finish the thought, the grand voice returns and welcomes me to the newbie continent, telling me that everyone here will become a lord with their own territory and subjects. That the goal is simple: survive and grow stronger. The lord system activates inside me. It loads my initial territory, a level 1 lord's mansion, and 10 peasants. Then loads my only starting resource, a single white recruitment order. Then it announces that it will extract my exclusive talent, grades running randomly from E to S, and it wishes me good luck, as if luck were a thing it could give. A massive golden roulette wheel spins up in front of my eyes, light flickering across its face, slowing, until a beam of gold shoots from it and pours into the space between my brows. The system congratulates me. I have drawn a grade A talent called Impregnable Fortress. Inside my territory, it tells me, all defensive buildings cost half the resources and half the construction time. The difficulty of unlocking advanced defensive buildings drops sharply, and the damage, range, and durability of every defensive building grows stronger as my lord's mansion climbs in level. A grade A talent. My heart stirs. The system said the grades ran from E to S, which puts A near the very top, and the strange part is how perfectly the effects fit me. I grew up in an orphanage, cautious to the bone, the kind of person who maps the worst-case exit for everything before he sets foot anywhere. I have never believed I could scheme and maneuver across a battlefield like some born general, but digging in, raising walls, laying foundations, being a king of the steady grinding path, that is exactly to my taste. The ultimate defense is the sharpest offense, I tell myself, and I have never been more satisfied with the hand I was dealt. I turn to the 10 bewildered peasants and introduce myself as their lord, Imbiom. The instant the words leave me, they bow as one and greet me, the confusion draining from their eyes and loyalty rising to replace it, so total that they look ready to throw up their arms and weep with joy. I nod and open the Lord's panel to learn what I am working with. It is clean and spare, split into territory, construction, recruitment, and channel. I open recruitment first, where my lone white recruitment order sits waiting, capable of randomly summoning between 1 and 10 troops anywhere from Tier 1 to Tier 3. I use it without hesitation. White light flashes, and 8 militia appear, gripping wooden spears, strapped into crude leather armor. The system lays them out for me, Tier 1 troops at level 1, each with health 55, mana 40, strength 10, stamina 11, agility 7, spirit 8, intelligence 8, no skills. The description calling them a basic armed force whose combat power beats nothing at all. Not bad, I think, keeping my mindset steady. They may be Tier 1, but at least there are more than one of them. I order the 8 to split into pairs and spread out around the territory on guard, and they take the order and move. Then I send the 10 peasants out to gather every scrap of wood and stone they can find. They take the command and turn into 10 hardworking little bees, throwing themselves at the work. Watching my territory begin to take shape, I open the last section, the channel. It splits into world, area, and private chat. The world channel has already detonated thousands of messages a second, scrolling past faster than any human eye could follow, the whole feed an avalanche of 9 billion people dumping panic and disbelief into one stream at once. Someone insists they were yanked here mid-toilet. Someone is crying for their mother. Someone is bragging that a grade B beast affinity talent gave them a pet wolf, and that everyone should kneel. Someone else is shouting that a grade B is nothing because their brother drew a grade A. I leave the noise behind and switch to the area channel. The system tells me I have been assigned to a newbie area, and that this channel only reaches lords inside the same area. There are far fewer people here, but it is just as loud, and as I scan it, I keep finding names I know. The division of areas, I realize, must track where each of us lived before the teleport, because almost everyone here is from Gugang City, and a fair number are schoolmates. Then a bolded red message swallows the entire screen. It is an area announcement, posted by a lord named Wang Ho, ordering everyone to listen. He announces himself, a senior from Gangsong First High School, declares he drew the grade A talent Berserk Charge, brags that his starting recruitment gave him 5 Tier 3 Wolf Cavalry, and proclaims that his strength crushes every one of us. Wang Ho. My eyes flicker. This is that rich second-generation kid from our grade, the one who plays the petty tyrant every day on the strength of his family's money. Bad people, it turns out, have their own kind of luck. Berserk Charge sounds like a brutal early-game offensive talent, and paired with Wolf Cavalry, it is genuinely a dimensional strike for the newbie stage. The area channel boils over the moment his words land, his school lackeys leaping out to fawn. One of them, named Zhang Wei, claims to be a classmate and begs to be looked after, while others swear they will follow Ho Hyung wherever his grade A talent and Wolf Cavalry take him. Watching these familiar faces grovel, I almost laugh. Even in another world, the same fools play the same parts. Wang Ho clearly loves being the center of it. He posts again, declaring that those who know how the world works are the heroes, announcing the founding of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, ordering every lord in the area to join and submit to his unified command, insisting that unity is the only way to survive this hellhole. Then he draws the line. Those who join, he protects. Those who refuse become enemies of the entire Heavenly Wolf Alliance, and the moment he develops, the first thing he will do is flatten them. The threat carries an ugly, unquestioning weight. Most people fold at once and pledge themselves in the channel, because in a world this strange, grabbing onto the thickest leg you can see is an instinct. A few stay silent. Then he starts reading the silent list, and within seconds he calls me out by name, demanding to know why I am saying nothing, asking if I am mute. The sudden attention surprises me. I barely ever spoke to Wang Ho in school, and the only reason he knows me at all is that my name sat in the top 3 of the grade most of the time. People like him reserve their sharpest hatred for those who are better than them, and quieter about it. Right on cue, Zhang Wei sneers that I am that nerd who knows nothing, and a girl named Jo Riri adds that I am just an orphan who kept to himself, probably scared out of my mind. I read the cold mockery without expression. I have no interest in answering, but Wang Ho has no intention of letting it drop. He demands one final time whether I am joining the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, and orders me to give a clear answer. I think for a moment, then type one slow line. I type back that on the Global Lord stage, each of us rises by his own ability. No insults, no argument, just a flat statement of fact. But in Wang Ho's eyes, it reads as the most direct provocation possible, and the entire area channel goes silent. No one expected the quiet top student to be the first to publicly defy him. A few seconds later, his fury scrolls out. He spits back a sarcastic good, each by his own ability, and tells me I have guts. Then comes the promise. I should wait because he will find me, and the first thing he does once he is ready will be to lead his troops to my territory and teach me how to spell the word death. After that, he goes quiet, plainly livid, and the others rush in to offer their condolences, betting I have studied myself stupid, calling me dead meat, mourning a top student about to vanish over a grade A talent. I closed the noisy channel without a flicker of fear. Was I afraid? A little, but not much. Wang Ho was right that his talent and that absurdly lucky pack of Tier 3 troops are powerful in the early game. But he overlooked the one thing that matters most. The endless continent is enormous, and even inside a single newbie area, the distance between territories is beyond imagining. Finding me on that vast map would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, and the thing I need most right now is time. I look at my bustling territory, where the 10 peasants have already piled up a respectable heap of wood and stone, and I open the construction list, my eyes landing on the most basic defensive building there is. The wooden arrow tower normally costs 400 wood and 200 stone and takes 8 hours to raise, but under my talent the numbers fold in half before my eyes. 200 wood, 100 stone. 4 hours. For the same resources, while everyone else builds 1, I build 2. In the same span of time, while everyone else builds 1, I still build 2. Wang Ho, I think. I hope that by the time you arrive my walls are already thick enough. I do not hesitate. I select the wooden arrow tower from the build panel, and when it asks whether I want to spend 200 wood and 100 stone over an estimated 4 hours, I confirm the construction with a thought. The 2 nearest peasants drop what they are doing and jog to an open patch behind the Lord's mansion, pull a blueprint from their robes, and begin marking the ground. A phantom image of the tower rises out of thin air, and they set to hammering and sawing at the projection while a progress bar ticks down in my vision toward the 4-hour mark. I wander over to the peasants hauling resources to watch them work. They are full of energy and their efficiency is pathetic. They have no decent tools, chopping trees with stone axes and carrying stones in their bare arms. Technology is the first productive force, I think, and I clearly need a way to lift their gathering speed. Defense towers alone will not carry me either, because even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. And no matter how strong the towers are, they cannot be raised out of nothing. I am still turning the tool problem over when a militiaman on sentry duty comes pounding up, gasping for breath, reporting that something has been spotted to the east. I tell him to slow down and lay it out. He says they found a group of green-skinned monsters in a small grove about a kilometer to the east, gathered around what looks like a chest. Green-skinned monsters, a chest. This is the starter village's bonus round if I have ever seen one. I ask how many and what they look like, and he tells me 5 or 6, very short, carrying crude wooden clubs, sneaky, the 2 scouts too wary to get close. 5 or 6 does not sound like much. I glance at my 8 militia, then at the tower rising noisily in the distance, and I order all the militia to assemble and follow me. Leaving the territory's temporary security to the peasants, I lead the 8 east, moving carefully. After a stretch of thin grassland, the grove comes into view, and I duck behind a wide tree and ease half my head past it. In a clearing, 6 monsters no taller than my chest crowd around a battered wooden chest, jabbering and squabbling as if arguing over how to split the loot. Their skin emerald, their ears pointed. The system reads them out as goblins, Tier 1, Level 1, Health 35. Weak across the board, the description naming them low creatures with poor brains who love shiny things and bully the weak while fearing the strong. Starter mobs, exactly as I guessed. My militia are also Tier 1, but their attributes run higher. There are 8 of them against 6, and I am standing behind them to command. 8 against 6. The advantage is mine. The only real question is how to micromanage this to keep my losses near 0. I study the terrain and whisper the plan. 4 of them flanking left, 4 staying with me on the right. Both wings to charge at once on my signal. The militia move into place, clumsy but obedient, and once both teams are set, I swing my hand down hard and order the charge. The 8 roar to steady their own nerves and slam into the goblins from both sides while the little monsters are still mid-argument, and the goblins, who plainly never imagined humans walking in, dissolve into shrieking chaos. They raise their clubs, but their formation is already shattered, which makes them no threat at all. My militia have combat skill that rounds to nothing, but their loyalty is maxed, their morale high, and they fear nothing, and 8 against 6 does the rest. A spear punches through a goblin's chest and dark green blood sprays, and the fight hits a fever pitch. I do not throw myself into the melee. My job is the command, not the killing, so I stay back and keep the line organized, calling 1 militiaman to stab a goblin's flank, ordering another 2 paces right. Under direction, their attacks tighten and their efficiency jumps, and in under 3 minutes all the goblins lie in pools of blood. On my side, only 1 militiaman took a club to the arm, a minor wound. Nothing serious. The system congratulates me on my troops' first victory and a small trickle of experience, then tells me 1 militiaman fought bravely enough to reach level 2. Killing mobs grants levels. I check the one who leveled and find his strength and agility each up by a point. A pleasant little surprise. I walk quickly to the battered chest, but instead of tearing it open, I first have the militia sweep the surroundings to confirm there is nothing else waiting. Only then do I open it. There is no golden glow inside, just an unglamorous pile of resources and a sheet of yellowed parchment. The system congratulates me on 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron ore, and a gray blueprint for a logging axe, and I could shout with joy. 1,000 wood and 500 stone is more than my 10 peasants could break their backs to gather in a full day, and now it is all mine in an instant. The blueprint matters even more. The logging axe needs only 10 wood and 5 iron ore to craft, and once equipped it lifts a peasant's wood gathering by 1/3. Someone handing me a pillow the moment I grow sleepy. I was just fretting over gathering speed, and here is a charcoal fire dropped into the snow. Better still, the 50 iron ore I just looted is exactly enough for 10 axes, 1 for each peasant. I order everyone back to the territory at once, and we return loaded with spoils. Inside, I open the build panel, find the tool crafting option, and craft 10 logging axes, the system consuming 100 wood and the 50 iron ore before it reports production complete. 10 worn-looking axes appearing on the open ground in front of the Lord's mansion almost instantly. I call my 10 peasants over to distribute them, and they put down their loads and snatch up the new axes, faces wild with joy, thanking and praising their lord. I have no idea why they praise me while working themselves like beasts of burden, but if it makes them work harder, I will not complain. With the new tools, the wood count on the resource panel climbs noticeably faster, and watching everything flourish, I nod, satisfied. I announce that we have the resources now and order 2 more arrow towers built, 1 on the west and 1 on the south. 3 arrow towers rising at once, and I am in a fine mood. With nothing pressing to do, I open the area channel to see what everyone is up to. It is still noisy, but a layer of solemnity and dread has settled over it now. Someone's territory has a wild boar their 10 peasants cannot scratch, and they have no idea what to do. Someone's lone Tier 1 goblin was carried off by a wolf. While scouting, someone is just afraid of the coming dark. Not everyone got Wang Ho's lucky draw. Most people pulled Tier 1 units. A few only got 1 or 2. And as the hours pass, the dangers of the endless continent are starting to bare their teeth. Wang Ho, the king of posers, stays the center of it all. Then a blood-red announcement bursts in every mind at once, like a thunderclap. The first trial of the 7-day newbie period, the Crimson Moon, begins tonight, after midnight. During it, all wild creatures fall berserk, their aggression and abilities sharply raised, and small monster tides will strike each lord's core, the lord's mansion, from random directions. The voice tells us to prepare, that those who survive the first night earn generous rewards, and that those who fail to defend will be obliterated. The word obliterated lands with a bone-deep cold that silences the whole world for a heartbeat before every channel detonates again. The world channel becomes an avalanche of disbelief and terror from people who do not own a single wooden fence and have no idea how they're supposed to survive. Panic spreading like a plague. The area channel is worse. All wails of despair. People certain they are dead, with no soldiers at all. Others begging Wang Ho to save them in exchange for everything they own. Wang Ho goes quiet for a moment, plainly rattled by the news, then posts again with a forced calm wrapped around obvious smugness. He tells everyone to stop panicking, that if the sky falls he will hold it up, that it is just a swarm of minor mobs his 5 Tier 3 wolf cavalry can handle, that no member of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance has anything to fear. Then he turns the knife my way, singling me out, wishing me good luck, and hoping my bones are as tough as my mouth, hoping the monsters do not gnaw me down to nothing. He is using me as the example again, a prop for his own strength, and his lackeys pile on at once, betting I am wetting myself, gloating that this is what offending Ho Hyun earns, promising to come admire my tombstone tomorrow. I read it all with a calm gaze. Fear, of course, there is some, but more than that, there is relief, because the advantages of an A-ranked talent are finally showing, and 3 arrow towers are nearly done. I check the resource panel and find the axes and towers have nearly drained me. A few hundred wood and a couple hundred stone left. I shout for the peasants to speed up their gathering. The great territory needs more. Then open the build list, where a new structure waits. The wooden wall normally costs 20 wood per meter and 10 minutes per meter, and under my talent it halves to 10 wood and 5 minutes per meter. Arrow towers are point defense, walls are area defense, and only by marrying the two do you get a true line. Racing the Grim Reaper is not a pleasant feeling. I stare at the resource numbers crawling up and the wall's progress bar inching along, doing the math in my head. Arrow towers and a thin wall do not feel secure enough. At night, vision is the real problem, and if monsters creep in out of the dark, the towers may as well be blind. I open the build list again and comb carefully through everything a level 1 Lord's Mansion permits, until a building I overlooked surfaces. It is an illumination lighthouse, providing wide-range light to dispel the darkness, costing 300 wood, 150 stone, and 1 white crystal. 8 hours to raise. White crystal. I have no idea what that is. I search my resource bar and find nothing but wood and stone, the iron already spent on the axes. The talent line about advanced defensive buildings being easier to unlock must be working here, because others probably cannot even see this blueprint while I can. And yet I lack the one material that matters. Time is tight, too tight to send people out searching slowly, so the only path is the area channel, and the hope that someone got lucky at the start. I open it again. The wailing is burned down into a desperate quiet now. The rare message that surfaces soaked in helplessness. Someone whose peasants were just eaten by a wolf. Someone groveling to rejoin the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. Wang Ho does not answer, no doubt savoring the begging. I have no time for that, so I post my own message, offering to buy 1 white crystal at a steep price, 400 wood and 200 stone. Private message to trade. The message lands like a depth charge in stagnant water, and the channel ignites. People cannot believe the numbers, demanding to know who I am and where I got so much, asking whether I chopped down the whole forest outside my door. One declares I must be a big shot, and another points out to Wang Ho that this Imbiome looks even richer than he is. That last one is the kind of message that makes Wang Ho's eyes itch, but he still does not appear, plainly having read it and found no way to answer. He was just mocking me as the first to die, and here I am producing enough resources to turn everyone green. Soon a private chat request pops up. A girl named Su Moonmoo asks, hesitant, whether I really mean to trade 400 wood and 200 stone for 1 white crystal. I remember her, a usually quiet girl from the class next door, and I tell her yes, and ask if she has one. She does. Her talent is the C-rank Lucky Blessing, which grants her 1 blessing a day with a small chance at an extra item, and when she used it at the start it handed her a white crystal she never understood. A luck king then. C-rank or not, that kind of randomness can occasionally spit out miracles. I tell her to trade, but she says she is afraid to leave her territory with monsters outside. I explain that trading is a system function, no need to meet in person, that she should place the white crystal on the trading platform set to exchange for 400 wood and 200 stone, and I will confirm on my end. She is amazed it is that easy and promises to do it at once. A few seconds later, the trade notification appears. Lord Su Moonmoo offering 1 white crystal for 400 wood and 200 stone, and I click agree without hesitation. The resources vanish from my warehouse, and a fist-sized crystal glowing soft white settles into my inventory. The moment it goes through, she sends an excited message, barely able to believe she received it, thanking me as the big shot Imbiome, saying that with these resources she can build an arrow tower and maybe live through tonight. I tell her we each got what we needed, and close the chat. Then I begin building the illumination lighthouse, and when the system asks for the materials, my talent halves them again, the wood and stone, and the time all cut down. I confirm the construction. 2 peasants set down their logging axes, run to the open ground directly in front of the Lord's mansion, and raise the blueprint, a phantom lighthouse rising from the earth before they fall to clanging work. 4 hours. Plenty of time. With the lighting solved, my chest loosens a little. Time passes minute by minute. In the area channel, the cries for help thin out and die in a dead silence, because everyone knows by now that distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. And in this cruel elimination game, the only person you can lean on is yourself. 2 notifications announce the west and south arrow towers complete, and now 3 towers stand in a triangle around the Lord's mansion and the half-finished lighthouse at the center. I sit on the ground and pick at some wild fruit the militia gathered, genuinely starving, with nothing but a handful of unknown fruits nearby. I had a peasant eat a few earlier with no obvious ill effects. Food is the fuel of life, and I cannot starve before the tide even arrives, nor fight on an empty stomach, nor expect my militia to. Then the final notification lands, the illumination lighthouse complete. A 10-meter tower of wood and stone standing dead center in the territory. I order it active. The white crystal at its peak flares. A soft clear beam shoots into the sky and unfurls like an opening umbrella, washing nearly 200 meters of ground as bright as day. And standing inside the light, I feel a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. The darkness is gone. My territory has begun to take shape. 3 wooden arrow towers stand in their triangle, guarding the Lord's mansion at the center. And a ring of freshly raised wooden walls, crude and far from sturdy, at least gives me a barrier and a buffer. 8 militiamen line up behind the walls with their spears, staring into the far darkness, and the 10 peasants hide inside the Lord's mansion, trembling as they peer through the cracks in the door. I take the roof of the Lord's mansion, the spot with the best view, where I can see every inch the lighthouse touches, and the bottomless dark crouch just past its edge. The countdown ticks down, the cold numbers appearing in everyone's sight, and when the last of them falls, the crimson moon descends, a blood-red moon hanging high and bathing the earth in eerie red light. In the dark, the roars of beasts and the shrieks of monsters rise and fall, thick with frenzy and bloodlust, and a warning flashes that a small monster tide has been detected approaching from the east. It is here. I turn east at once. At the edge of the lighthouse's reach, small green heads push out of the dark, their builds close to the goblins from before, but their eyes blood-red, saliva running from their mouths. Sharp stones lashed to their clubs. The system names them Frenzied Goblins, Tier 1, their stats sharpened, their skill called Frenzy, which during the Crimson Moon spikes their will to attack and lets them ignore pain. The description calling them cannon fodder that has wholly lost its mind. There are about 35 times the last batch. For an unlucky lord, this number would be a catastrophe, I think. But for me, it is barely a problem. The Frenzied Goblins spot the lit territory, loose a wave of ear-splitting shrieks, and pour forward on their short legs, straight into the firing range of the towers. The east tower fires first. Its phantom archer hauls the bowstring to the limit, and a single arrow flashes through the air and drives clean into the eye socket of the lead goblin, a sharp damage number floating up. The goblin drops head first before it can even scream, twitches twice, and goes still. An instant kill, and my eyes light up. The base damage of a wooden arrow tower is not high, but the third effect of Impregnable Fortress is live. The tower's damage and range and durability all carrying an extra 10% increase as the Lord's mansion levels. The mansion is only level 1, yet the boost is already substantial. Then all 3 towers fire together. The arrows of Reaper's scythe harvesting goblins row by row, the survivors trampling their own dead under the frenzy and charging on regardless. The first wave reaches the walls and pounds them with clubs, dull thuds rolling across the field. The system reports my wooden wall taking durability damage. A few points here, a few there, and I glance at the bar and find it healthy. I order the militia to prepare, calm, telling them to fire at will and prioritize any goblin trying to climb the wall. They have been itching for it, and they thrust their spears through the gaps the instant the order lands. One goblin mid-swing skewered, dark green blood splashing the wall. The fight turns into a simple, efficient slaughter, the tower sniping at range while the militia clean up anything that closes. The line solid, not one goblin making it across. I have enough leisure to open the area channel. It has exploded again, but this time it is wails and pleas. Monsters from the east, peasants killed, militia dead, a fence pushed down, the things already inside, people begging anyone to save them, screaming for Wang Ho. Amid the misery, his arrogant face finally reappears, calling everyone useless trash for failing to stop 30 goblins. He brags that his 5-wolf cavalry killed half in a single charge and have dealt with the rest, telling them this is what strength looks like, that only by following him do they survive. In his territory, the 5-wolf cavalry do stand domineering in a field of goblin corpses, but 3 of their health bars are not full. Tier 3 or not, high mobility and attack power or not, they are melee units, and a head-on charge into fearless frenzied goblins inevitably bleeds. Then he remembers me, asking whether my turtle shell is still holding, whether the monsters have not smashed it yet, telling me to warn him in advance if I die so he can light some incense. His lackeys jump in to claim I am hiding under a table, asking what I plan to block them with. My head. I do not bother replying. The fight on my side is already nearly over. The last goblin drops from a tower's arrow onto the pile of its dead, and the battlefield falls silent. Nothing but wind across the grass. I check the clock. From the first goblin to the last, the whole thing took under 4 minutes. My territory completely unscathed. my 8 militiamen barely sweating, having only poked a few stragglers that wandered too close. The system congratulates me on resisting the first wave, hands my troops experience, and announces level ups, 5 of the 8 militia reaching level 2 with slightly raised attributes. Then the grand voice rolls across the whole endless continent again, announcing the first wave ended and settlement underway based on each lord's performance, the standard being monster tide clearance speed, and a golden leaderboard blooms before every set of eyes. My name sits at the very top, first place with a clearance under 4 minutes. Second is Wang Ho, nearly a minute slower. Below him a lord named Li Bi Wu holds third, a lord named Han Ri fourth. And far down at 35th sits Su Mumu, who barely scraped through. The area channel goes dead silent for a full 10 seconds. Everyone's staring at the name on top. Imbiam, first place. How? How is he faster than Wang Ho, who started with 5 tier 3 wolf cavalry? Then it boils over, people convinced their eyes are lying, certain I cheated, insisting the system made a mistake because there is no way I beat Ho Young. No one is more shocked than Wang Ho himself. Staring at the name pressing down on his eyes go red and he accuses me of cheating, demanding to know what trick I used. He cannot accept it. With a grade A talent and 5 tier 3 units, a god tier start, he was passed by a bookworm he saw as an ant, and it clearly feels worse to him than dying. I ignore his clamor because a far better moment has arrived. The system distributes the ranking rewards and congratulates me on first place. A blue resource chest, a random building blueprint chest, and a green recruitment edict, 3 golden lights flashing as the items settle into storage. I open the blue chest first, 3,000 wood, 1,500 stone, 200 iron ore, 200 gold coins, enough to push my defenses up a whole tier, and a new resource on top, gold coins, plainly high grade. I am rich. Next, the blueprint chest gives me a farmhouse, which on completion grants 5 peasants for 500 wood and 200 stone over 8 hours. Another perfectly timed gift. Then I turn to the last and most mysterious reward, a palm-sized green token marked with 2 words of ancient script, recruitment. The system names it a green recruitment edict, rare quality, which on use randomly recruits a green quality hero to serve me, the description reminding me that 1,000 soldiers are easy to find and a single general is hard. That heroes are the foundation of a lord's dominance. A hero, my breath quickens. This is a wholly different thing from a recruitment order which calls up mindless soldiers, where this summons a unique hero with wisdom and the potential to grow. A being whose value can outstrip an entire army. I never imagined the first night's trial would pay out something this precious. While I study the rewards, the channel's noise about me hits a fever pitch. Wang Ho's roars tangled with everyone's doubt and a few people's genuine shock. Su Mumu sends a private message calling me too amazing, telling me her single arrow tower and her 2 peasants as fodder barely killed her monsters before they reached the mansion, that she cannot imagine how I took first untouched. I smile and do not answer. I glance at the corpses and the broken clubs scattered across my ground, and when the system offers 10 minutes of cleanup to recycle some materials, I confirm. Better than nothing. That done, I turn back to the green recruitment edict and decide to see whether my A-rank talent can bend my luck toward a worthy hero. The crimson moonlight still covers the earth, but my territory has gone quiet again. Under my command, the peasants clear the field with care, dragging the goblin corpses off to be buried, gathering the tattered clubs and stone-bound weapons for firewood, the system recovering a handful of wood and stone. Better than nothing. My gaze settles on the soft green glow of the token, a hero, an existence countless times more precious than any truth type, a mind that can think and grow on its own and shape the whole development of a territory. I stop hesitating and use it, hoping for someone reliable. The token dissolves into a brilliant stream of green light that rises and coils in the open ground, before the Lord's mansion, condensing into a complex ancient runic circle, and as the light fades a figure forms at its center, out of nothing and slowly sharpens into focus. It is a young woman, perhaps 20, in a plain gray-white hemp robe edged with animal skins and feathers, her jet-black hair tied loosely with a bone hairpin, a wooden staff in her hand crowned with a cyan stone. Her figure is well-balanced, her skin a healthy wheat color, her features not stunning but pleasant, her eyes clear and calm with a thread of wariness toward the strange place she has woken into. She sees me on the mansion steps, freezes a moment, then steps forward, lays a hand over her chest, and bows, announcing that Snowsong has come in answer to my summons. I welcome her by name, quite satisfied. She suits my taste, no muscle-bound brute, and she carries herself with a calm I like, nothing loud about her. I open her panel at once. The system reads her as the hero Snowsong, green quality, level 1, her strength and constitution under a malicious, but her spirit and intelligence far ahead, a textbook magic-type hero, with health 45 and mana 70. Her talent is Wolf's Whisper, a green talent granting every wolf-type unit under my command a 10% boost to all attributes. Her first skill is Summon Wild Wolf, 20 mana to call a tier 1 wild wolf that fights until it dies, on a 1-day cooldown. Her second is Ice Thorn, 5 mana to condense a small spike that deals damage scaled to her spirit and applies a minor slow. The description names her an apprentice shaman from the northern wastes, who can speak in a basic way with the souls of beasts. Good attributes. The talent makes my eyes light up further. Wang Ho's talent is Berserk Charge, and his troops are wolf cavalry, and now a hero who buffs wolves has landed on my side. The legendary Fated counter, perhaps. I do not own a single wolf yet, but the potential is enormous. I order her to summon a wild wolf so I can see it, and she raises her staff, chants a few short obscure syllables, the cyan stone glowing faintly, a small summoning circle opening on the ground. A gray wild wolf, barely bigger than an ordinary dog, crawls out with a low howl, shakes its fur, and rubs affectionately against her calf. I check it, Tier 1, Level 1, squishier even than a militia, but with high agility. Its skills simply bite, the description calling it an excellent scout and cannon fodder. Not built for a stand-up fight, but a pro at scouting and harassment. And Snow Song's summon refreshes daily, which means as long as she lives I get a free piece of fodder every day. And if the fighting stays light, the wolves will survive and stack into a small pack. Combined with her talent, it is marvelous. I tell her it is very good, more than pleased with my first hero. With a hero in the ranks, my spirits run high. And I check the resource panel, my wealth suddenly substantial after the first place rewards. No staying idle. I open a construction list, find the farmhouse blueprint, and build it. The clang and hammer of work rolling through the territory again. The night passes without further trouble. The crimson moon fades, the first dawnlight pierces the dark, and a new day opens. For the vast majority of lords, the first night on the endless continent was a nightmare of blood and tears. On the area channel, after a night of dead silence, messages trickle back. Someone weeps that they are somehow still alive. Someone with 8 of 10 peasants dead and half a territory wrecked has no idea how to keep playing. Someone asks how many of us are even left. Soon people notice the channel's population has dropped by nearly a fifth from yesterday, which means 1 in 5 lords was erased in the night, and the cruelty of it sends a chill through every survivor. Wang Ho's messages return in the same arrogant tone, calling the night an appetizer, telling anyone who could not pass that little test that they deserve to die, ordering his Heavenly Wolf Alliance to check in and report losses. Dozens of them surface, relief and gratitude tangled together, Zhang Weary whimpering how scary the goblins were. Wang Ho tells them there is nothing to fear if they follow him, then turns to me again, asking whether I am still alive, whether the goblins have not picked my bones clean. Still chewing on being beaten in the rankings, he starts his needling first thing in the morning. I yawn and do not even look. I am up on the mansion roof planning the new day. A night of building finished 5 farmhouses, and 25 new peasants stand respectfully before them awaiting orders. 35 peasants in all now, which means another jump in gathering and construction speed. I split them, 15 onto stone, 20 onto logging, the day's goal to ring the entire territory in wooden walls, and they take the order and go, full of energy. Defense alone is not enough. I have to push out, learn the ground, find new resource points, so I call Snow Song over and form an exploration squad, her and 3 militia. I take a fairly intact goblin skin from storage, left from the cleanup, and a piece of charred charcoal, and draw a circle for the Lord's mansion, then a larger circle around it, telling them to explore north, south, east, and west, out to 5 kilometers for now. I tell them their mission is not to fight but to scout, turning serious, ordering them to record everything, terrain, water, monster dens, resource nodes, and draw it on the skin when they return. I stress safety first. A single Tier 1 monster they may try to handle, but more than 2, or anything that looks dangerous, and they are to retreat at once, no lingering in a fight. They understand. Snow Song bows again and leads the wolf and the militia carefully out, vanishing into the distant woods. Walls alone are not enough either. Defense needs layers. My gaze locks on a new structure, the hunting trap, 2 iron ore each, dealing a little damage to whatever steps on it, and crippling its movement speed. With arrow towers and walls, it is a perfect match. And the 200 iron ore from last night's reward will come in handy. I order 100 built first, to be laid in a ring outside the walls. Wang Ho, I hope you enjoy the gift I am preparing for you when you come. The territory hums with work, and thanks to my talent, 100 fresh hunting traps come together fast on minimal iron. The peasants set them in layers in the grass outside the walls, sparse on the outer ring, denser toward the wall, aimed precisely at the tower's blind spots. Any enemy charging in will enjoy a top-tier leg massage. Watching this young defensive line, my sense of security ticks up another notch. Snow Song's voice comes from behind, the exploration team ready, her leading a spirited wild wolf, flanked by 3 militiamen visibly sturdier since reaching level 2. I tell her well done, handing over the marked goblin skin, reminding her she is the eyes, not the fists, and that safety comes first. She wastes no words, takes the map, and slips into the eastern woods with her team. I turn back to development. Population is productivity. And with 35 peasants working at once, the territory outpaces yesterday by far. The wood and stone reserves climbing visibly. At ease, I open the area channel to see what others are doing and to slack off a moment. The survivors seem to have shaken off the worst of the terror and are arguing about how to develop. Wang Ho preaches that speed is king, bragging his wolf cavalry already scouted a 5-kilometer radius and found a small iron mine. Sneering at the idiots still chopping wood, his sycophants gushing that he found a vein while they fret over a few scraps. Past the usual flatterers, some interesting new faces show up. A lord named Ban Soyun is spamming the channel selling food. Fresh roasted wild rabbit at 5 units a portion for 50 wood or 25 stone. Plenty in stock, her talent gourmet giving her food a slight recovery effect. The message draws a crowd at once, since most people are still gnawing wild fruit and a cooked meal is sheer luxury. A lord named Im Hei complains that her prices are steep, 1 rabbit costing half a day's wood, and she fires back to buy it or do not, asking whether he can work on an empty stomach, claiming the friendship price is only because they share an area. I rub my chin. This Ban Soyeon has a head for business. Right after, someone with a stranger style pops up. A lord named Yang Yong-sin asking whether anyone captured a frenzied goblin alive last night, offering 50 stone for a live one because he wants to study what the crimson moon does to biological cells. The channel stalls for a few seconds. Someone asks if the man is insane, given that nobody can even run from those things fast enough, let alone catch one. Imhei respects the nerve but warns that the things go mad dog when their eyes turn red. Undeterred, Yang Yong-sin asks instead whether anyone will sell him a goblin corpse, fresh and undamaged, for an autopsy. And the channel goes quiet in a different way. I watch, amused. The world is vast and there is no shortage of strange birds, everyone adapting to this cruel place in their own peculiar way. Just then Snowsong's exploration team returns, her calm as ever, the 3 militiamen behind her barely able to hold in their excitement. She spreads the goblin skin map on the wooden table before me, the lone circle now ringed with new charcoal notations, and reports they explored about 10 kilometers east. 3 kilometers from the territory they found a small spring, the water very clear, the wild wolf drinking it without harm and actually growing more energetic. About a kilometer northeast of the spring sits a patch of scorched woodland where 7 or 8 red, pulsing gelatinous creatures are gathered around a piece of glowing black stone. Her expression flickers for the first time as she notes they did not attack, likely a neutral monster camp, harmless if left alone. I tell her she handled it well, not alerting them, and she nods and points to a heavily circled mark. The most crucial discovery, she says, is here. About 10 kilometers out in a straight line, they found traces of another territory. I perk up. They did not approach, she explains, only watched from a distant hillside. The core also a wooden lord's mansion with peasants moving, but no visible troops. The most conspicuous thing, a white cloth flag hanging from the mansion with a smiley face drawn on it. A smiley face flag. A grinning expression pops into my head, and I decide this neighbor has a whimsical streak. I press her to confirm the exact distance, and she answers very certain that it is 10 kilometers. The number drops me into deep thought. I had assumed that even inside one newbie zone, lords were scattered across distances that made finding each other like searching for a needle in a haystack. It seems I was wrong. 10 kilometers in a straight line, for a lord like Wang Ho with Tier 3 wolf cavalry, could be a full-speed raid covered in under half an hour. This newbie zone, I murmur to myself, is far smaller than I imagined. Or rather, it is not that the zone is small, but that the high-dimensional will deliberately packed every lord into a relatively dense band and stacked with the abundant resource points in neutral camps. I understand it all at once. This is no peaceful protection period for steady growth. It is a meticulously designed coliseum. Trap a pack of hungry beasts in a cage that is not quite big enough, then toss in a little limited food, and the outcome writes itself. Cooperation, annexation, or destruction. Wang Ho, I think, almost certain he is out there scouring his surroundings too, and the moment his range overlaps mine and he finds my territory, he will bring his troops at once. There is not much time left. I tell Snowsong well done, pulling my thoughts back, that her mission for the day is complete, and to go and rest. She answers and goes. Early on the 3rd morning, a string of system prompts wakes me, and I rub my eyes and climb out of the simple wooden bed in the Lord's mansion. My territory has run stably for 48 hours. The upgrade requirements for a level 2 Lord's mansion have unlocked, and Snowsong's summoned wild wolf has finished cooling down. Upgrade the mansion. Energy floods me and I open the construction panel, where a sparkling upgradable arrow now sits behind the Lord's Mansion icon. Level 2 needs 2,000 wood, 1,000 stone, and 100 gold over 12 hours. I check my reserves, which after last night's reward and a full day of peasant labor far exceed what the upgrade asks, and I confirm. A soft light wraps the wooden mansion, a huge countdown opening in my vision toward the 12-hour mark. During the upgrade, every building tied to the mansion's level can neither be built nor improved, so defensive construction stalls and the territory goes idle. I cannot just sit around. I touch my empty stomach and bite a sour wild fruit that sets my teeth aching, then open the area channel, where that gourmet Ban Soyeon is still hawking roasted rabbit at firm and even rising prices. A crowd below calls her a black-hearted merchant while some still pinch their noses in trade. A meal for half a day of my development time, I think. Keep dreaming. Better to rely on yourself than on others. And a man who does his own work eats and dresses well. Hiding in the territory forever is no answer either, so I head down the mansion steps and call Snowsong. She walks out of the farmhouse shadows with her wild wolf, both of them rested and bright, and I have her summon another, a second identical wolf crawling from the circle, the two gathering to sniff each other. I nod, then call all 8 militia over and tell them we are to hunt that day. 3 of them stay behind to lead the peasants on gathering. The rest come with me. I am leading this team myself, partly for safety, partly because I want to see this world with my own eyes. With Snowsong, the militia, and the wolves, I form a small hunting party and head west, the one direction we did not scout yesterday. West of the territory, the forest grows dense, sunlight filtering through layered leaves to scatter mottled light across the ground. The 2 wolves move nimbly, noses working the air, perfect scouts, and then Snowsong whispers that she has found something ahead, the lead wolf stopping to bare its fangs at a bush with a low whimper in its throat. I halt the team at once and signal the militia into a defensive stance, gripping their spears, and a militiaman eases the bushes aside. Behind them, a large wild boar with 2 sharp tusks roots in the earth, hunting for food. The system reads it out. A tusked wild boar, Tier 2, Level 3, Health 130, Strength 24. Its skill Savage Charge, the description warning that its tusks pierce crude leather armor with ease. A Tier 2 creature, far worse than last night's frenzied goblins, which were merely mini while individually weak. This boar's build and stats announce a tough opponent, and with my malicious strength and stamina hovering around 10, a head-on fight would be a suicide run. I ask Snowsong whether she is confident. She analyzes it coolly, that its strength and defense are high but its speed is not, and that we can use that. I tell her good, that we do it her way, the plan already forming. She and the wolves handle harassment, Ice Thorn to slow it, while the militia avoid the head-on clash and only strike its belly and hind legs from the flank once it is slowed. They answer, and the fight is on. At my order, the 2 wolves lunge at the boar from left and right like loosed arrows, and the boar, never expecting an ambush, startles, then bellows in rage and lowers its head to unleash Savage Charge at one of them. An ice blue light strikes its front leg, Snowsong's Ice Thorn, and the charge stalls, the boar stumbling, its momentum broken. I shout at them to attack now, and the militia find their nerve and rush from cover, driving their spears at the soft belly, 3 of 5 finding flesh. The agony drives the boar fully berserk, and it whips its head, its tusks flinging one militiaman through the air. He screams and slams to the ground meters away, his leather torn open, blood running freely, the system reporting him severely injured and out of the fight. 1 man down in a single exchange, and the remaining 4 go pale, their formation fraying. I tell them not to panic, my voice a calming pill, to keep their distance, since it is almost finished. Snowsong raises her staff and fires another Ice Thorn, this time into the boar's eye, and with its vision ruined, it can only spin in frantic circles, the 2 wolves seizing the moment to clamp down on its hind legs. I roar at them to stab its neck, and the 4 militia recover their courage, circle to the side, and drive their spears with all their strength into the thick neck. This time the spears sink deep into the vital point, and the massive body thrashes a few times before crashing down, blood staining the ground beneath it red. The system congratulates me on killing the Tier 2 tusked wild boar, grants Snowsong experience, and levels 2 of the 5 militia who fought. I breathe out and run to the injured man to check his wounds, and fortunately it is a flesh wound that missed anything vital. Though he will be out of fighting for a while. At least it was not for nothing, I think, looking at the carcass with a smile. I harvest it, the system handing me 150 wild boar meat, 1 wild boar hide, and 2 wild boar tusks, a bumper haul. 150 meat will feed my 40-odd people for days, and the hide and tusks are excellent materials sure to be useful later. As everyone prepares to process the loot and head back, the wolf on guard lets out an uneasy growl at the spot where the boar fell. I ask what it is, going alert, and Snowsong walks over, soothes the wolf and points to a patch of dense ferns the boar's body had crushed, saying there seems to be something there. I have 2 militia laboriously drag the carcass aside, and pushing the ferns apart, the sight on the ground stuns everyone. It is no chest, no glowing ore. It is a skeleton long since rotted, the shape of the bones and the tattered hemp clothes marking it human, very likely a native of this world, curled in a fetal position. A poor soul who died in the boar's den, with some story behind it. I glance at the remains and tell the militia to bury him, and they answer. We carry the heavy pork, support the wounded man, and set off home. It is afternoon when we return. The mansions upgrade past the halfway mark, and when the peasants see their lord hauling back so huge a boar, the whole territory erupts. Meat, they cry, praising the Lord, and I wave a hand and announce grandly that tonight we feast on roast pork. Night falls, a roaring bonfire lit in the territory's center, great slabs of pork sizzling over the flame, the rich smell of meat filling the air until everyone is swallowing hard. I get the largest piece, the leg, and imitating the scenes from television, I crush some wild fruit over it for juice, then take a bite. It is old and tough, nothing but salt, with a faint earthy fishy edge, and I chew it expressionless, glancing at the peasants and militia beside me eating with grease running down their chins. Forget it. Having something to eat is good enough. Gnawing the unappetizing roast, I open the area channel out of habit, and it is wailing everywhere. Ban Soyun hawks her last 3 portions of rabbit and threatens a price hike tomorrow. Wang Ho curses and asks who knows where a stable food source is because his wolf cavalry cannot chew bark forever. And Su Mumu whimpers that she has gone hungry another day and begs anyone to trade her food for stone. Reading it, I take another silent bite of the boar leg in my hand. Delicious. The well-fed peasants and militia drop into deep, satisfied sleep, but I do not rest, standing alone before the Lord's mansion. My eyes fixed on the ball of light wrapping the little house, a huge countdown ticking down in my view. When the last seconds fall, the system announces the mansion has reached level 2, and the soft ball of light contracts and merges into the building. The crude wooden hut transforms before my eyes, the foundation firming, the walls thickening, the thatched roof replaced by neat wooden shingles, until at last it looks like a mansion rather than a shack that would fall over at a poke. I cannot wait to open the build list where a row of new icons lights up. Farmland, logging camp, and quarry are all resource buildings that raise the gathering speed of specific resources but require peasants assigned to work them, so there is no rush. My gaze settles instead on an icon of a tattered tent. It is a refugee camp, a shelter for wanderers that every week randomly refreshes between 1 and 14 recruitable Tier 1 units, the count rising with the camp's level. The description hints I might find some not-so-normal helpers here. The cost 1,000 wood and 500 stone over 8 hours. Refreshes weekly. My eyes light up. This is practically a stable generator of military force, and though they are only Tier 1 and the quantity is random, it is the only sustainable source of troops I have seen besides the recruitment order. This is it, I think, and confirm. The 2 peasants on watch spring into action on an empty plot near the mansion, and with that settled I yawn and return to the now roomier Lord's mansion, and fall into deep sleep. The next morning a burst of noise wakes me, a peasant calling through the door for me to come quickly and look at the strange new house. I step out to find a few brave peasants and militia already gathered before the refugee camp, pointing and gesturing. The building is a giant tent of animal skins and old boards with a dim oil lamp at the entrance, giving off a chill, eerie air even in broad daylight. The system reports the refugee camp at level 1 complete, and this week's units refreshed. I ignore the chatter and walk straight up, reaching out to touch the weathered door, and a recruitment interface pops open. The recruitable units this week, with nearly 7 days until the next refresh, are skeletons. Tier 1, 12 available at 8 gold coins each. Skeletons. I pause, then open the details. Tier 1, level 1. Health only 25, weak across the board, but with 2 skills. Ashen Heart makes them immune to all mental charm and fear effects, and Fearless of Death fixes their morale at neutral so it never breaks and never soars. The description names them tireless cannon fodder awakened by low-quality necromancy that, by the way, do not need to eat. These attributes are just too trashy, I cannot help complaining. 25 health is 10 under a goblin. Their strength and agility worse too, the glass cannons of glass cannons, probably unable to survive a single bore charge. The only upsides are those 2 skills, immunity to mind control and constant morale, which makes them absolutely loyal soldiers who will never run. And combined with not needing to eat, they are consumables tailor-made for war. But the cost is brutal, 8 gold coins each, 96 for all 12. My first place reward was only 200 gold total. 100 went into the mansion upgrade, and 100 is all I have left, so this one wave would nearly bankrupt me. Gold is plainly hard currency with scarce sources, and a steady supply likely means finding and holding a special node, like a gold mine. Is it worth dumping nearly everything on a pile of skeletons with these pathetic stats? I fall into a dilemma. If I do not recruit them, the territory has no mobile force it can spend at will, and I cannot keep risking my precious militia and Snowsong on every outing, since losing even one militiaman would gnaw at me for a long time. But if I do recruit, and a better unit refreshes next week with no money left to buy it, that is a huge loss too. I look at my 8 militia, then at Snowsong and her wolf in the distance. My force is still too small. One more boar yesterday and my squad might have taken real deaths. Wang Ho's wolf cavalry are Tier 3, and my militia are Tier 1, and a direct clash would be an egg against a rock. To beat him, I need enough fodder to grind his cavalry down and open space for my towers, and my hero to do the damage. My gaze hardens. I will bet on it, I decide. Cannon fodder are still soldiers, and it is good to have something that can take a hit at the critical moment. I select the maximum and recruit all 12 skeletons, confirming the 96 gold, my count dropping from 100 to 4 in an instant. The weathered door creaks open and a plume of black mist surges out, the watching peasants and militia backing away in fear. With the harsh grind of bones, 12 skeletons emerge from the mist, rusted iron swords in hand, 2 points of ghostly blue soul fire burning in their sockets, walking on stiff steps. They form 2 rows before me, thrust their swords into the ground in unison, and kneel on one knee in perfect time. The peasants whisper in terror, asking what kind of monsters these are, saying the Lord has summoned the undead, asking whether they will be killed, even the militia gripping their spears tense and wary. I call for quiet, my voice cutting through it all, and I walk between the skeletons and the peasants and turn to face my original subjects. I ask whether they are afraid, and they nod without thinking. I tell them, calm, that I understand their fear, but that from this day on these are also members of our territory. I point at the motionless skeletons and tell them these are my soldiers, warriors summoned to protect them and defend this place. They need no food and no sleep. I say, they are tireless and unafraid of death, and they will be our sturdiest shield against whatever lurks in the dark. From now on, I tell them, the nightly patrols and guard duty fall to the skeletons, and everyone can sleep soundly. The peasants glance at one another, the fear giving way to confusion and a creeping reassurance. Because it is true, frightening as the skeletons look, they will not fight over food and can keep everyone safe, which makes them, thought about that way, not so hard to accept. I finish by telling them the skeletons are my subjects, the same as they are, and that I will allow no discrimination and no infighting in this territory, and I ask whether they all understand. They answer as one, voices still a little thin, but the initial panic gone. I nod, satisfied. My brainwashing, my ideological work, is going quite well. I turn to the 12 and give my first command, to patrol the perimeter wall in pairs, and they rise without a sound and head off in different directions on uniform steps, moving in silence but for the faint clash of bone. I stand at the mansion entrance, watching the 12 skeletons patrol the perimeter in stiff but orderly steps, silence save for the clack of colliding bone, blending into the morning's calm. This is more worry-free than keeping 12 guard dogs which need feeding and bark all night, where skeletons are so much better, clean and efficient. I walk to a farmhouse where Sun Ji, the militiaman the boar flung yesterday, leans against a wall and works his shoulder with a grimace. I ask how he is, and he snaps upright and thumps his chest, insisting he is fine. It only hurts a little, no big deal. I look at the gash on his chest, where the tusk wound has already scabbed and healed far faster than I expected. The humans of this world seem to carry much tougher bodies than those on Blue Star. Even so, I shake my head and tell him to stay behind today and guard the territory until the wound fully closes. He says anxiously that he can still fight, and I tell him this is an order, that I need soldiers who can give a full effort, not warriors walking into battle wounded, and that we are not so rushed for this one fight. He lowers his head and stops arguing. With the wounded man settled, I call Snowsong and the other 7 militia together. I tell them the last 2 days of scouting were valuable, but that today we need sharper intelligence. I take out the goblin skin map and point to a blank stretch north. I tell her that she leads today, the target due north, the same 10-kilometer straight line, to see whether a territory sits there too. She says she understands, that I want to confirm the distribution pattern between lords, and I tell her exactly, nodding in approval, because talking to smart people saves so much effort. I add that if there is time, she should confirm south as well, the same as before, reconnaissance first, safety first, and retreat at once at anything suspicious. She understands, and soon she leads 3 wild wolves and 7 energetic militia into the northern woods. With the exploration team off, I turn to the grand work of construction, unwilling to miss any of the new buildings the level 2 mansion unlocked. I open the list and make a sweeping pass, building farmland for 600 wood and 300 stone, the logging camp for 800 wood and 400 stone, the quarry for 500 wood and 1,000 stone, ordering them all. The silhouettes of 3 resource buildings rise from the vacant outskirts, and the waiting peasants rush in with their tools, clattering to work. These greatly raise the gathering speed of specific resources and are the foundation of territorial development. Productivity alone is not enough. The population has to keep pace, so I turn back to the farmhouses. The cap at level 2 is 10, and I built only 5 before, so I build 5 more for 750 wood and 375 stone, and a large chunk of my reserves vanishes in an instant. Watching the numbers fall, I feel no pang. Resources left alone are dead objects, and only by turning them into the territory's strength do they become true wealth. With all that done, progress bars stand everywhere. The territory a picture of prosperity. I pull up a small wooden stool, sit at the mansion entrance, spread the increasingly detailed goblin skin map over my lap, and sketch with the charcoal. There is a neighbor 10 kilometers east, I think, and most likely north and south as well. West is the boar forest. No people found there yet. The territory has expanded, and the original 3 arrow towers in their triangle no longer cover enough fire, while the new logging camp and quarry sit on the outskirts, so I have to enclose them with fresh walls and post defensive towers nearby. Before I know it, it is noon. Then a rapid grind of bone interrupts my thoughts, and I look up to see a skeleton from the eastern patrol running toward me far faster than usual. It cannot speak, but the soul fire thrashing in its socket sends a clear alarm, so I drop the map, stand, and stride to the mansion roof for the wide view east. In the direction the skeleton points, at the edge of the woods about a kilometer east, several strange figures peek around shiftily, upper bodies robust and human with bronze skin and knotted muscle, lower bodies the agile frames of horses, centaurs. I remember Snowsong's report at once, the smiley flag neighbor 10 kilometers east. These centaurs move with discipline, nothing like brainless wild monsters. They are observing my territory. We have guests, I whisper. Then order the alarm sounded, and everyone but the building peasants into the lord's mansion. The bell rings out piercing across the territory, the gathering peasants dropping their work and bolting for the mansion in a panic. The phantom archers atop the 3 towers drawing their longbows, arrows gleaming cold. In an instant, the whole place flips from peaceful production to taut combat readiness. Then a man walks out of the eastern woods with his hands raised high, waving a tattered scrap of white cloth he tore from somewhere as if terrified he will not be seen. He comes slowly and carefully and stops about 120 meters from the wall, just outside a basic arrow tower's range for most newbie lords. A relatively safe distance for negotiation. I stand behind the wall watching him. He pulls a megaphone of rolled sheet metal from behind his back, lifts it to his mouth, draws a deep breath, and shouts with everything he has that he is a friend, that he means no harm, that he has come to negotiate. Negotiation, I mutter to myself. I trust no one because in this unfamiliar world any living person could be an enemy. But he holds a white flag and stopped at a safe distance, which is sincerity enough, and refusing to even talk would only make me look small-minded. I tell the few skeletons beside me to follow me, the soul fires in the fresh bony frames flickering as they fall in on stiff strides, and I walk out through the gap in the wall flanked by 4 silent undead. I stop about 5 meters from the man, a distance that keeps me safe while pressing on him, and I ask what he wants to talk about. He looks to be in his early 20s and seems calm as he lowers the tin megaphone, his gaze lingering a moment on the skeletons behind me. He wants to cooperate, he says straightforwardly, to trade what each of us has, even to form an offensive and defensive alliance, or at the very least to stay out of each other's way, to define boundaries and sign a non-aggression treaty. I counter the word cooperate, asking why he does not go to Wang Ho instead, who has tier 3 troops, a grade A talent, and real power, whether it would not be safer to ally with him. He says that speaking of Wang Ho, he can guess I must be Mbiom. I ask how he knows, and he answers that he will introduce himself first, that his name is Gang Jin. I search the name in my memory and find it. Right, in the area rankings on the night of the Crimson Moon, this Gang Jin placed 6th. No simple character. He goes on, he scouted my area on the 2nd day, saw my 3 wooden arrow towers and that dense perimeter wall, and deduced I was likely the Mbiom who ranked first during the Crimson Moon. After a pause, his eyes sweep my already substantial defenses, and he says that in defensive operations my arrow towers are far more useful than Wang Ho's wolf cavalry. Wang Ho is arrogant and conceited, he says, and tier 3 troops and a grade A talent or not, he will bring about his own ruin sooner or later. His tone drips contempt at the name, then shifts, and he says with a hint of pride that his own blade is not exactly dull either. He tilts his head toward the woods behind him, and several half-human, half-horse figures emerge, tall and muscular, holding spears, faces solemn. He recruited 9 tier 2 centaur spearmen at the start, he says steadily, and in overall combat power they are not necessarily beneath Wang Ho's 5 wolf cavalry. Tier 2 troops. My gaze falls on the centaurs, the system's observation function kicking in to read them out. Centaur spearmen, tier 2, level 2, health 110, strength 22, agility 18, the description naming them excellent warriors of the plains who carry both flexibility and impact. Quite good. Their health and strength roughly match the tier 2 boars I hunted. Their agility markedly higher, a force to be reckoned with. A new pressure rises in me. First Wang Ho's tier 3 wolf cavalry, now Gang Jin's tier 2 centaurs. Why does it feel like everyone else started with elite units, when all I have are a handful of negligible tier 1 militia, and a batch of skeletons that rank low even among tier 1 fodder, things a strong wind could scatter? The gap is simply too large. But then I glance back at the arrow towers and thick walls behind me, and think of the hundreds of hunting traps buried in the grass, and my confidence returns. Gang Jin's centaurs are strong, but they are still flesh and blood. To attack my territory, they would first have to charge through the trap zone, endure the volleys of 3 wooden arrow towers, and finally meet my sturdy walls. And by the time they reach the skeletons and militia, how much would be left of them? This Gang Jin is smart, having calculated that a forced assault costs too much, which is exactly why he chose to negotiate. I finally tell him I agree to his proposal in principle. A peaceful neighbor beats a predatory enemy, especially with a larger threat like Wang Ho looming. I say we can define a boundary and stay off each other's ground, pointing toward a winding creek about halfway between our territories, proposing it as the line, the east bank his range of activity, the west bank mine. As for deeper cooperation, we see how things go, and can reach each other by private message anytime. I am not foolish enough to fully trust a stranger, and a verbal agreement built on mutual wariness is the most sincerity I can offer for now. Gang Jin thinks a moment and nods, saying fine, it is a deal, the result well within his expectations, since trust takes time and a defined boundary is a good start. He says he will take his leave then, waving his hand, and the centaurs turn at once, and he nods to me before following them. I watch them go, then order 2 skeletons to follow and confirm they have gone far enough before returning. Back in the Lord's mansion, I digest what I just learned. This world grows more interesting by the day, because not everyone is as foolish as Wang Ho, and this Gang Jin is clearly someone who plans before he acts. A potential ally or a more dangerous enemy. Only time will tell. Just as I sit down to redraw my defensive blueprints, the area channel floods with messages. The speaker Wang Ho again. He announces a major discovery, that after relentless exploration, his wolf cavalry can basically confirm a pattern, that in our newbie area, except for the unlucky ones dropped on the outskirts, every lord has a neighbor about 10 kilometers away in all 4 directions. The channel erupts, Jiang Wei crowing that Boss Hao actually figured this out, Zhou Riri fretting that this means she is surrounded, Ban So Yun realizing it explains the shadow of someone else's territory she glimpsed while sending peasants for firewood, which scared her right back home. My eyes narrow. Just as I thought. Gang Jin came from 10 kilometers east, and Wang Ho's announcement confirms the suspicion perfectly. This so-called newbie continent is a carefully designed coliseum. It also means Snow Song's southward push is no longer necessary, since there is almost certainly another lord that way. Wang Ho savors the spotlight and sends a long message, telling everyone not to panic, claiming the pattern only proves the importance of his Heavenly Wolf alliance. Since we all come from the same city, we should unite, he says, because fighting alone only gets you picked off one by monsters and people with ill intent. He earnestly advises everyone again to join and submit to his unified command, insisting that only by pooling resources and concentrating strength can we survive this hellhole, that he will lead everyone to glory. They should stop hesitating, he warns, because the world outside will only grow more dangerous, and by then it will be too late to cling to someone powerful. His speech runs impassioned, casting himself as the area's savior. I close the channel. How ridiculous. Follow his unified command. It sounds noble, but all he wants is everyone's resources handed over and everyone's bodies spent as his fodder. Just then, the 2 skeletons I sent out return. Mission accomplished. Gang Jin gone back to his own territory. Surrounded on all sides, I think. What a headache. I wake in the morning, pick up a strip of wood out of habit, and carve the 7th notch into it with a small knife. 7 days. In 1 week, my territory has changed beyond recognition. Snow Song's exploration team has combed the whole stretch within 10 kilometers of home. Every resource node, every wild monster den, every water source marked in crooked charcoal across that ever blacker goblin skin map. The defenses have climbed a full tier 2, 4 fresh wooden arrow towers raised on the perimeter to lock with the original 3 into a crossfire net that blankets every inch of the place. The level 2 Lord's Mansion also unlocked a new structure, the wooden fence, 8 wood and 4 minutes per meter. Its durability is pathetic, barely worth calling an obstacle, but it is cheap, only 2/5 the cost and time of a wooden wall, following the principle of digging the tunnels deep and storing the grain wide. I have the peasants ring a sparse line of fence outside the sturdy walls, with 2 layers of barrier, 7 arrow towers, and hundreds of hunting traps salted through the grass. Even if my territory is not quite an iron fortress, I will settle for impregnable. Snow Song has been handing me 1 wild wolf a day, steady as clockwork, and I have 6 of them now. Counting them, the 8 militia, and the 12 skeletons, that is 26 tier 1 units, with the hero Snow Song over the top. Watching the skeletons patrol the line and the wolves nap in the shade of a farmhouse, I feel for the first time that my forces have grown into something with teeth. I have lain low for 6 days. Time to stretch my legs and turn all those red marks on the map into resources in my warehouse. I give the order to assemble, and the soldiers scattered across their posts gather in front of the Lord's mansion at once. 8 militia, 12 skeletons, 6 wild wolves, and Snow Song. I tell Li Sa and Wang O to stay behind and keep the peasants reinforcing the outer wall, and order everyone else to follow me. A man never leaves home with no cards in his hand, because if my base gets raided while I am gone, I will have nowhere to cry. They answer as one, and the column marches grandly south out of the territory. The first target is a wild monster camp Snow Song scouted a few days back, a cluster of red gelatinous things squatting in a scorched stretch of woodland. She points across the blackened earth and tells me it is just ahead. I halt the team and slip behind a wide tree to look. In the clearing, 5 red slimes the size of water vats wriggle slowly around a black stone that still gives off heat, their bodies sparking with stray flame. The system reads them out as fire slimes. Tier 1. Health 65, but strength and agility both painfully low, low-grade fire element creatures that move like sludge. Plenty of health, no speed, no punch. Perfect sparring partners to drill my ragtag army and sharpen my micromanagement. A plan snaps together in my head the moment I count them. I send the skeletons charging in from the front, order the militia to fan out left and right and strike with their spears without closing the distance, and tell Snow Song to roam with the wolves and cover the line with Ice Thorn. The 12 skeletons step off in silence and march straight into the slimes. The fire slimes spot the intruders and spit a scatter of little fireballs that burst against the bony frames, sparks flying, scorch marks blooming, and the damage numbers crawl up at 2 and 3 a hit. Is this a massage? The skeletons may be brittle, but the slimes deal even less, and worse for them, they never think to concentrate fire on a single skeleton. The skeletons shrug off the burns and bring their rusty swords down hard on the jelly bodies, blades sinking in, lava-colored fluid splashing out. I send the militia in, and 6 of them flank from both wings, spears punching clean through, the puncture wounds far harder for a slime to heal than a slash. Snowsong loses the wolves, and the 6 of them flicker across the field like ghosts, never closing on the slimes, just nipping and harassing to pull their attention. Then a streak of icy blue light cuts the air and lands square on the largest fire slime, Snowsong's ice thorn. Ice meeting fire with a shriek and a cloud of white steam. Frost crusts over the slime, its sluggish movements crawling slower still, and a bright red 25 floats up off it. Super effective. I tell her well done, to keep going and freeze a lot of them into popsicles. With the tactics this clean, the fight turns into bookkeeping. Skeletons soaking the front, militia and wolves bleeding the flanks. Snowsong parked like a turret, dropping an ice thorn whenever it counts. In under 5 minutes, all 8 fire slimes are reduced to puddles of dull cooling gel. My side comes through untouched, but for a few skeletons whose bones are a little soot-stained. The system hands me a gray resource chest and I step over, kick the gel pile and crack it open. 150 wood and 100 stone. My face falls. I mobilized the whole army and marched all this way for spoils that do not even cover the fuel. Still, better than nothing. And I came to train the troops and practice my command anyway, so the scraps are a bonus. I tell them we are moving on, and lead the team deeper south. The slimes were the appetizer. The real prize is still ahead. After another 2 kilometers, we reach the foot of a cliff, where a pitch-black cave mouth opens. Not large, a soft white light leaking faintly from inside. A white crystal mine. My eyes light up. I have felt firsthand what the illumination lighthouse does. A sun planted in the dark, an enormous cushion of safety through the night. If I can take this mine and pull a steady stream of white crystal out of it, I can turn my whole territory into a city that never sleeps. But before the meet, the guard dogs. Snowsongs reports that a large pack of goblins nests in this cave. I leave the main force at a distance and creep up to the entrance with Snowsong and 2 wolves, then duck behind a boulder and peer out. Inside the mouth and out, green-skinned monsters cluster everywhere, some grinding stone tools, some brawling, a few hunched around a fire roasting something I cannot name, the air thick with the smell of char. The system reads them as goblins, tier 1, but these carry a suffix the earlier ones lacked. Their attributes nudged higher, strength 8, agility 9. I count 16 in plain sight, with no telling how many more wait deeper in. Snowsong whispers that there are too many, that a frontal assault could cost me skeletons. I nod, because I am already thinking the same. 26 units against these goblins, I can win that. But at what price? The militia are thick-hided, and a wound heals after a day or 2 of rest. A dead wolf, Snowsong summons a fresh one tomorrow. The 12 skeletons are another matter. 8 gold coins apiece, 96 gold sunk into them, and my heart would bleed to lose even one. Those low health frames so flimsy that one crude club opens a hole, and a few more shatter them outright. Trade half my assets for a single mine, and that is a ruinous deal. Only a reckless idiot like Wang Ho picks a head-on brawl. I am the king of the cautious path, and I scheme until I crush the enemy without taking a scratch. My eyes track back and forth between the goblins at the mouth and the lay of the land, and then it comes to me. A simple, shameless little plan takes shape. I pull Snowsong close, drop my voice and point at the green skins loitering near the entrance. I tell her to send her 2 wolves in to nip them once and bolt, to lure them toward us. No lingering in the fight, just bait and run. She answers that she understands. I lead the main force in a quiet 200-meter retreat into a denser patch of trees. I set the skeletons in ambush at the front, ordering them to wait until the goblins close inside 100 meters, then burst out and tie them up. I split the militia into 2 wings to flank and stab the flanks and backs, and I tell Snowsong to take a high spot and shoot freely, picking off anything fast or oversized first. A simple pocket trap set in a handful of words. The 12 skeletons lie flat and silent in the grass, a few pale bones showing through, and the 6 militia grip their spears behind thick trunks, palms slick. Everything is ready, and I signal Snowsong. She whimpers low to the 2 wolves, and the gray shapes shoot out of the woods, skimming the ground straight for the mine mouth where several goblins doze against the stone. One wolf lunges and sinks its teeth into a goblin's rear, and the thing leaps up screaming. The other is craftier, clamping a goblin's wooden club in its jaws, yanking hard and wheeling away in instant retreat. The goblins erupt into chaos, 4 or 5 of them snatching up clubs and tearing after the wolves on stubby legs. No formation at all, blind with rage, never noticing the wolves are leading them straight at the silent trees. They are coming, I think, and the wolves dive into the woods, slip neatly around a big trunk, and vanish, leaving the 5 goblins to blunder right into the encirclement I built for them. I give the order, and the 12 skeletons rear up out of the grass, soul fire flaring in their sockets, and slam into the goblins before the monsters can even register the turn. The skeletons know no fine technique and fear no death, and they pin the enemy fast with bone and rust and iron. The goblins hammer back with their clubs, dull thuds, the damage numbers ticking up at 4 and 5, and I wince to see my soldiers taking hits. I shout at them that those are 8 gold coins each, so go easier on them. The instant the goblins are tangled, the 6 militia burst from both wings and drive their spears into sides and backs, dark green blood spraying, the goblins shrieking and twisting only to find the skeletons holding them in place. It becomes a one-sided slaughter. An ice thorn flies from the high ground and punches the knee of a goblin warrior trying to rally, dropping it to a kneel, and 2 militia swarm in and riddle it. In under a minute, all 5 goblins lie dead in the blood, and my only casualty is 1 skeleton with a cracked rib, wobbling comically. I snap my fingers, tell them to clear the field and ready the second round. Plan successful, and it is the most efficient and safest way to farm a camp there is. We run it again. Snowsong sends the 2 well-drilled wolves up for another lap of stunt driving, and this time the goblins are warier. The wolves do not close, only scratch at the dirt near the mouth and let out a taunting howl now and then, until 6 more goblins lose patience and rush out roaring. The result is the same, lured into my death grove and ground to pieces between skeletons and militia. I have tasted blood now and mean to bait out every last goblin at the entrance. But on the 3rd pass, the script breaks. The remaining goblins, still agitated, only hover at the opening, eyeing the wolves and refusing to give chase. And one of them turns and barks a rapid string of chatter into the dark of the cave. They got smarter. Is it calling for backup? Sure enough, a few seconds later, a figure noticeably larger shuffles out, half again as tall as a normal goblin. Dark green skin over knotted muscle, a beast skull helmet on its head and a polished stone axe in its fist. The system names it a Goblin Warrior. Tier 2, Health 100, Strength 20. Its skill Rally, which lifts the morale of nearby goblins. An elite that has survived countless fights and learned to command. A Tier 2 unit, and my face hardens. The moment it appears, the 7 or 8 surviving goblins find their nerve, falling in behind it into a crooked defensive line, weapons leveled outward. They are not coming out. The deal is off, I mutter, the snake refusing to leave its hole. Now the choice is mine. Abandon the mine and come back stronger. Or bite this hard bone now. I weigh 12 skeletons, 6 militia, 6 wolves against that goblin warrior. A frontal charge wins, probably, but at a price I do not want to pay, and I will not throw myself into a losing venture. My eyes move between my troops and the dense goblin knot crowded at the mouth. The skeletons are fragile, but they own one decisive virtue. They do not fear death. A grim resolve settles in me. I tell Snowsong to listen, and she answers that she is here. On my signal, the skeletons charge, not to kill but to break the formation, to pry the enemy apart, and the instant they move, she drops Ice Thorn on the goblin warrior to slow it. The militia and wolves follow on the flanks, ignoring the small fry and focusing every blow on the big one. I tell them to kill the leader first, since once the Tier 2 warrior falls, the rest scatter like loose sand. They understand, the militia roaring with vigor, the skeletons lifting their heads in unison. I call the total assault and bring my hand down. The 12 skeletons hurl themselves at the cave mouth 100 meters off, a single straight line. Speed building, the clash of running bone fused into one unbroken roar of momentum. The goblin warrior clearly never expected to be attacked and rears back with its axe, bellowing, the goblins behind it shrieking. A heartbeat before the lines collide. An ice blue ray strikes first, burying itself in the warrior's raised right leg. Its charge stalls, momentum shattered, something almost like confusion crossing its face. Right then, the skeleton wall crashes into the goblin's brittle line with no screams, only splintering bone and tearing flesh, and the lead skeleton is smashed to fragments on impact, its blue soul fire snuffed in the air. My heart bleeds. 8 gold coins gone like that. But the sacrifice buys the breach, the dense goblin formation ripped wide by that fearless charge. I send in the wolves and the militia. The 6 wolves pour through the gap the skeletons tore, straight at the slowed goblin warrior, the militia close behind, spears swinging at the scattered regulars, and the field boils over. The warrior is no joke, sweeping its stone axe in a flat arc that hurls one wolf flying, but the other 5 clamp onto its limbs and back, and Snowsong's second ice thorn lands on its neck. A militiaman seizes the opening and throws his spear with everything he has, the shaft arcing through the air to drive deep into the warrior's back, and the great body crashes down with a final unwilling roar. With the leader dead, the rest dissolve into screaming panic, scattering, only to find their escape sealed off by the silent skeletons. The battle ends fast. I walk onto the field, the air heavy with blood and scorched bone, and tally the cost. 2 skeletons killed, 2 badly hurt, 16 gold coins down, 1 wolf dead, replaceable tomorrow, 2 militia lightly wounded, nothing serious. It aches, I think, pressing a hand to my chest, but it was worth it. I lift my eyes to the dark mouth still breathing soft white light. White crystal mine, here I come. I stride into the cave, the air damp and earthy, thick veins of white crystal snaking through the walls and casting a glow bright enough to make torches pointless. The moment I reach the center, the system sounds in my mind, congratulating me on occupying a special resource point, the miniature white crystal mine. And because it is my first mine, it hands me an extra reward, the blueprint for a miner's hut. Then it tells me the construction rules have changed, that I can now raise resource gathering and defensive buildings within a range around any occupied resource point. The string of notices lights a fire under me, and I open the mine's details. Reserves of 200, mined by dispatching miner units, every 5 miners pulling 1 unit of white crystal a day, capped at 3 units daily. The vein flagged as a key material for advanced magical buildings and items. Miners, another new unit. Peasants cannot dig here, only specialized miners, and at 5 miners per unit with a daily cap of 3, I will need a full 15 miners to max it out. I open the fresh blueprint, the miner's hut 400 wood and 400 stone over 6 hours, each finished hut giving 5 miners. 1 hut for 5, so 3 huts to top out production. The third notice matters most though, the right to build around the resource point, which means I can plant a whole outpost here, a fortress that mines and defends in one. The strategic weight of that dwarfs the mine itself. A place pulled 4 ways is not necessarily a curse, I think, looking at my central spot on the map, and a bold design forms. I will forge my territory into a war fortress, webbed with satellite holds and outposts, and this white crystal mine will be the first stronghold. I turn and tell Snowsong to race straight home, to have the peasants ready wood and stone, pick 20 of them, load supplies and rush back here as fast as their legs allow. She asks nothing, takes her wolf, and sprints off the way we came. I set the rest of the troops to clearing the field, and I crouch to gather the intact bones from the 2 shattered skeletons by hand. The system tells me recovered bones can repair other skeletons or serve as undead building material. Recyclable too. Worthy of being an eco-friendly unit, I think, my mood lifting. I post the 10 remaining skeletons and 6 militia to guard the cave mouth, then sit on a rock and start sketching the outpost in my head. 3 miners' huts deep inside for safety, at least 2 arrow towers at the entrance for crossfire. The whole perimeter wrapped in wall and fence with extra hunting traps sewn around it. There is still a lord to the south, so a garrison has to stay. The militia are loyal and dependable but gone for good when they die. While the skeletons are fodder, no heartache to lose, only too weak to stand alone. I settle on 2 militia, paired with 2 towers in the fortifications, enough to shrug off harassment from a handful of Tier 1 troops, and buy time for me to bring reinforcements. The wait drags, but I do not sit idle patrolling the kilometer around the mine, clearing a few stray beasts, learning the ground. Snowsong returns in the afternoon at the head of the peasant column, reporting that supplies and manpower have arrived. I order construction to begin at once, and the 20 peasants throw themselves into it. My A-rank talent having the resource and time cost of every defensive structure, so the work flies. Watching the phantom buildings climb out of the dirt, my sense of safety thickens another layer. I cannot spend all my hours here though. A glance at the slanting western sun and the map tells me the forest to the west holds another cave, likely a second mine, probably iron. The one resource I am starved for, indispensable for traps and higher tier upgrades. I take Snowsong, leaving 4 militia to hold the mine alongside the skeletons, and bringing 2, plus 5 wolves, and we push into the western forest. It is older than the south, ancient trees blotting out the sun, the floor deep in rotting leaves. Half an hour in, we reach the base of the steep cliff and a black cave mouth, smaller than the goblin mine, gnawed bones and dark ore scattered at its threshold. I pick up a stone, weigh it, feel the hard, heavy grain. Unrefined low-grade iron ore. It really is an iron mine, and I rejoice inside. I signal the team quiet and ease up to a thicket near the mouth. A knot of strange creatures crowds the entrance. Heads enormous, nearly a third of their bodies, features pinched together until the eyes blur. Those great skulls planted on short bodies with no neck at all. Crude short spears in their hands. The system names them Cave Dwellers, Tier 1, Health 45, stats close to a goblin's, their skill immunity to blindness. Primitives bred so long in the dark that their sight is withered, and they navigate by hearing and smell. Immune to blindness, so they are already blind. No wonder darkness holds no fear for them. I count about 30 near the mouth, their vigilance high, one or another pressing its huge head to the ground now and then as if listening. Snowsong murmurs that there are more of them than the goblins, and they look harder to handle. I nod. Their attributes match the goblins, but the numbers worry me, and if they are hiding a Tier 2 elite or 2 the way the goblins were, this turns ugly. Worse, my bait-and-run trick is useless against things that hunt by hearing and smell. The wolves' harassment likely meaningless to them. Taking this mine would mean a real fight. Over 20 of them, and a head-on charge probably cost me several more skeletons. And at 8 gold each, dead broke with 4 gold to my name, I cannot afford to bleed money. This will not work today, I decide, and let the idea of an immediate attack go. The core of the cautious path is never to fight a battle I am unsure of. Never to fight a losing one. Wait a while longer. Snowsong can summon another wolf each day, and the refugee camp's weekly refresh is near. I hope next week brings me a surprise, I mutter, and wave her off, withdrawing in silence. We go for now. This one needs a long game. Dawn is just breaking when I stretch on the new wooden bed in the mansion, my joints cracking, and before I am fully awake a run of icy notices detonates in my mind. The The second round of the newbie period, the Crimson Moon, begins after midnight tonight. The scale and intensity of this monster tide far beyond the first. All lords urge to give everything, and any who fail their defense will be executed. Execution again. The last of my drowsiness vanishes. Are they not going to let anyone sleep? I curse under my breath, dressing fast and shoving the door open. Far beyond the first time, I survey my ground. 7 arrow towers, 2 rings of barrier, 100-odd hunting traps, more than enough for the first goblin wave. But against the tide the system itself calls far worse, I have no confidence at all. Not safe enough. The cautious path will not abide an obvious weak point anywhere in my territory. Losing even a sliver of troops makes me ache for half a day, so it is more practical to simply build more towers since towers are static and soldiers are not. And grinding the enemy down on cold structure is the cheapest answer there is. I open the construction list and lock onto the wooden arrow tower. The lumber and stone reserves have grown fat over the past days, so I tell myself resources are only resources, spend them and earn them back, and place orders for 8 more towers at the 4 corners and the soft spots. The system asks me to confirm 1,600 wood and 800 stone for 8 arrow towers, and I confirm without a flinch. A huge bite vanishes from my stores, but as the 8 phantom towers rise and the peasants swarm them with tools, my heart finally eases. 15 wooden arrow towers, centered on the mansion, woven into a layered, staggered web of fire across near and far. High and low, no ground attacker spared a baptism of arrows from every angle. No blind spot left. Towers alone are not enough, though, so I have the peasants pour every scrap of new lumber and stone into reinforcing the outer wall and palisade. In the evening, Snowsong comes back from the southern mine, leading a squad of peasants pushing a crude wheelbarrow loaded with the day's white crystals, soft light spilling off them, and she tells me the first batch has arrived. Perfect timing, and my spirits climb. I pick 3 key spots inside the territory and raise 3 illumination lighthouses, the system asking for 450 wood, 225 stone, and 3 white crystal, and I confirm. The moment they finish, I order every lighthouse lit, and the tall beacons flare together. Soft white light tearing the dark off the whole place, the outer defense zone included, bright as noon. Bathed in it, every unit in the territory steadies. I nod, satisfied, then take a moment for the area channel, which is the usual wall of wailing, people fresh off repairing yesterday's walls, people sure they are dead this time, people screaming for Ho Hyung to save them from a tide the system swears is worse. Wang Ho's reply surfaces fast, drenched in that supreme authority arrogance, sneering at the panic of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. He declares he has recruited a few more wolf cavalry and grown far stronger, that a mere monster tide is just the system delivering him resources. He orders the Heavenly Wolf Alliance to snap to, promising that after tonight they will be the sole overlord of the region, while the ungrateful wretches get torn apart. That jolts me. Wolf cavalry are Tier 3, impossible to roll out of a refugee camp, which means Wang Ho has dug up a building that recruits them outright. 5 wolf cavalry are a limited resource, but a steady stream of them is something else entirely, not to be underestimated. The clock crawls toward midnight, and exactly at midnight the crimson moon descends, the blood-red light richer than last time, a faint reek of blood threading the air. The monsters no longer come from a single direction. A warning flashes that a large-scale tide is closing on every side of my territory at once. I stand on the mansion roof, expression grave, as dense black shapes surge out of the dark at the edge of the beacon light. Among the frenzied goblins from last time there is a new kind, far taller than a goblin, stout dark red skin, hauling huge morning stars that shake the ground as they run. The system names them Goblin Thugs, Tier 2, Health 115, Strength 22, Skill Heavy Strike, Elite strong enough to crack a wooden shield with ease. Tier 2 is common cannon fodder now, I think, sucking in a breath. At least a dozen thugs ride a wave of nearly 100 frenzied goblins, an unstoppable green flood, and with this lineup any ordinary lord gets erased on the spot. I draw the stone axe I took off the goblin warrior and grip it tight, braced for the worst, ready to lead a street fight in person if the line breaks. The monsters hit the hunting trap zone, and the front goblins snap into the jaws, shrieking, legs bloodied, speed gutted, but the thugs behind simply trample their own and bull through. Then all 15 arrow towers open up at once, arrows pouring down like a hard rain, bloody bursts erupting across the horde, the numbers climbing in the 40s. The ordinary frenzied goblins die almost instantly, dropping in heaps, but the thugs are stubborn, an arrow only scratching off 20 or so, some of them batting shafts aside with their morning stars for next to no damage. The first thugs through the rain smash into the outer palisade, and the flimsy fence shreds like paper. I roar from the roof for Snowsong to slow those thugs, and she answers and starts working her staff beneath a tower, ice spikes streaking into the lead thugs, frost crusting them, their speed dragging down. I order the skeletons to hold the line, and 10 silent ones march in even steps at the thugs that breach the palisade, not to kill but to spend their fragile bones buying time for the towers behind. A thug's morning star comes down before one skeleton can even raise its sword, and the bone frame bursts apart. 8 gold coins, gone. My heart bleeds, but my gaze only goes colder. I command the militia and the wolf pack to hit the flanks and go for the legs, and 6 militia and 6 wolves pour out the gap in the main wall and stab into the thugs' sides like a pair of knives. The field becomes a meat grinder, towers raining death from above, skeletons building a wall out of their own bodies, militia and wolves harassing and finishing, but the sheer impact of the thugs makes the whole line shudder. Another thug breaks past the skeletons and slams its star into the sturdy wooden wall, and the system reports the wall's durability down 25 from a single blow. What a dozen goblins could not do in a long stretch. My eyelid twitches. They cannot be allowed near the wall. I make the call, ordering every militiaman to fall back behind the wall and thrust through the firing slits, and telling the wolves to keep harassing while Snowsong stops conserving mana and uses Ice Thorn as her basic attack. The tactics shift on the word. The militia retreat behind cover and jab out through the slits, safe and efficient, and Snowsong opens the throttle on her ice spikes until they barely stop, freezing any thug that nears the wall in place. The battle finally steadies, the monsters pinned outside and gnawed down under the arrow rain. The brutal exchange runs a full 10 minutes, and when the last thug, shot into a pincushion, topples unwilling, the field goes silent. I let out a long breath, my axe hand soaked with sweat, and survey the carnage outside. Corpses heaped, dark green blood running in little streams. I tally the cost. 6 skeletons killed, 2 militia hurt by monsters that crossed the line, not fatal thanks to their thick health. 2 wolves dead, a wide gap torn in the wall, a heavy chunk of hunting trap spent. A huge loss, I think, staring at the 6 fallen skeletons until my heart aches and twitches. 48 gold coins vanished just like that, but looking at the spoils blanketing the ground and the rewards about to drop, my mood recovers. What is gone, but as long as I am still standing, the rest is all profit. The system announces the second wave ended, settles the scores by each lord's performance, and a leaderboard blooms before every survivor. The names in order shuffled hard this time. Wang Ho sits first at 15 minutes 12 seconds, a lord named Han Ri second at 1835, me third at 2002, Yu Obo fourth. I look at the name above mine without surprise. 5 wolf cavalry are strong but few, and once the count climbs the math changes. It is the second place Han Ri who makes me look twice, a lord who has ranked high since the first Crimson Moon yet never spoken a word in the channel, a transparent presence. And now he has slipped past me to chase Wang Ho's heels. A dangerous one, hiding his strength. The channel detonates after a beat of silence, the sycophants crowing that Ho Young is first and invincible. Sniping that my drop to third proves last time was luck, others asking who this Han Ri even is. Wang Ho has plainly been lurking, drinking in the praise, and he fires off a fresh announcement swollen with pride, telling everyone they have just seen absolute strength. He boasts that he lucked into a blueprint for an evil wolf camp and can now mint wolf cavalry without end, that his squad has swelled to 15 riders, that he has also seized an outdoor gold mine and will never want for gold again. Evil wolf camp, gold mine, 15 wolf cavalry. The string of bombshells stops the channel's breath. If the old Wang Ho was a thick leg with promise, this one is taking the rough shape of a regional hegemon. He turns the knife my way, demanding to know why I am silent this time, telling me that if I am smart I will kneel and be his dog now, and he might toss me a scrap. I close the channel without expression. There is pressure, real pressure. 15 tier 3 wolf cavalry are enough to crush any lord at this stage, and a tower volley would barely scratch one for a dozen or 20 points. I have to grow my combat power fast, or find a way to counter cavalry. I shake it off and turn to the rewards landing for third place. 2 white resource chests, a green recruitment order, and a random building blueprint chest, 3 beams of light settling into storage. The green chest I took for first place last time still funds days of spending, so third place this time should not be bad either. I open the white chests, and they give me 700 wood, 250 stone, 80 iron ore, then 650 wood, 300 stone, 90 gold coins. My face darkens. The pair together is not half what that single green chest gave. The gap between ranks brutal. Still, even a mosquito's leg is meat, especially the gold for recruiting. I take out the green recruitment order, which randomly calls between 1 and 10 troops of tier 2 to tier 4. The white order gave me 8 militia last time, so the green should at least cough up a tier 3 soldier, even if fewer of them. I rub my hands and use it. Green light bursts before the mansion, and as it scatters, 7 strange figures stand on the open ground. Upright, human tall, sheathed in tough green scales, lizard heads, simple longbows on their backs, golden slit pupils sharp with wariness. The system reads them as lizardman archers. Tier 2, health 90, strength 14, skill precise shot, superb hunters of the swamps, born to the bow. 7 tier 2 troops. My luck, I sigh, holding my forehead. The lower limit again. Wang Ho opens with wolf cavalry and my draws come up black as the bottom of a pot. Still, better than nothing. The 7 archers patch exactly the hole I have, a mobile ranged force, since Snowsong's Ice Thorn carries too long a cooldown and too heavy a mana cost to lean on as regular output. With these 7, my tactics gain real flexibility. They plant their bows and kneel on one knee, answering my summons with hoarse hisses, and I nod, satisfied, then check Snowsong's panel. The great battle pushed her to level 3, her attributes jumping in a way the militia never manage, since they crawl up a single point per level, as if they had not leveled at all. Heroes carry far higher growth, I see, the real stock's worth holding. Last is the random building blueprint chest, which gave me a useless farmhouse last time, locked until the mansion upgrade. This time I want something that matters, a recruiting building above all, anything. I clasp my hands, pay my respects to the gods of every direction, and open it, a mushroom house blueprint, and my heart tightens as I read it. A dark, damp cave full of strange mushrooms, the favored home of cave dwellers, recruiting a number of them weekly that grows with its level. 800 wood, 1200 stone, 50 rotten clay, 10 hours. Cave dwellers. The iron mine in the western forest flashes through my mind, guarded by exactly that, a pack of cave dwellers. A bold idea surfaces. Human and cave dweller tongues almost certainly do not mesh, but cave dweller to cave dweller. If I build this mushroom house first, recruit a batch of my own, and send them to talk to their wild kin in the iron mine, could I persuade the lot to surrender without spilling a drop of blood? Once the thought lands, I cannot smother it. Storming the iron mine, even winning, means heavy casualties, but if the persuasion takes I seize the mine untouched and gain cave dweller soldiers for free, a windfall of the first order. There is risk, of course. The two groups might simply fall to fighting on sight and wreck the whole scheme. But the payoff is just as enormous. Worth the gamble. The catch is the new material, rotten clay. I open the map and comb every node Snowsong marked until my eyes lock on a stretch labeled swamp to the northwest. There should be clay in a swamp. I decide on the spot to lead a team out at first light tomorrow to dig. Morning sun has just spilled into the mansion when I walk to the entrance and look over the wrecked territory. The gaping breach in the wall jarring, the outer fence in splinters, 2 arrow towers swaying on the edge of collapse. I order repairs, and the waiting peasants rush in with tools and material. I tell them to replace the spent hunting traps too, to make 20 more and blanket the ground around the breach. Then I take stock for the day's run. I bring Snowsong and 2 uninjured militia, mobilize the entire skeleton force, add the new lizard men for their first taste of blood, and pick 20 peasants. The target is the northwestern swamp and the rotten clay for the mushroom house. The team assembles and marches northwest in a grand column, the trip so quiet we do not flush a single rabbit. After about an hour, a stench of rot and mud hits us, and a wide muddy swamp opens ahead, unknown water plants drifting on the inky green surface, bubbles burping up now and then. This is the place, I think, covering my nose in disgust, and I point the peasants at a patch of darker mud at the edge to start digging. The system flags it, my peasants gathering 1 rotten clay at a time, 3 minutes each. The 20 peasants set to it with their wooden shovels, while I spread the soldiers in a security ring and drop onto a dry stone to watch the progress bar with boredom. Then a scout wolf trots back and yips low at Snowsong, who reports movement to the north at once. I rise and follow the wolf to crouch behind a small mound. 100 meters off, 4 goblins skulk along, and behind them, of all things, a human in plain linen with a short sword, scanning his surroundings warily. Are those goblins his troops? Is he the lord from the north? The thought flickers. A swamp, a man come from due north. As I watch, the other lord seems to feel it too, his head snapping up until his gaze meets mine across the 100 meters. I hold still, calm, curious, how this new neighbor will react. A few seconds later, he does something that surprises me, raising a hand and waving toward my position, a greeting or a taunt. I cannot read it. He gestures to his goblins, turns, and vanishes into the far trees without hesitation. Interesting, I think, standing up from the mound. He showed no hostility, which is good news, but caution stays. I tell Snowsong to keep the wolf pack watching the north closely, and she answers. The digging goes on. As for the Northern Lord, so long as he stays out of my hair, there is no need to deal with him yet. Another half hour and the 50 units of rotten clay are gathered. I wave the team to wrap it up and head home, and lead them back loaded down. On the way, a forward wolf finds something else, growling at a small clearing, and I halt the team and go to look. 7 or 8 earthy yellow creatures like lumps of mud writhe slowly in the open. I read them. Mud slimes, Tier 1, Health 105, Strength 4, Agility 3, low-grade earth element things that move slower than dirt but endure forever. Agility 3, I nearly laugh aloud, slower than a crawling turtle, but the 105 health and 21 stamina put them near the Tier 2 goblins for bulk. A perfect target dummy. My eyes shift to the 7 lizardman archers. I point at the slimes and tell the 7 of them to handle it, to keep their distance and just shoot. The lizard heads nod, seeming to catch my meaning, and they form a loose line and walk to about 50 meters out. More than enough range for archers. Bowstrings sing in succession, 7 arrows tearing the air to bury themselves in the mud bodies with dull thuds. Damage numbers floating up in the 30s, not much worse than a tower, and far faster. The mud slimes finally react and start grinding toward the lizard men at a pace that has me yawning. The archers knock, draw, and loose in fluid rhythm, volley after volley, and the whole scene turns comic. 7 archers raining fire while 8 tanks die slowly on a charge that never touches a hem. In under a minute, every mud slime is a lifeless heap of muck. This is not a battle, it is bullying. The system hands me a gray chest, and I kick the mud aside and open it. 200 stone and 10 iron ore. Better than nothing, I sigh. Consider it target practice for the lizard men. We reach home in the afternoon, the wall and fence already mended, 20 fresh hunting traps gleaming cold at the key junctions. I take no rest, opening the construction list and locking onto the new blueprint. The mushroom house. 800 wood, 1200 stone, 50 rotten clay. I confirm the build, and a cave silhouette rises from a corner of the territory, the peasants swarming it with clanging tools. A 10-hour countdown opening in my view. I stare at the progress bar full of anticipation, my mind on the iron mine to the west and the cave dwellers nested inside it. One night passes. In a corner of the territory, a new structure stands finished. A giant mound of earth half sunk in the ground, mossy and slick, its entrance a black cave mouth ringed by colorful, faintly glowing mushrooms. The mushroom house. I walk up and lay my palm to the wet stone beside the opening. Level 1 it reads, refreshing 7 to 14 Tier 1 cave dwellers a week. Upgradable once the mansion hits level 3. This week's recruits already refreshed. Upgradable 2, not bad. I nod and open the recruitment screen. 10 cave dwellers available at 12 gold coins each. 12 for 1, a full 50% over a skeleton. But the stats run higher. Health 45, Strength 8, Constitution 9, that same immunity to blindness. With the iron mine in mind, this money has to be spent. This time I am here to negotiate, not fight, but negotiation rests on strength, and I cannot send a lone cave dweller envoy to 30 of his wild brethren and politely ask them to surrender, because they would beat him into paste. I need enough force standing behind the words to make the meaning plain. Refuse and die. I check my balance. 104 gold, not even enough for all 10. Forget it. I gamble, gritting my teeth, and select 8. The system confirms 96 gold for 8 cave dwellers. I confirm, and my gold drops to a pitiful 8. The mushroom house mouth stays dark and silent, and just as I think the system is frozen, 8 bulky green figures shuffle out, crude short spears in hand, gazing around blankly before turning as one toward me and planting their spears in the ground in salute. A little ugly, but my troops all the same. I wave grandly and start assigning. Snow Song with her wolves, every militia, every skeleton, every lizardman archer to assemble, the 8 new cave dwellers to follow, and 20 peasants with their tools to move out alongside. The column comes together, 50-odd units in all, Snow Song and 6 wolves, 6 militia, 6 skeletons, 7 lizardman archers, 8 cave dwellers, 20 peasants, a force so grand a stranger might think I am marching on another lord. We head west, straight for the iron mine forest. This time I do not sneak. I order 2 peasants to start knocking, and they pull out their tools and hammer up a deliberate racket, the sudden din snapping the cave dwellers at the mine mouth to alarm. Weapons up, great heads swinging toward the sound. Low threatening growls rising in their throats. I halt the main force 200 meters out and array it, militia and cave dwellers at the front, lizardman archers behind, skeletons and wolves on the flanks, 20 tool-bearing peasants at the rear, the whole black mass exuding pressure. Then I send 2 of my recruited cave dwellers forward, telling them to relay the terms, lay down their weapons, vacate the mine, and join my territory. The 2 stand stunned a moment, trade a glance, then trundle off toward the entrance, on their short legs. A system notice pops up before my eyes. It detects me attempting to persuade the wild cave dweller tribe to surrender, checks the target's friendliness on a scale from stubborn through hostile, neutral friendly, to intimate, and reports their initial friendliness toward me as friendly. Then it runs the surrender judgment and declares it a success. The tribe has agreed to surrender. The string of words leaves me stunned. It worked, just like that. Friendly. Why? Did I sprout some kind and gentle face overnight? Or has my kingly aura climbed so high it converts wild monsters from hundreds of meters off? The 2 cave dwellers I sent are not even halfway there. A commotion stirs near the mouth, and a figure larger than a regular cave dweller walks out, its green skin shot through with magma red patterns. My 2 messengers reach it and chatter something, and a moment later the red one leads the entire tribe out, weapons set down, all of them shuffling toward my position. The 2 spokesmen run back, point at the red leader, and chatter again, and though I cannot parse a word the system kindly translates, relaying that cave dweller Chief Stonehammer is willing to lead his whole tribe to pledge allegiance, and asks for my protection. The system adds that neutral, friendly, or intimate units that defect have their loyalty fixed at adoration, and will never betray me. That dispels the last of my doubt. I look the red cave dweller over and read it. A Hell Caveman, Tier 2, Health 105, Strength 21, immunity to blindness, an elite mutated by absorbing a little subterranean fire, stronger in body and arm. A Tier 2 elite, and more than one of them, their numbers slightly below the Tier 2 goblins, but Tier 2 all the same. A wave of lingering fear passes through me. Had we actually fought, with my thin resources, victory was a question, never mind a flawless one. This persuasion is a massive profit. I clear my throat, put on an air of depth, and tell the chief I accept his allegiance. Then, to be safe, take Snowsong and the militia as guard and step cautiously into the iron mine. The system congratulates me on occupying the small iron mine, and because I am first to take an iron type point, it hands me a bonus blueprint. The mine holds a reserve of 3,000, 1 iron ore per miner per day, capped at 20 units daily. The furnace smelts unrefined ore into iron ore, costing 1,000 stone and 10 iron ore, and 5 assigned miners smelting up to 20 units a day. So full output means 20 miners digging and 5 smelting, 25 in all, 5 miners' huts, and 1 furnace for a steady 20 iron ore a day. A crucial strategic resource. I give the order to start work, and the 20 peasants pick their sites near the mouth and begin raising miners' huts in the furnace. Then I patrol the perimeter and sketch the fortifications. 4 arrow towers at the cave mouth, walls around the outside, animal traps scattered through. That done, I walk out to inspect the troops I just absorbed. 33 regular cave dwellers, 3 tier 2 hell cavemen, 36 units total, more than double the goblin pack at the White Crystal Mine. Time to assign garrisons, I think. Stroking my chin. Both mine strongholds need manpower. I leave 8 tier 1 cave dwellers here, send 8 more to the White Crystal Mine and swap the 2 militia back, and plan to raise another tower or 2 at each next visit, so any lord eyeing them has to count the cost first. Cave dwellers live in caves by nature, so setting them to guard the mines is the neatest fit there is. I count the army at my command, and ambition surges. 36 cave dwellers, 3 of them tier 2 elites, my ground force more than doubled at a stroke, and looking over the rest of my troops, a confidence I have never felt rises in me. I have lain low long enough, time to clear out the surrounding trash. I open the goblin skin map, its red charcoal circles all tier 1 wild camp Snowsong scouted, the ones I could only nibble at before for lack of strength. Now I want every one of them. I wave the imposing column out. The first is a small wild boar camp east of the territory, 3 tier 1 boars rooting in the woods. Before, I would have had to kite them carefully with Snowsong's ice thorn, but not now. I order the cave dwellers and militia to form up front, and push the wolves to harass the hind legs from the flanks, the lizard men to fire freely. The shield wall of cave dwellers and militia advances like a moving rampart, and the 3 boars redden their eyes and charge head down. Tusks slam into the cave dwellers, the impact knocking some over, but in that stalled moment the 6 wolves dart in at the vulnerable hind legs, and the 7 lizard men put arrows into eyes and necks. Snowsong does not even bother, just stands aside with her staff watching. In under 30 seconds, the 3 boars are 3 bleeding corpses. My only cost a couple of cave dwellers bowled over and lightly scratched. Negligible. I move them to the next, and a goblin camp of 7 units goes down without suspense, the greenskins sieved by lizardman arrows and militia spears before they can even form a line, the system handing me a gray chest. I keep going. I sweep the camps around my territory like an autumn wind stripping leaves, every red marker crumbling almost the instant my mixed army arrives. Before long, I cannot be bothered to command it all and hand authority to Snowsong drifting along at the back of the column to slack off. Before I notice it, the markers are nearly all gone, only the last remaining. I camp deeper in the swamp that I saved for last because Snowsong's report named it the largest, with 1 tier 2 elite among them. The army reaches it, an open shallow pond dotted with green duckweed, more than 10 water blue jelly creatures hopping and playing on the surface, one of them noticeably larger and darker, sprawled lazily in the center. The system reads the small ones as water droplet slimes, tier 1, and the big one as a water accumulation slime. Tier 2, health 170, it skills water healing and split, an evolved slime with minor healing and a strange proliferation ability. Slimes again, I mutter. One of the 3 great plagues of the starter village, as common as goblins and boars, though thick and slow and weak hitting, easy enough to handle. I call for battle stations, shedding the contempt, since even a lion strikes a rabbit at full force. I put the cave dwellers and militia up front, set the lizardmen to ready a volley on the big one, and have Snowsong ready an ice thorn to see if it freezes. The army deploys slow and grim toward the pond, and the slimes notice, breaking off their play to cluster around the tier 2-1, bodies rippling, plopping out warning sounds. I am about to call the general attack, when something bizarre happens. The largest water accumulation slime hops out from the group, shows no hostility at all, simply stops in front of my army and sways its body up and down, as if it is bowing. I am completely stunned. What move is this? Surrendering because it cannot win. Then a notice drops my jaw. The system detecting the wild water accumulation slime attempting to surrender, checking its affinity, finding it friendly, running the judgment, declaring success. The slime clan has agreed to surrender. My mouth holds an O shape for a long while. What is going on? With the cave dwellers, I at least sent a negotiator over to intimidate and entice them, but this time I had barely arrayed my forces before the enemy leader slid to its knees, and an initial affinity of friendly on top. Could I really have a kingly aura, I wonder, touching my face, baffled? Could it be because I am handsome? Unable to crack it, I drop it. Killing these slimes nets a little loot and some experience for my men, but accepting them means a dozen plus free troops. Those slimes crawl and hit softly, they carry enormous health. Perfect meat shields just lying there, and that tier 2 one lists water healing and split, a healer and a factory. This deal cannot lose. I nod at the water accumulation slime and tell it I accept its surrender. As if it understands, it bounces twice on the spot in delight, its body briefly squishing itself into a heart shape, then turns and plops a few times at its companions in the pond. The system reports 1 water accumulation slime and 14 water droplet slimes joined to my territory, their loyalty fixed forever at adoration. 15 new units on my panel, and I am grinning so wide my mouth will not close. I click the tier 2-1 split detail, a passive that periodically buds off a fresh water droplet slime when it sits in a water-rich environment, the interval wildly unstable, swayed by surroundings and its own condition. My eyes light up. A mobile recruitment building that walks around and costs nothing. The split timing may be erratic, but having it beats not, which means as long as I keep this thing near water, I get a stream of free tier 1 meat shields. A huge profit, a massive profit, I think, gazing at the bouncy blue jellies with the fondest eyes. No monsters at all, just a pack of adorable mobile resource packs. I pat the water accumulation slime's cool, slick body and tell them they follow me now, promising they will live well, and the slime sways contentedly under my hand. I wave the army to disperse and head home with spirit, and lead my new slime legion back. The sweep cleared the surrounding threats and folded in 2 whole forces besides. My total strength surged to an astonishing height. The sky brightens, and I stretch and walk out of the mansion refreshed, still floating after yesterday's clean sweep and the surprise recruits. The dozen-odd water droplet slimes are bumping aimlessly into one another in a corner while the big one lies sluggish on the ground. This will not do. My armory cannot sit idle. I summon a few peasants and tell them to dig a big pit over there and fill it with water, a proper home for the blue jellies, and the command being absolute, they shoulder their tools and set to it. As I finish arranging the slime's lodging, a system notice times itself perfectly. The refugee camp refreshed. New units available. A new week and my spirits lift as I rub my hands and head for the tattered tent. Last time was skeletons, fragile but serviceable. This time I want something stronger. I open the recruitment screen full of hope, and my smile freezes on the spot. Butterfly Sprite Tier 1. 10 available at 8 gold each. I click the details. Health 20, Strength 4, Agility 13. A small creature that loves nectar and sunshine. Able to fly by nature but extremely frail. I fall into a long silence. 20 health, 5 under a skeleton, ranked below even a skeleton. The touch it and it shatters tier. Its strength so low the damage must be dismal. And unlike a slime it cannot even tank. The one bright spot is that it flies. With that agility of 13, the first flying unit I have met. The strategic value of an air force speaks for itself. Scouting, harassment, covering ground troops, slipping past defenses for a decapitation. All of it full of possibility. But I glance at the cost, then at the lonely 8 gold on my panel. After everything, I can only afford 1. Buy it or not, buying 1 leaves it nearly useless on the main field and burns 8 gold, while not buying means missing a flying unit that may never refresh again. Forget it. I buy it. I decide. Teeth gritted. Treat it as a mascot, since at least it flies and makes a fine bit of mobile surveillance. I confirm 8 gold for 1 butterfly sprite, my balance dropping to 0, and a faint golden light drifts out of the tent. A little creature about a meter tall flutters out on transparent butterfly wings, pale yellow all over, cute brown spots dotting its skin. Short golden hair, a peculiar weapon in its hand longer than a dagger, and shorter than a short sword. It circles my head curiously, then settles in front of me and tilts its head to study its new lord. Alright, it is fairly cute, I think, telling it that from now on its job is, well, to look cute. Just as I am wondering where to find more gold for the other 9 butterfly sprites, a militiaman rushes over to tell me the eastern neighbor is back. Gang Jin. I am mildly surprised and wonder what he wants, telling the man to have him wait at the old spot, that I will be right there. I take Snowsong and the 2 freshly defected Hell cavemen as bodyguards and head for the eastern edge. The 2 cavemen tall and imposing, magma red patterns over their skin, crude stone spears in hand, plainly not to be trifled with. Gang Jin keeps his composed air and shows little reaction to the Tier 2 cavemen behind me, since his own troops were Tier 2 from the start. He opens by remarking that it has been only a few days, yet my territory's strength has truly changed by leaps and bounds, a note of feeling in it. I answer flatly that it is nothing much, then tell him people do not visit without a reason and ask why he has come. He cuts straight to it, that he wants to discuss a major business deal. I ask how major. His face turns serious as he says that to the west of his territory. Slightly to the east of the midpoint between us, he has found a gold mine. A gold mine. My breath catches, since I was just fretting over the shortage of gold and now someone delivers a pillow to a drowsy man. He reads me and dumps cold water, telling me not to celebrate yet, that the mine is already taken, a pack of dwarves rooted there. their strength formidable. The ones guarding the mouth are all tier 2 dwarfs, tough-skinned and incredibly strong. And worse, their leader is a tier 3 dwarf king. Tier 3, I frown. My strongest unit is only a tier 2 hell caveman, and I have never faced a tier 3 head-on. He sighs that he tried a few probing attacks, and I can guess the result. They could not even touch the entrance. I understand. He cannot chew this bone alone and wants me as a partner. I ask whether he wants my help taking the gold mine and what I get out of it. After we secure it, all output split 50-50, he offers. An extremely tempting line. He adds another sweetener, that he will supply every construction resource the mining needs. The miners' huts, the furnace, all of it. I need manage nothing, only bring troops and fight alongside him to take the mine, and every afternoon he will send my share of the gold to me by this little stream. The terms drip sincerity. He covers nearly all the upfront cost, and I need only join one battle to reap a daily income, which means the Dwarf King has truly scared him. I run the math fast. There is real risk, a tier 3 Dwarf King no easy mark, casualties guaranteed, and Gangjin might play tricks mid-fight, spending my men as fodder or turning on me after the win. But the reward is just as large, the mine securing me an endless supply of gold, funding those 10 butterfly sprites and stronger troops to come. As for betrayal, I glance at the 2 silent mountainous hell cavemen at my back, think of the slimes and skeletons and lizardmen at home, and decide I am strong and well stocked enough now that his trickery does not frighten me. I tell him his offer is tempting, but ask how I can trust him not to burn the bridge once we have crossed it. His gaze sharpens as he says it is because we share an enemy. He explains that Wang Ho's wolf cavalry has grown to 15 riders and the gold mine is in his hands too, the #1 public enemy of the region. If the 2 of us fight now, we only make him laugh. So uniting is our only road out. The words land. Next to the arrogant fool Wang Ho, a cool and clever man like Gangjin is plainly the better temporary ally. I tell him fine, I agree, then hold up one finger and add one condition. In the battle his troops answer to him and mine to me. We coordinate, but neither orders the other's men into the meat grinder, and if we win the spoils, split evenly. He agrees readily, calls it very fair. Then it is settled. I tell him, we meet here tomorrow at sunrise and go greet the shorties. A deal? He nods, then turns and leaves with his centaur. I watch him go and head back, already running the battle against the Dwarf King in my head. A tier 3 boss. Perfect. I will use it to test the mettle of my motley crew. Dawn breaks the next day, and I yawn my way over to the new water pit in the corner, where the tier 2 water accumulation slime soaks in comfort, body rippling. I name it 3 Waters on a whim, and 3 Waters shakes itself and spits out a small water ball with a soft pop, as if in answer. I look at it, then at the dozen smaller water droplet slimes beside it. At its speed, I tell it, it will arrive long after the main force is done. So I order 3 Waters to take its children and set out now, heading east along the path we came back on, and we will catch up. 3 Waters shakes and starts its long expedition with the little ones in a hopping, skipping line. With the painfully slow slime legion sent ahead, I turn to assemble the main force. Neither mine's defense can slack, so the original 16 Tier 1 cave dwellers stay to garrison them, well suited to the cave life. I order everyone else to assemble. A massive, motley army gathers before the mansion. 25 Tier 1 cave dwellers, 3 Crimson Hell cavemen, 8 seasoned militia, 7 silent lizardmen archers, Snowsong at the very front with 7 spirited wolves. My gaze sweeps them and lands on the 6 skeletons standing still in the corner. They have worked hard enough, I think, with a tired breath. Between the Crimson Moon and the past few days fighting, half the 12 fragile skeletons are gone. I decide at last to leave them home to guard the gate, telling them I will not bring them out again unless I must, and I set the last 6 as the city defense reserve. Then I glance up at the butterfly sprite fluttering over my head and tell it that it can just be an aerial mascot. Arrangements made, I wave the army grandly out. The army marches east toward the small creek, and after about half an hour we catch the slime legion still gamely hopping along the road. I cannot quite hold back a wry smile as I gather them into the center of the formation and push on. We reach the agreed creek before Gangjin, so I am in no hurry, letting the troops rest and drink and recover their stamina. Soon a dense drumming of hooves rolls out of the eastern woods, and Gangjin appears at the tree line with an army that even makes me look twice. 8 Tier 2 Centaur spearmen lead, imposing as ever. 6 longbow-bearing centaurs behind them as ranged units, the system tagging them Centaur archers, Tier 2. On the flanks stand 4 short units each, working slings and eyeing my cave dwellers and slimes with curiosity. Halfling slingers, Tier 1. Stranger still, 8-meter-long snow-white snakes flicker their tongues near the halfling's feet. White-scale snakes, Tier 1. At the rear, a man in chainmail with a gleaming longsword and a resolute face sits a tall warhorse, back ramrod straight, gaze sharp, plainly a commander, a hero unit. Gangjin's force is complete in troop types and carries a hero besides. I count fast 14 Tier 2 units on his side alone more than mine. He walks up and apologizes for keeping me waiting. I answer that I only just arrived, pointing at his ranks and telling him it is quite the display. He gives a wry smile and says he had no choice with dwarves to fight, that he brought out everything he had, His eyes sweep my side, and when they catch the 3 Hell Caveman and the big group of slimes, his expression shifts, and he says I am truly hiding my strength. After a round of polite praise, we drop the chatter, and he suggests we go scout the situation first. The 2 armies merge and advance toward the gold mine, soldiers on both sides eyeing each other along the way, my slimes and cave dwellers drawing more than a few looks from his centaurs. We halt the main force a few hundred meters from the mine, and Gangjin takes me forward with both heroes, his commander and my snow song, the 4 of us creeping close. Through a dense belt of trees, the view opens onto a vast valley, a sturdy fortress of massive stone and logs standing at its entrance, the open ground before it bristling with sharpened stakes and barricades, a meticulously prepared defensive position. On the walls, dwarves only about 1.33 meters tall but solidly built and heavily bearded, patrol back and forth in thick leather armor with heavy battle axes, the system naming them Dwarf Warriors Tier 2. Among them stand dwarves carrying strange tube-shaped metal weapons, and Gangjin lowers his voice to call them dwarf gunners, their muskets long-ranged and immensely powerful, a single shot able to badly wound a centaur charge. I read one, a dwarf gunner, Tier 2, health 120, strength 23, skills precise shot and armor-piercing round, a masterwork of dwarfcraft, gunpowder lending them the nerve to stand against dragons. About 30 dwarf warriors on the wall, and 10 gunners, Gangjin says, all Tier 2, and that is not the worst of it. He points to the highest watchtower, where a figure a full size larger than a regular dwarf sits on an ornate stone chair, leisurely sipping from a wine goblet. A gem-set crown rests on its head, a suit of exquisite rune armor covers its body, and a warhammer taller than itself leans beside it. The system reads it as Dwarf Chieftain Ironbeard, Tier 3, Level 10, Health 275, Strength 48, Skills Heavy Strike and Sweep, the ruler of this gold mine, his hammer rumored to shatter mountains. A Tier 3 boss, I murmur. Yes. Gangjin says grimly that he sent his hero to probe once and it was knocked flying by a single hammer swing, barely making it back, and that these dwarves are too intelligent to be lured out, so baiting is useless. I fall silent. This is trickier than I imagined. A solid fortress, musket firepower at range, melee bruisers, and an unfathomable Tier 3 boss. This is no gold mine, it is a military fort. I tell him no wonder he offered 50-50 and offered to handle all the logistics, that this bone is genuinely tough to chew. That is why we have to join forces, he says, asking whether I have any ideas. I do not answer at once, my gaze sweeping the fortress layout. One main entrance only, the side's sheer mountain cliff that rules out any rear sneak attack. The single path of frontal assault, and a frontal assault means walking into the concentrated fire of 10 dwarf gunners. I glance at my own troops, both the cave dwellers and the slime's slow-moving targets, countless units sure to die on the charge in. I tell him at last that a hard rush is the worst option, that we have to find a way to silence their ranged firepower first. Gangjin asks how we silence it. Is centaur archers outranged? A ranged duel is suicide. My eyes fall on the butterfly sprite hovering over my head, at the moment bored in chasing a real butterfly through the air. Perhaps, I tell him, I have a way after all. Gangjin follows my eyes to the butterfly sprite drifting over my head, and the little thing, no longer than my forearm, flaps its wings and looks back at him. He cannot help frowning, and he asks whether I am joking, whether I really mean to pin our hopes on that. Besides flying, the creature looks useless, its health probably no higher than a wild rabbit's, and sent at the fortress it would only be a moving target for the dwarves. I tell him not to underestimate it, beckon, and the butterfly sprite drops obediently to land on my shoulder. Then I ask him what he thinks the dwarf muskets fear most. He thinks it over and guesses close combat, or maybe heavy damage. I tell him no, that they run on gunpowder, and gunpowder fears nothing in the world so much as damp. His eyes light up and then immediately dim, because we have no unit in either army that can touch the weather. I tell him that is exactly why we need this little one, and I point at the butterfly sprite on my shoulder. I am not relying on it to fight. I am relying on it to wreck their guns before the battle even starts. I turn and call 3 waters over from behind the troops. The Tier 2 water accumulation slime bounces across and rubs its jelly body against my trouser leg, and I tell it to spit out something slimy, the grosser the better. It shudders, and with a soft pop it ejects a clump of translucent foul-smelling mucus. I take a lump of rotten clay from my storage space, the muck I dug out of the swamp days ago, and knead the two together into a sticky black ball the size of a fingernail. The thing is so rank that Gangjin and his hero Na Seong both step back with open disgust on their faces. I do not mind it at all. The slime mucus seals out air, the rotten clay carries moisture, and mixed together they will turn gunpowder, or dry firewood for that matter, into useless wet sludge. I pinch the little black ball and hold it out to the butterfly sprite. It is time the mascot earned its keep, so I give it a name on the spot, Little Gold, and ask whether it sees the crowned shorty at the highest point of the fortress. Little Gold nods its tiny head. I ask whether it sees the cup beside him, and it nods again. I tell it to fly up there and without a soul noticing, drop this thing into his cup, and above all not to be discovered. I let the wicked smile show. Little Gold takes the clay ball, larger than its own fist, cradles it in both small hands, and lifts off a little unsteadily before climbing in silence toward the dwarf fortress. Gang Jin and Na Xiong watch it go, dumbfounded, and he asks me whether this can possibly work. I tell him he will know when he sees it. Little Gold flies high, its silhouette under the glaring sun no bigger than a bird, and the dwarf soldiers on the wall never bother to look up. It circles, finds a clean angle, and lets go. The black clay ball traces an almost invisible arc through the air and lands silently in the magnificent wine cup of the dwarf king, Ironbeard. Mission done. Little Gold wheels and beats its wings hard, vanishing into the clouds. On the fortress, Ironbeard is idly surveying his domain. He lifts his cup, brings it to his lips out of habit, and takes a deep gulp. The next instant he spits the whole mouthful out in a spray, mixed with a string of furious dwarf curses, and stares down at the murky, stinking liquid and the black sludge dissolving in it, his beard bristling with rage. He roars a demand to know which bastard did this, a bellow that shakes the whole valley, and lurches to his feet, his sharp gaze raking the surroundings for the culprit who dared to mock the great King Ironbeard. He finds nothing but a few birds, and at last he smashes the cup against the ground in a crisp shatter. Out in the woods, Gang Jin and Na Song stand with their mouths hanging open, unable to close them, and Gang Jin asks whether it actually worked. I wear the smile of a plan come together and ask whether he still thinks the little thing is useless. He shakes his head, and the look he turns on me has gone complicated, the kind that wonders how my brain is wired to keep producing tricks this strange and this effective. He says he understands now that I mean to have it drop the same poison onto the gunner's gunpowder tonight. I confirm it, snapping my fingers, and tell him that once their muskets are dead, the rest of the dwarves are just slow targets on legs. He praises the plan as brilliant, and asks what we do now. I tell him we wait and find a flat rock to sit on. We wait for dark. The wait runs long, both armies resting in their own quarters kept clearly apart. Night finally falls, faint specks of torchlight blooming across the valley and lighting the dwarf fortress bright. The dwarves on the wall changing shifts and watching the dark with care. I whisper to Little Gold on my shoulder that the operation begins. The cave dwellers have already shaped dozens of fist-sized clay bombs, and Little Gold can carry only one at a time. Yet it makes no complaint, taking a bomb and lifting into the pitch-black sky where the darkness is its best disguise. It glides above the fortress, well clear of the torchlight, looking down on the whole compound. The gunners do not keep their muskets on them at night, racking the weapons neatly by the wall, their powder bags hung on posts nearby. Little Gold finds its first target, drops low like a ghost directly over a powder bag, and releases. The clay bomb falls free and bursts across the rawhide bag, the clay and mucus smearing over every inch of it, some of the muck even seeping in through the opening. A dozing dwarf nearby twitches an ear as if he heard something, opens his eyes, sees nothing wrong, and goes back to sleep. With that, Little Gold turns straight back to me for the second bomb. Once, twice, 3 times, the tireless little fellow becomes the hardest working porter in the night, ferrying back and forth between forest and fortress like a machine running a precise program, delivering my custom-made wrecking charge onto every last gunner's powder bag. Gang Jin and Na Som watch from the side, hardly daring to breathe. They are seeing with their own eyes how the weakest, most overlooked unit in the army can dismantle the proudest defense of a sturdy fortress in a way no one would believe. By the time Little Gold completes its 10th run and lands tired on my shoulder, the sky carries the first faint gray of dawn. I stroke its head, tell it well done, and dig a wild fruit out of storage left from an earlier hunt, and it hugs the fruit happily and starts to nibble. Then I stand and tell all units to prepare, my voice low but carrying across the whole team, and Gangjin gives the order at once, his centaurs assembling fast with low whinnies as morning mist seeps through the valley. I lay out the plan in a few sharp lines. My slimes and cave dwellers advance head-on to draw the fire. His centaur spearmen stand ready to charge from the flanks, and every ranged unit, my lizardmen and his centaur archers both, holds for my command to focus everything on the Dwarf King. Gangjin answers that he understands, and I give the order to charge. The army, barely able to contain itself, lets out an earth-shaking cry and pours toward the fortress, my bouncy slimes leading the way and forming a moving blue wall of flesh. The alarm on the wall shrieks instantly, the cry of enemy attack rising as the sleepy dwarves scramble to their posts, the 10 gunners reaching the wall first to snatch up their muskets and powder. They see the dense enemy tide surging up from the valley floor and grin cruel grins, one of them taunting the long-legged monsters to come taste his might as he loads, raises and aims at a slime in the front rank. He pulls the trigger. There is a crisp click, but no roar, no flash of fire. He freezes, checks the weapon, finds nothing wrong, and tries again. Another click, only the dry sound of a mechanism misfiring. He shouts in confusion that something is wrong with his gun. Another gunner cries that his 2 is dead, and a third tears open his powder bag, pulls out a fistful of wet black sludge, and curses that his powder is soaked through. Up on the wall, the 10 gunners dissolve into chaos, their proud weapons turned overnight into 10 useless iron pokers. And down in the valley, our allied forces have already crossed the open ground and reached the foot of the fortress. On the wall, the dwarves descend into full panic, one bellowing that his powder has turned to mud, another spitting that the stuff reeks of rotten swamp moss, and a third roaring at the rest to forget the muskets, take up axes, and chop these things to pieces. They throw down the dead weapons, grab the battle axes at their waists, and start hurling spare stones and short-throwing axes down at the base of the wall. The heavy stones and axes smash into the slime horde, but they only sink in with dull thuds. The water droplet slimes dented deep by the impacts before wobbling back into shape. These things really are perfect meat shields, I think, nodding at my bouncing blue troops with satisfaction. Gang Jin and I give the same order in the same breath, ranged units to suppress the wall. My lizardman archers and his centaur archers loose together, arrows crisscrossing toward the parapet and forcing several dwarves who poke their heads out to duck their thrown weapons back down. Na Seong levels his longsword and sends the centaur spearmen forward, their hooves spreading as they break into a charge, while my own side refuses to be outdone. I send the cave dwellers in to smash the gate, and the 3 Crimson Hell cavemen with over 20 regular cave dwellers behind them roar in their broken voices, and surge at it, brandishing crude stone spears and stone axes. 2 completely different styles reach the same result. Gang Jin's centaur spearmen move in perfect unison under Na Seong's command, driving their long spears precisely into the gate's hinges and seams to pry it apart at the structure, while my cave dwellers simply hammer the wooden gate flat, blunt and brutal. The sturdy stone and timber gate groans under the assault until it cannot hold, and with a heavy crash a breach is forced open. Seeing the gate lost, the dwarves on the wall roar and pour down the side stairs to plug the gap. I have my 8 militia form a quick line and thrust their spears through the openings the cave dwellers have torn, and Gang Jin's halfling slingers find their range, whirling their slings to send fist-sized stones whistling into the heads of the charging dwarves and leaving them reeling. The battlefield drops at once into the most brutal close-quarters fighting, the narrow fortress mouth packing both sides tight against each other. My cave dwellers hold the very front on fearless tenacity, while the better-armed, stronger dwarves open deep, bone-deep wounds on a cave dweller with every axe swing. I call for Snow Song to lock the line with ice thorns, and she sweeps her staff, streaks of ice shooting into the densest knots of dwarves, frost crawling up their feet and stalling them just long enough for the spears around them to find their marks. Her 7 wolves and Gang Jin's 8 slippery white-scale snakes slide in from the edges, biting at dwarf ankles and backs, sowing chaos wherever they go. For a moment, the battle deadlocks. Then a deafening roar rolls down from the highest watchtower. Ironbeard hurls his empty goblet aside and rises from his throne, glaring at the mess of a battlefield below, so furious his beard trembles, and bellows at his own troops to get out of his way. He seizes the giant battle hammer beside him, leaps, and drops his massive body straight off a watchtower over 10 meters high. He lands, and the whole ground shakes, an invisible wave of energy blasting outward and knocking the nearest cave dwellers in one water droplet slime sprawling, rolling them several times before they stop. His eyes go crimson, his hammer flares with an earth-yellow glow, and he sweeps it toward my troops. I roar at them to scatter, but it is too late. The hammer whistles past, trailing a string of terrible damage numbers, and those few units turn to white light before they can even scream. My heart bleeds. 2 regular cave dwellers gone in an instant. So this is the strength of a tier 3 boss. Gang Jin's face turns grim too, his centaurs dodging fast, but one white scale snake caught in the energy wave and wiped out at once. We give the same command again, every ranged unit to focus fire on the Dwarf King, the heroes and tier 2 troops to close in and hold him down. The dwarves on the wall are no longer the real threat. The berserk Ironbeard in front of us is. Na Song roars for glory and spurs his warhorse, which rears on its hind legs before he points his longsword at Ironbeard and leads the charge first, his centaur spearmen folding in behind into a sharp arrowhead aimed at the king's flank. My 3 Hell cavemen refuse to be left out, their massive bodies erupting with shocking power as they barrel in from another angle. Snow Song's staff lights again, and this time she chants several seconds longer, an ice spear far thicker than before forming in the air and driving for the king's knee with bone-deep cold. It cracks against his rune armor and shatters into crystals, leaving only a thin film of frost on his leg. Low damage, but a clean, slow effect, and Na Seong seizes the opening, drawing a bright silver arc and cleaving down at the wrist, holding the hammer. Sparks fly off the impact, Ironbeard roaring in pain and swinging the hammer back at him, but the seasoned hero hauls his reins and his horse leaps nimbly clear, the hammer cratering the earth where he had been. On the other side, the 3 Hell cavemen have closed in, their stone spears and axes hammering fearlessly at his back and legs. Then he turns and spins the hammer into a whirlwind that catches one of them flat, flinging its huge body backward into a deep crater, half its health gone in a stroke. My lizardman archers and his centaur archers pour every arrow onto the king, and the shafts barely scratch his rune armor. I cannot help cursing that this turtle shell is too hard. A tier 3 boss carries not only explosive attack but absurd defense, and at this rate he will simply grind my troops to death. Gang Jin shouts for Na Song to use armor break strike, and at the order a light flashes in the hero's eyes, his longsword sheathing in a faint golden glow. He spurs his horse again and shoots forward like a loosed arrow, man and mount fused into a streak of gold aimed dead at the opening on Ironbeard's chest, the gap that shows when he swings the hammer. The king senses the threat and tries to bring the hammer back to block, but the half-beat of Snow Song's slow betrays him, and Na Seong's sword punches clean into the seam of the chest armor. Ironbeard lets out his most agonized roar of the battle yet. My eyes light up and I shout for Snow Song to go now. Full power, and she does not hesitate, raising her staff and burning through her mana, ice thorn after ice thorn flying into the wound on his chest as if they were free. I roar at every ranged unit to hit the wound, and I snatch up a fallen dwarf battle axe and hurl it from a distance myself. The axe spins through the air, my aim far too poor, and it strikes his shoulder and bounces harmlessly off. It seems I truly lack the gift of the brute, better to stick to micromanagement. The pain drives Ironbeard fully mad, and he abandons all defense, the earth-yellow light on his hammer surging violently as he announces that all of us will die and raises it high before slamming it down at the ground. My eyelids twitch, and I scream that the ultimate is coming and they must retreat at once. Na Song and the two surviving Hell Cavemen turn and flee without a thought. The hammer lands, and this time it is no simple wave of energy. Centered on the impact, sharp earth-yellow spikes burst violently from the ground and spread in every direction. Na Seong, running at the front, reacts fastest, yanking his rein so his warhorse rears, halting its forward rush and leaping sideways, a few spikes grazing the horse's hooves and kicking up dust. The two Hell Cavemen are not so lucky, their clumsy bodies a step too slow even at a desperate retreat. A spike drives through the sole of one caveman's foot and out the top of its thigh, pinning it to the ground, an astonishing damage number floating up as the Tier 2 elite's health empties to white light. The other caveman is clipped at the edge, a deep bone-deep gash opening on its calf as it roars in pain, its movement gutted. Two slower regular cave dwellers are skewered on the spot, and one unlucky militiaman is tripped flat by the spreading spikes, alive but useless for the moment. Gang Jin's side fares no better, one centaur spearman and two halfling slingers caught and skewered together like candied fruit. The funniest of all are my slow slimes. Several water droplet slimes happen to be wriggling right over the spot when the spikes erupt, and the sharp points pierce their jelly bodies only to pass through as if stabbing cotton. No fatal damage at all. The slimes wobble, their health bars dropping a little past half, and keep hopping forward as if nothing happened. This thing actually resists piercing. Gang Jin shouts that the king has finished casting his ultimate, that he must have a weakness window now, that this is the time. The commands come in a torrent, Snow Song to keep slowing him with Ice Thorn and never let him recover. The lizardmen and centaur archers to hammer his wound, Na Seong to charge once more, everyone else to tie him down. The formation scattered by the ultimate reforms in an instant. Ironbeard leans on his hammer, chest heaving, the move having plainly cost him dearly. He looks at the bone-deep wound on his chest, then at the enemies ringing him, his eyes full of madness, and roars before dragging the hammer straight at Na Se, the greatest threat to him. The hero advances instead of retreating, calling it good timing and flourishing his sword to meet the charge. At the same moment, the surviving Hell Caveman bites down its leg pain, roars, and lunges at the king's side, abandoning all defense to clamp its jaws on his arm. Ironbeard swings the hammer backhand and smashes the caveman away, the body tracing an arc before crashing to earth. I grimace at the loss, but there is no time to dwell. The caveman's sacrifice has opened a perfect window for Na Sung. His longsword flickers into starlight chain stab, three sword shadows thrusting out at once, all driving precisely into the chest wound. A run of damage numbers floats up, the king crying out, his movement pausing again. Snow Song's 7 wolves and Gang Jin's few slippery white-scale snakes seize the chance and swarm in, not for damage but to bite hard on the king's ankles and shins and chain him in place with their bodies. More disgusting still are the slimes. Three Waters leads its subordinates wriggling to his feet and plasters them onto him, the sticky liquid and elastic bodies turning every step into a slog through swamp. Ironbeard roars at the damn slugs and swings the hammer to smash them off, but the soft bodies just deform under the blow and take no real damage. The tide turns completely in our favor. A powerful Tier 3 boss is now slowed, restrained, and ganged up on from every side. All brute strength and nowhere to put it. A clumsy bear besieged by wolves. The rain of arrows never lets up, landing on the chest wound and draining his life by the second. Snow Song's mana is nearly gone, her face pale, but she grits her teeth and looses one last ice thorn to reapply the slow. Gang Jin roars that this is it, the final blow, and Na Seong understands, raising his sword high until the blade blazes with golden light gathered into a dazzling beam. He calls out holy light judgment, leaps from his horse, grips the sword two-handed, and descends from the sky, his whole body a golden blade that plunges into the top of Ironbeard's head and sinks to the hilt. Ironbeard freezes utterly, the madness and rage on his face harden into a last trace of unwillingness, and he lowers his head slowly to look at the blood pouring from his chest, then at the blue jelly still wriggling at his feet, and he says he is not reconciled. His massive body crashes to the ground, throwing up clouds of dust. The system rings in both our minds at once, telling us we took part in killing a Tier 3 leader and gained a large pile of experience, that my hero Snow Song has leveled to level 4, that some of my units have leveled too. The whole battlefield falls into eerie silence the moment he drops. The dozen or so surviving dwarf warriors stare at their invincible king lying in a pool of blood, frozen, one whispering that the king is dead, another insisting it is impossible. After the brief shock comes utter collapse. A dwarf warrior charges out red-eyed with his axe raised, screaming to avenge the king, and I give the cold order to kill any who keep resisting. The allied soldiers, already in a killing frenzy, need no more urging and roar forward, and what follows can no longer be called a battle, only a one-sided massacre. Stripped of their leader and their ranged firepower, the dwarves are swallowed by an allied force several times their number without leaving so much as a ripple. When the last warrior falls, I let out a long breath and walk to the spot where Ironbeard fell. The huge corpse has already scattered into motes of light, replaced by a glittering heap of gold coins. A rough 1,000 at a glance. Gangjin walks over, glances at the gold, then at me, a complicated expression crossing his face, and says we won. I tell him that we did. I check my unit panel, and the losses are heavy. 1 Hell caveman dead, 8 regular cave dwellers dead, 2 militia lost, 1 wolf dead, and 1 tank water droplet slime gone besides. Gang Jin has not fared well either. 2 of his 8 centaur spearmen dead and the rest wounded. 3 halfling slingers killed outright. 3 white scale snakes perished. The worst off is Na Seong, who landed the finishing blow only to be caught by the king's last desperate counter, his health bar under a fifth now, held upright by his men, his face deathly pale. Gang Jin sighs that fighting a higher tier boss without defensive towers is this hard, that the fight was far too close. I tell him the reward is rich enough, pointing at the gold on the ground, and we look at each other and smile, the old tension and wariness dissolving under the joy of victory, and the easy understanding of splitting the spoils. I remind him plainly that we agreed on 50-50, and he agrees without hesitation. We counted out together 1,320 coins, 660 apiece, and the system confirms the gold dropping into my stores. Watching the number climb, the losses sting less. He says the mining will run as we discussed, his people handling construction, and the guard my share of gold delivered every afternoon to the old spot, by the little stream. I tell him it is a deal. He extends a hand and offers a pleasant cooperation, and I shake it, the handshake sealing the fragile alliance between us, friends at least until our common enemy Wang Ho is dealt with. His people need rest, so he gathers his troops to withdraw, and I start taking stock of my own to head home. Early morning, and I wake on the wooden bed, walk to the door, pick up the strip of wood I used to track the days, and carve the final stroke of the 3rd tally mark with my small knife. 15 days. At that very moment, a cold notice sounds in my mind, telling me my territory has run stably for 14 days, and the build condition for the level 3 Lord's Mansion is now unlocked. Finally, my spirits lift. The pressure that Ironbeard put on us during the gold mine fight was immense. The thing was level 10, screened by a pack of tier 2 subordinates, holding the terrain, and even so, Gangjin and I paid a painful price to scrape out the win. And Wang Ho, he already commands at least 15 tier 3 wolf cavalry, and the count keeps climbing. I have to raise my strength fast and unlock stronger troops. I open the construction list without hesitation. The level 3 Lord's Mansion wants 10,000 wood, 8,000 stone, 200 iron ore, and 500 gold, over a 24-hour build. So greedy, my mouth twitching at the numbers. Wood and stone are manageable, since my peasants and the newly folded-in cave dwellers have been gathering at a frenzy, and the warehouse is fat, and the captured iron mine gives a steady ore output. Without the dwarf gold mine I took with Gangjin 2 days back, I would not have this much gold now. I order the upgrade and confirm. The system tells me that at level 3 the Lord's Mansion unlocks the territory building branch, and that based on my development it will now present me a choice. The first choice is to draw 3 generic race building trees and pick one as my territory's direction, each tree holding most of a race's basic and advanced structures, stable in strength, clear in potential. The second is to generate a unique custom building tree based on my lord talent and current status, a thing full of unknowns, possibly extremely powerful, possibly stuck as a single specialized function, to be chosen with care. I fall into thought. The generic tree sounds steady. The undead, the orcs, the elves, all foreseeable strong races, none of them a bad pick. But the custom tree. I glance at my talent, the impregnable fortress, an A-rank defense talent whose core is reinforcing defensive structures. If the system built a tree off that, would it not unlock me a whole host of unique, powerful defensive towers, and take my play-it-safe path to the very extreme? Risk and reward run together. I choose the second, generate a custom building tree. The system confirms the mansion begins upgrading, a massive building phantom wrapping it as the progress bar starts its slow crawl. That done, I open the long-neglected area channel, and Wang Ho's arrogant words flood the screen at once. He gives everyone 1 day to consider joining his Heavenly Wolf Alliance and handing over half the resource output in exchange for his shelter, threatening that the rest will bear the consequences. Jiang Wei and Zhou Riri leap into fawn, one praising Ho Hyung's wisdom, one promising meat for any who follow him. Apart from the Alliance lackeys, most people keep silent, but I notice several unfamiliar names among the speakers, all echoing Wang Ho, which means more than a few lords have buckled under the pressure these past days and surrendered. Then Wang Ho calls out a lord named Sun Mayo, giving him one last chance to submit before this afternoon or have his wolf cavalry trample his territory flat as an example to everyone of the fate of defying him. Sun Mayo fires back that Wang Ho goes too far, that they all started together, that there is no reason to be his dog. Wang Ho answers that the reason is simple, his fist is harder, and tells Sun Mayo to wait, that this afternoon he will be the chicken slaughtered to scare the monkeys. Then he goes quiet, the whole channel turning oppressive. Everyone understands that he means it this time, that he intends a massacre to cement himself as the regional overlord. He has already swallowed 7 or 8 surrounding lords and his strength swells like a snowball. The arena has started clearing out, I murmur to myself. This newbie zone is crueler than I imagined, the high-dimensional will granting no one the time to develop in peace. The cramped space and thin resources forcing everyone to devour each other. I have no impression of this Sun Mayo, but I can feel a real backbone in his words, and backbone is worthless against absolute strength. 15 Tier 3 wolf cavalry are enough to crush any current lord's defenses inside half an hour. Should I go save him? I shake my head. Impossible. Exposing my strength now and meeting Wang Ho head-on is the most foolish move there is, and we are separated by most of the map besides, so by the time my army arrived Sun Mayo's lord's mansion would already be rubble. Good luck, brother. The only thing I can do is mourn a man I have never met for 3 seconds. His threat is a wake-up call for me too. I glance at the upgrading mansion, then at my motley crew of slimes and cave dwellers and skeletons and lizardmen. It is time they all got an upgrade. In the territory, the peasants shuttle between fields and lumberyard. The slimes soak lazily in a puddle blowing bubbles. Everything orderly. But this is only the calm before the storm. I have to turn this place into a true war fortress before Wang Ho fully unifies the Northwest. And all my hope rests on the mansion now under upgrade. In the afternoon, Wang Ho makes good on his clamor. I sit inside the mansion watching the slow progress bar, the peasants' busy chants in my ears, and open the channel to a heavy silence. Sun Mayo's message carries despair, swearing that even if Wang Ho flattens his territory, he will never gain his submission. And Wang Ho's reply is brief and venomous, telling him 1 in the afternoon that he wants to see just how tough that backbone is. I check the time, noon. Sun Mayo's end is all but certain. I study my map again and reach the same cold judgment. My territory sits in the southeast of the zone. Wang Ho's force is entrenched in the northwest. Most of the region between us, so even if I wanted to help, it would be too little too late. He and I are strangers, and there is no reason to take a huge risk for a man I do not know. Not with my mansion mid-upgrade in the most critical window of my development, when any accident could be fatal. I mourn him in silence. I can understand his helplessness, since against an absolute power gap, courage is sometimes simply useless. At 1 in the afternoon, the channel falls dead quiet. Everyone knows the battle has begun. Across the map, Wang Ho rides at the head of 15 light-armored wolf cavalry, their sabers flashing cold in the sun, the gray wolves beneath them growling low. On his left and right ride 2 lords already bent to him, Jiang Wei and Zhou Riri, their territory's armies trailing behind, low-tier troops that to Wang Ho are only cannon fodder to wear down the enemy's defenses. Jiang Wei points ahead at a territory ringed by a wooden wall and says, Sun Mayo's holding is just there. Disdain flickers in Wang Ho's eyes as he scoffs that such weak defenses dare challenge him. Sun Mayo's territory is indeed bare, a thin wooden wall, a few low wooden arrow towers behind it, a dozen odd level 1 militia scattered inside. His main force was wiped out during the second Crimson Moon. Even his peasants gutted, leaving him no chance to develop. Wang Ho raises his saber and orders all wolf cavalry to charge, to trample it flat, and the riders howl as one, the gray wolves accelerating like loosed arrows. He then orders Jiang Wei to send his kobolds in to draw fire while Zhou Riri's archers shoot from range to suppress the arrow towers. Sun Mayo roars from the roof of his mansion for his men to fire, a tremor in his voice, and the wooden towers loose arrows that are simply too weak, sparse shafts pricking the charging wolf cavalry for negligible numbers. The riders smash through the wooden wall in a spray of chips, the kobolds and archers flooding in behind. Sun Mayo's militia raise their spears bravely to meet the charge. One spear strikes the flank of a gray wolf for a burst of damage, but the rider's saber comes down at once and hacks the militiaman to the ground. The wolf cavalry advance as through empty country, fast and brutal, the militia falling one by one, unable to resist at all, while Jiang Wei and Zhou Riri cheer Ho Young's might from behind, their kobolds and archers merely finishing off the wounded. The battle is wholly one-sided. Sun Mayo's eyes go bloodshot, and he leaps from the roof gripping a rusty short sword and charges Wang Ho, who sneers at him for overestimating himself, sidesteps the strike easily, and sends Sun Mayo flying with a swing of the saber, crashing him hard to the ground. Wang Ho tells the riders not to kill him, to keep him alive, wanting Sun Mayo to watch his own territory die. 15 minutes later it is ruins, the mansion smashed by the wolf cavalry, every resource plundered, and Wang Ho stands in the wreckage and laughs wild, declaring this the fate of opposing him. The area channel is deathly still, every lord seeing his declaration and the notice of Sun Mio's territory destroyed, fear spreading through every survivor's heart. The system announces that Lord Sun Mio has been erased due to the destruction of his territory, the words striking like a heavy hammer. Wang Ho's message refreshes fast, demanding to know who else objects, offering one chance to hand over all resources and join the alliance for a guarantee of safety, with Sun Mio held up as the example. Then he turns on me by name, asking why the one who seemed so capable has gone quiet, telling me to hurry up and surrender if I know what is good for me. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, I think. Too bad I am not that chicken. Custom building tree, please do not disappoint me. The next morning, a grand system notice sounds in my mind precisely on time and wakes me from sleep, announcing that my lord's mansion has upgraded to level 3 and that, per my choice, the exclusive custom building tree has been generated. I jolt awake, all sleepiness gone, leap off the bed without bothering to dress, and open the territory panel. The interface has changed beyond recognition. The old plain building list now a massive, intricately branching tree. Its trunk the mansion, every branch a whole new line of construction. My eyes fall first on the basic livelihood buildings. The farmhouse housing 5 peasants each. Current limit jumps straight from 10 to 30. Good heavens. Excitement surges through me. Population is productivity, and 30 farmhouses mean 150 peasants. The resource gathering rate multiplied several times over. What am I waiting for? I wave a hand, select farmhouse, max out the count, and confirm, and the moment 20 ghostly farmhouse outlines bloom across the territory with busy peasants swarming over. My sense of security detonates. Beyond the farmhouse, the limits on lumberyard, quarry, and farmland have each climbed by 2 as well. Then my gaze moves up the tree to the defense branch that matters most to me, and my breathing quickens. A stone wall sturdier than the wooden one, 30 stone per meter, 10 minutes per meter. A catapult tower hurling giant boulders for devastating area strikes. A heavy crossbow tower firing continuous bolts, deadly against light armor. A heavier crossbow tower launching massive armor-piercing bolts slow to reload but astonishing in power. I have struck it rich, truly struck it rich this time, nearly drooling at the new defensive buildings. The wooden arrow tower was already growing inadequate against Tier 2 goblin thugs, and these new towers, the area catapult and the single-target crossbows, fill its gaps perfectly. Ring the place with these big boys, wrap it in a thick stone wall, and Wang Ho's wolf cavalry would be smashed to pulp before they ever touched the foot of the wall. I force down the urge to replace everything with defense towers on the spot and keep checking the troop branch. A barracks producing 10 to 20 Tier 1 militia a week, a steady source of cannon fodder. Not bad. A slime pool recruiting Tier 1 slimes of every attribute, branching below into water droplet, mud, fire, the whole slime family bucket, and I laugh. Slimes crawl, but they are tough and high health. That mud slime alone running 105 health, higher than some Tier 2 troops, perfect mobile meat shields to plug a gate and soak damage. My eyes climb to the 2 branches glowing gold at the very top of the tree. A boar rider's nest? A Tier 3 building recruiting the boar rider weekly. 3,000 wood, 1,500 stone, 300 gold. An earth rock grotto, a Tier 3 building recruiting the rock pangolin shield guard weekly. 1,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 100 iron ore, 300 gold, Tier 3 troops, and 2 of them at once. My heart pounds. Wang Ho's wolf cavalry are Tier 3, and now I finally have my own. The boar rider is a strength-based charging unit of immense impact, the heavy tank of cavalry. The rock pangolin shield guard is a defense-based heavy infantry and thick rock scales behind giant shields, the most indestructible bastion on the field. One pure offense, one pure defense. The boar rider is the obvious answer to Wang Ho's wolf cavalry, 2 Tier 3 cavalry types, his leaning to speed and agility, mine to raw strength and impact. In a head-on clash on open plain would be genuinely hard to call. But the rock pangolin shield guard fits my turtle strategy like a glove, a wall of heavy infantry with giant shields planted in front of my carefully built tower array, and the mere thought makes my sense of security explode. Which to choose? I fall into a happy agony. Only children choose. I want them both. But Emil goes one bite at a time and buildings rise. One at a time. With Wang Ho's threat drawing near, I should build the bull rider's nest first for a mobile force to match him. Then I think again. No, meeting him head-on is the worst strategy. My edge was never proactive offense but impregnable defense. Make the turtle shell hard enough and any cavalry wolf or tiger breaks a tooth on arrival, and only once the defense system is perfected and a swarm of boar riders pushes out is the win truly. Settled. Walls first, then troops. Build the earth rock grotto first, and get my mobile great wall ready. I select the build, the system confirming 1,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 100 iron ore, and 500 gold. And I confirm. In a rush, the resources and gold that just surged from the gold mine drained by more than half, and I do not even blink. Money and resources only mean anything spent into tangible combat power. In a corner of the territory, the phantom of a massive grotto shoots up, peasants dropping their work to swarm it. a 24-hour countdown opening in my view. In the days that follow, Wang Ho uses Sun Mao's blood to crush the last hopes of every lord who still clung to a shred of luck, calling out names one after another like reading a death list. He gives a lord named Yubang 10 minutes to come out and surrender, then names Zhu Ge as next. His army circles like a flock of vultures, locking precisely onto the next prey. And against that absolute might, most lords hand over their resources in humiliation and become members of the alliance, singing his praises in the channel. There are still a few tough nuts. The system announces Lord Obin annihilated, his territory destroyed, then Lord John Dada annihilated the same way, and the string of death notices drops the channel into dead silence. Wang Ho's power swelling like a snowball, more troops folded in, his strength climbing by leaps every day. I pay the bloody storm in the channel no mind, pouring all my energy into building. As 20 fresh farmhouses spring up, my peasant count breaks 100, and many hands truly do make light work. The lumber and stone rates soaring, the warehouse numbers climbing fast, and feeding my confidence. A peasant runs over sweating to report that the earth rock grotto is done, and I rush over. In a corner of the territory, a massive rock grotto has taken shape, its mouth deep in breathing a dense earth elemental aura, the rock wall solid with power under my palm. It refreshes 6 to 12 level 3 rock pangolin shield guards a week, upgradable once the mansion hits level 4. This week's recruit's already refreshed. I rub my hands and open the recruitment screen. 10 available at 100 gold apiece. 100 gold each, truly exorbitant, I grumble. But my hands are quick, since next to the dwarf gold mine dividends this is nothing. I recruit 3 to start. 3 tall, sturdy figures emerge from the grotto's shadows, over 2 meters each, sheathed head to foot in heavy dark gray armor like rock scales. Faces hidden behind helmets but for a pair of steady eyes. Their left hands hold square shields nearly half a man's height, their right hands gripping heavy stone warhammers. Just standing there, they exude an unshakable solidity. I check their stats: health 275, strength 35, constitution 55, the rest modest, their skills shield wall, and the passive solid as a rock. 275 health, 55 constitution. I gasp. These are practically walking walls. With these 3 behemoths, my sense of security soars. While the grotto rose, the boar rider's nest, the garrison, and the slime pool finished one after another, and I spend another 180 gold to recruit 2 boar riders. They run health 225, strength 42, constitution 45, their skills charge and formation break. A touch lower in health and constitution than the shield guards, but higher in strength and agility. Pure offensive units. I recruit militia and slimes besides. And after the upgrade, I find an unexpected blueprint in the list. A bone pool, a special building that lets me throw biological corpses in for a chance to turn them into level 1 skeleton soldiers. The success rate tied to the corpse's tier and wholeness. It costs 500 wood, 800 stone, 20 rotten clay over 12 hours. Waste utilization. I like this one. It is tailor-made for me, fallen soldiers, or wild monster corpses both turned from trash into treasure. Only level 1 skeletons, but free of cost and a fresh source of cannon fodder. I build it without hesitation, and the pool bubbling green gas in the corner draws a satisfied nod. My force is strong and well-equipped. I decide to go out and drill the troops, clear the monster strongholds I could not touch before, and convert some skeletons. I have Snowsong assemble the army, and a brand new team forms fast. The rock pangolin shield guards stand at the very front, cave dwellers and militia behind, Snowsong's wolves and the boar riders on the flanks, the lizardman archers at the rear, and me strolling leisurely behind the formation. The target this time is a valley 30 kilometers west, where a pack of level 2 hyena men nest. The thing Snowsong scouted before that I took one look at and detoured around, tough-hided and high attack, a head-on rush guaranteed to bleed. But it is different now. We reach the valley, and 7 or 8 hyena men near 3 meters tall and swinging giant wooden clubs spot us and charge roaring, every step trembling the ground. I order the rock pangolin shield guards to hold the line, and the 3 of them step forward and slam their massive stone shields into the dirt to form an impenetrable wall. The front hyena man brings its club down on a shield with full force, and a loud crash rings out with flying sparks, the shield guard's body swaying only slightly, a single number floating up. 10 damage blocked. The hyena man freezes, unable to believe its hardest swing did so little. I call out that the moment has come, ordering the lizardmen to fire and the boar riders to charge. The ranged troops open up at once, arrows and ice spikes finding the hyena men's eyes and joints, and the 2 boar riders roar as their giant boars kick up like heavy tanks and slam into the formation from the side. One hyena man is knocked off its feet and thrown several meters to land lifeless. Another run clean through the belly by a boar's tusks and dropped with a scream. The whole fight is clean and swift, hardly even a hard fight. The 3 shield guards never moving from start to finish, stubbornly soaking every frontal blow. Tier 3 troops, terrifying to this extent. I nod, satisfied. With this mobile city wall, future monster clearing will be a stroll. After the were-hyena men, I lead the team through several more level 2 monster camps, seizing a fair pile of resource chests, the corpses gathered by peasants and hauled back to the territory and dropped into the bone pool, converting into a decent batch of skeletons. Before I notice it, the 20th morning has arrived. I step out of the mansion, and before I can even draw a breath of fresh air, a run of cold notices detonates in my mind. The third round of the newbie period, the Crimson Moon, begins after midnight tonight, the scale of this tide swelling again, brand new elite monsters appearing, all lords warned to prepare fully, all who fail their defense to be annihilated. My face darkens at once. Again, do they let anyone sleep? I curse under my breath, wondering why this Crimson Moon comes several times a month. Complaints aside, I dare not slack in the slightest, opening the construction list and locking onto the new defensive towers. I order stone walls ringing the territory 2 layers deep, a catapult tower at each of the 4 corners, 10 heavy crossbow tower to either side of the main gate. I issue the whole string of orders in a single breath, the resources and gold saved from days of clearing, and gold mine dividends pouring out like running water as the system asks me to confirm each consumption. Confirm all of them, confirm, 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 and this one too, confirm. Watching dozens of construction holograms spring up across the territory and hundreds of peasants rushing in with tools, my heart finally settles a little. As evening nears, the building frenzy concludes at last, and I stand on the mansion roof looking out at a wholly renewed territory, an unprecedented sense of security welling up. On the outermost ring, a thick stone wall 5 meters high has sprung up, wrapping the whole place tight, a 3-meter wooden wall behind it as the second line, dense fields of animal traps and sharp palisades between them. At the 4 corners stand 4 new catapult towers, their great throwing arms aimed at the sky. Atop the walls, 15 wooden arrow towers, 10 heavy crossbow towers, and 4 heavier crossbow towers spread into a 3-dimensional firepower net with no blind spots, covering near and far, high and low. The illumination lighthouses stand like loyal guards, waiting for night. This should be safe now, right? I murmur. These past days nearly emptied my reserves, but the unprecedented extravagance has brought unprecedented sturdiness. Just then, a private message pops up, Gang Jin asking how my preparations are coming, saying the tide is no small matter and the pressure on his side is immense. I tell him it is passable, that I can barely hold. He says good, then warns that Wang Ho has folded in nearly 20 lords and grown greatly, that this Crimson Moon is just a military parade for him, and that once he wipes out his opposition, we are his next target. I know, I answer. He tells me to take care, and we end the brief exchange. I glance at the falling sky and call Snowsong to take inventory of the troops and prepare for battle. In front of the mansion, my ragtag army has already gathered, the rock pangolin shield guards standing like mountain peaks at the front, the boar riders mounted behind them. Then come the cave dwellers, the militia, and a clutch of colorful slimes, the lizardman archers, and butterfly sprites waiting among the ranged ranks. My gaze sweeps the troops and lands on the bone pool, breathing its eerie aura. In the last few days, the monster corpses have let me convert over 30 skeleton soldiers. I send them all up onto the walls as my reserve, and order every peasant into the mansion with no one allowed out. The whole territory snaps into combat readiness, and time ticks down second by second to midnight sharp. The Crimson Moon descends. The blood-red light drowns the land a third time, the reek of blood thicker than ever before, and earth-shaking roars echo from every direction at once. A warning flashes of an ultra-large tide closing on all sides, and another that flying units are inbound. Flying units, I think. Under the lighthouse glare, the scene outside the walls turns clearly visible. The dark mass of monsters surges like a tide, the numbers far past the previous 2 times. Goblins and goblin thugs joined now by were-hyena men near 2 meters tall and elite goblins clad in crude iron armor with rusty machetes. And high in the blood-red sky, 9 dark bat-winged shapes with ferocious faces circle, screeching, their target aimed straight at the territory's central structures. The system reads them as gargoyles, Tier 2, Level 5, Health 90, their skills dive in petrified skin. Evil stone statues woken by magic, their sharp claws able to tear open a wooden roof with ease. There really is an air force, I curse. I order all arrow towers to free fire on the ground units, and the lizardman archers, Snowsong, and butterfly sprites to keep those things in the sky occupied. The orders given, war erupts. The 15 wooden arrow towers and 10 heavy crossbow towers fire first. A dense rain of arrows covering the front of the charge and drop in goblins in swathes, though the elite goblins and were-hyena men prove surprisingly durable, ordinary shafts pricking them for single digits. I order the catapult towers to smash them, and the 4 corner towers finally unleash huge stones arcing up and crashing into the densest knots of the tide. The ground shakes, gravel scattering, a terrifying number floating over the heads of the struck, and everything within 7 or 8 meters of each impact, goblin or were-hyena man alike, is wiped to a smear of bloody pulp. The might of one shot is terrifying. I call for another round, the 4 catapults firing in alternation like 4 precise callers, each throw clearing a huge gap, their rate of fire painfully slow. In the sky the battle joins too. 10 butterfly sprites turn into 10 golden blurs and swarm the 9 gargoyles, flicking around them, their short blades slicing wings and joints, the damage low but the harassment outstanding, the gargoyles roaring in fury and never catching the agile little things. 7 lizardman archers loose arrows that strike the grayish skin for crisp sounds and little effect. I tell Snowsong to throw Ice Thorn and prioritize anything tangled by the butterfly sprites, and she swings her staff, ice spikes hitting the struggling gargoyles and slowing them clean. On the ground, the tide finally reaches the stone wall, where hyena men hammering their clubs into it, the system reporting the wall's durability down 15 a blow. I glance at the damage and feel reassured at once. I order the heavy crossbows by the main gate finish their long reload. A massive bolt tears through the air and punches clean into a war hyena man's chest, the impact carrying it several meters and pinning it to the ground. An instant kill, while another is shot through the shoulder and drops screaming with over half its health gone. Beautiful. Just as I am pleased with the ground fight, the sky shifts. One gargoyle breaks free of the butterfly sprites, shrieks, and dives at a firing catapult tower, its target clear, to destroy my heavy firepower. At the critical moment, a heavy crossbow tower swings around and aims at the gargoyle already slowed by Snowsong's ice, and a volley swallows it whole, the body forced backward in the air again and again, until it cries out and breaks into stone fragments, plummeting. The threat above lifts for now, but on the ground, after heavy losses, the monsters finally breach the fragile main gate, roaring as they flood the gap. I order the rock pangolin shield guards to form a shield wall, and they march with heavy steps to block the inner wall entrance, the massive shields slamming down to form an impenetrable line. Solid as a rock triggers, a yellow-brown halo lighting beneath their feet, their bodies seeming to merge with the earth. The front where hyena men swing their clubs against the wall, and amid the deafening clang the shield wall does not move, only a pitiful single-digit number floating up. Every monster that rushed in is pinned in the narrow stretch between the two walls by this barrier, trapped with nowhere to go, living targets for the arrow and catapult towers above. I seize the moment and order the boar riders to charge, and the inner side gate opens, the boar riders roaring out to smash into the bottlenecked mass like red-hot hammers, the unstoppable impact tearing a gap in the formation. The stone wall takes the were hyena men's fury, its durability dropping but slow, and from the roof I watch the wall outlast my expectations, the clubs leaving only shallow marks. Fierce as the assault is, they cannot breach the first line, the catapults clearing huge swaths with every falling stone and easing the pressure greatly. Then a larger shadow rises from the depths of the tide. 5 enormous creatures, twice the height of a were hyena man, rough-skinned and not muscled, hauling huge clubs, the ground trembling at each step. The system reads them as ogres, Tier 3, Level 1, Health 250, Strength 50, their skills heavy strike and bloodthirsty frenzy, stupid yet powerful creatures with endless craving for food and battle. Tier 3 ogres. They charge straight at the eastern stone wall, each club strike drawing a dull heavy sound from it. The durability falls far faster than before, and I understand the wall cannot hold these long. I order the rock pangolin shield guards to prepare to engage, and the boar riders to stand by, then call through the amplification device for the catapult towers to concentrate fire and smash those ogres. The 4 catapults adjust, and send huge stones whistling at the ogres, the first striking one in the shoulder, but it only staggers and does not fall. Tough enough. The other stones follow, the ogres similarly wounded, but their momentum unbroken, and in rage, they swing faster against the wall, the durability alarm sounding without pause. I order the lizardman archers to concentrate fire on the ogres' heads, the arrows seeking eyes and mouths for precision damage. Then with a loud crash, an ogre smashes the eastern wall open, a large hole gaping. I roar at the rock pangolin shield guards to engage, and they march out through the breach in steady steps, standing shoulder to shoulder, shields planted into the ground to form an unbreakable line. The ogres charge roaring, their clubs swinging with the wind to smash against the shields, and the shield guards' bodies only tremble slightly. I exclaim in admiration at how well they hold. The ogres' attacks are fully blocked, and they grow more frenzied while the shield wall holds utterly still. I shift my gaze and order the boar riders to charge the flanks, and 2 of them roar, their giant boars kicking up dust and slamming into the ogres' sides like heavy tanks. One ogre staggers off balance under the charge skill biting deep. I command them to keep it up, and keep the ogres tied down, and the boar riders weave nimbly, striking from shifting angles, the ogres strong but too clumsy to answer the harassment. In the sky, with the butterfly sprites and ranged fire, 5 gargoyles are already down, the remaining 4 too wounded to threaten the structures. On the ground, the Tier 2 tide thins fast under the catapults and arrow towers, my militia and cave dwellers behind the wall finishing any monster slowed or hurt with their spears. This battle is easier than I imagined, I think. The Tier 3 ogres made things tense, but my Tier 3 troops performed beautifully, fully able to handle them. I remind Snowsong to manage her mana and save the ice thorns for the ogres. The ogres, blocked by the shield wall and battered by the boar riders, bleed health steadily, roaring in vain. I seize the chance and call for another round of catapult fire, and 4 more stones streak across the night and crash onto the besieged ogres, the successive impacts pulling their final wails. 1 ogre's health empties, and the massive body crashes down. Excellent. The rest soon follow under the combined assault of catapults, boar riders, and ranged fire. And when the last ogre falls, there are very few monsters left in the tide. The scattered goblins and were hyena men under my defense system like moths flying into flame. Quickly cleared. I let out a long breath and look at the breach in the eastern wall where the 3 rock pangolin shield guards still stand unmoving. This defensive power is truly reassuring. The whole perimeter is littered with corpses, dark green and dark red blood mixing into a foul stench. I order my men to take inventory of losses and clean the battlefield. The losses are even smaller than the last Crimson Moon. The shield guards barely scratched, the boar riders only lightly hurt, the only deaths 2 water droplet slimes crushed by ogres, and 1 butterfly sprite that fell during the tangle with the gargoyles. The bone pool is already full of fresh corpses, the skeleton count due for a hefty refill. I walked to the breach to inspect it and set the peasants to repairs. Larger and stronger as this Crimson Moon was, I defended with almost 0 losses. The battle over, I set the peasants to repairing the walls and dragging the scattered corpses toward the bone pool, and lean against the mansion doorframe to wait for the final tally, certain that a defense this easy locks first place. The Grand System voice echoes through the whole newbie zone, announcing the 3rd wave concluded, calculating rewards by each lord's performance, then announcing the rankings. A familiar leaderboard blooms before every survivor. First place, Lord Mbiome, clearance time 28 minutes and 45 seconds. Second, Lord Wang Ho, 29 minutes and 11 seconds. Third, Lord Gang Jin. Fourth, Lord Han Ri. Fifth, Lord Li Biwu. Sixth, Lord Wang Jangrak. Seventh, Lord Li Hyung. Eighth, Lord Jin Hado. And on down. At the very bottom, 48th, Lord Ban Soyun. Only behind by under half a minute this time. I look at Wang Ho's name clinging tight behind my own. Proof his strength is climbing just as fast, clearing this tide with similar ease. Reading further down, the whole board holds only 48 names. More than half died, I calculate. Tier 3 ogres appeared in this tide, and lords who failed to upgrade to a level 3 mansion, who never unlocked Tier 3 troops and the new towers, surely met a grim end. This newbie zone is in the middle of a brutal natural selection. The channel is dead silent, and after a long while only a few scattered messages pop up, all relief at surviving, the old clamor gone. Wang Ho does not come out to boast as usual. Perhaps he is staring at the name Mbiome behind his screen. The system begins distributing rank rewards, congratulating me on first place for the area. A blue resource chest, a random building blueprint chest, and a special item called a wolf heart. There is a special item too. My spirit lifts. I open the resource chest first. 6,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 500 iron ore, 1,000 gold. Then I turn to the wolf heart, a fist-sized heart that looks carved from ice crystal, faint blue light flowing over its surface, wisps of cold air rising off it. The system reads it as a hero-exclusive item usable by a hero with affinity for wolves, granting on use a bloodline leap and a brand new power. Hero-exclusive, affinity for wolves. I think of Snowsong at once, her talent Wolf's Whisper. I call for Snowsong and she comes from directing the wolves to move corpses. I hand her the wolf heart and tell her it is for her. She accepts the ice crystal heart and it sinks into her palm as if it had found its home. The next second she is wrapped in dense blue light, the 7 wolves beside her growling low and shrouded in the same blue glow. When the light disperses, her aura has shifted, a touch of icy cold added to her face. The wolves grown a size larger, fur turned snow white, fangs and claws frosted, their breath carrying white mist. I check her panel at once and she now stands at level 5. Her talent has become Frost Wolf Affinity, raising all attributes of her wolf-type units by 20% and adding frost damage, her summon now calling Frost Wolves instead of Wild Wolves. Her Ice Thorn become Frost Nova. This upgrade is amazing. I open the Frost Wolf stats, Health 120, Strength 22, Constitution 24, Agility 20, its skill Frostbite leaps straight from Tier 1 to Tier 2, with stats that crush the old wild wolves, and a new slowing skill besides. And Snowsong's new Frost Nova is an area spell that damages surrounding enemies, and applies a group slow, turning her from a single target control support into a powerful area mage with summons. Not bad, not bad. Very satisfied. Last I take out the random building blueprint chest, clasping my hands and muttering a quick prayer for something useful before opening it. The blueprint, Longbow Camp. I check it fast. A Tier 3 building recruiting the Tier 3 ranged unit Longbowman. 4,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 400 gold, 20-hour build. Another Tier 3 troop building. I view the Longbowmen, Health 175, Strength 29, Constitution 35. Their skills precise shot and armor-piercing arrow. Well-trained archers of extreme range and deadly precision. Nightmares for heavily armored units. The Ace for physical ranged output. My tower system runs catapults for area, heavy crossbows for light armor, and the heavier crossbows for heavy armor at a slow rate. and the longbowmen fill the gap for high-rate, high-precision, long-range single-target physical fire perfectly. With them, my firepower net climbs another level. Just as I am thrilled with the haul, a string of cold global announcements sounds in every survivor's mind without warning. The newbie trial period has entered its countdown. In 30 days, it will officially end. On its conclusion, all surviving lords will be teleported to a new world, to begin a fresh journey. The system wishes all lords good luck. I freeze. 30 days. That means only 30 days before this newbie zone closes. A strong urgency surges into my heart. The announcement sets a final deadline on this bloody gladiatorial arena, and everyone understands that in these last 30 days, to carry stronger strength and more resources into the new world, the annexations and wars between lords will turn unspeakably brutal and insane. Wang Ho will stop at nothing to consolidate the whole area in this window. The decisive battle is coming. I look at my well-equipped territory, at the blueprints just won, and the flames in my eyes burn brighter. It is just resources. We will earn them back after we spend them. I confirm the longbow camp, 4,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 400 gold, then turn back to the defensive tower list. 4 more catapult towers, 10 more heavy crossbow towers, 4 more heavier crossbows. The resources just won and barely warmed spend away like flowing water, and I feel no ache at all. In these final 30 days, only by turning every resource into strength can a man survive to the end and witness that new world. I order everyone to get moving, my voice echoing over the brightly lit territory. On the morning of the 25th day, the area channel detonates. Wang Ho calls out Li Baiwu, accusing him of stealing his thunder in the Crimson Moon, offering him a chance to bring his soldiers, kowtow and swear allegiance, in exchange for his life. The whole channel goes silent a moment. Li Baiwu, the name rings a bell, a man who steadily ranks in the top few every Crimson Moon settlement, plainly a ruthless one keeping a low profile. Having swallowed a wide swath of surrounding lords, Wang Ho has finally set his sights on the other tough nut in the area. Jiang Wei and Zhou Riri jump out at once to cheer, one telling Li Biwu to take the chance Ho Young is offering, one sneering that his little savings would not fill Ho Young's teeth. After about a minute of silence, a new ID speaks. Li Baiwu tells Wang Ho he wants him for a dog, asks whether he is even worthy, and dares him to bring his pack of huskies and learn what a hunter is. Then he addresses everyone, warning that Wang Ho has wolf-like ambition and means to swallow them all as stepping stones to the new world, calling all who will resist to gather at his place and slay this mad dog together. Wang Zhongrak answers to count him in, long sick of Wang Ho. Li Xiang answers that he is coming too, that he would rather gamble than be eaten one by one. Jin Heido agrees, urging everyone to unite, asking how Wang Ho can fight them all. Several lords ranked just behind Li Biwu answer one after another, and the whole channel churns, splitting clearly into 2 camps. Wang Ho, enraged by the sudden resistance, orders every alliance member to target Li Biwu and crush him, to teach these fools who the real boss of the area is. War is imminent. I watch the cursing match with interest, grabbing a roasted wild fruit and stuffing it in my mouth. Dogs biting dogs, all covered in fur. Fight, the louder the better. Then a private message from Gangjin pops up asking whether I saw it. I tell him I did, that it is a live broadcast. He says Li Biwo's side has reached out hoping we will join, and asks what I think. I tap my fingers on the screen. I tell him I understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold, that if Wang Ho really consolidates Li Biwu and the rest, we are next. He asks whether I mean we should join. I answer that joining is certain, but how we join is the technical matter. I stand and pace the doorway. Send the main force to clash head-on with Wang Ho, the stupidest approach. Even winning, my troops and Gangjins would come out badly weakened, and then forget Wang Ho, any lower lord who skipped the war could swoop in to pick up the scraps. When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits, and I have no wish to be the foolish clam. We definitely go to the main battlefield, I tell Gangjin, but we cannot stake everything on it. We need a trick. How so, he asks. Divide the forces, I answer. Our 2 factions split our troops in 2. One part, the one he leads, mostly slow infantry, forms an imposing army of justice and marches grandly toward Li Baiwu's territory to rendezvous. That force is for Wang Ho to see and for Li Baiwu to see, to wave flags, boost morale, and pull everyone's attention. He asks what becomes of our main force then. I tell him the main force is mine to lead, every highly mobile unit gathered, and that we skip the main road, circle around, and strike straight for Wang Ho's home base. Gang Jin is silent a long while, then says a raid on the home base is risky, that the territory must be heavily defended, that our small force might not manage. I ask who said anything about attacking his own territory, and smile. Wang Ho has mobilized his entire force, I point out, and his newly folded in vassal lords have surely brought out their troops too, leaving their home bases at their most vulnerable right now. He asks whether I mean to hit the vassal territories. I confirm it, a move like besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, or better, besieging Wang to rescue Li, and tell him we target the die-hard lackeys, Jiang Wei and Zhou Riri first. While Wang Ho fights Li Biwo on the front, I tell him, he suddenly gets word of a fire in his backyard, and then what does he do? Gang Jin grasps it instantly, answering that Wang Ho either splits his forces to reinforce or eats the cost of his rear resource points destroyed and his allies collapsing, and that either way we profit. I tell him he is teachable. He says in a more serious tone that the plan carries great risk, that if my surprise force gets entangled with Wang Ho's main army, the consequences would be unimaginable. I answer that this is exactly why we need speed, that this unit is all about velocity, hit and run, never a drawn-out fight. It works like a pack of wolves rushing a sheep pen, biting down a few of the fattest and pulling back at once to find the next target. He agrees to do it and says he will start assembling now. I remind him that his force must put on a big show, that it is best if he can rope in a few lords who have not taken sides, telling them we go to support Li Baiwu and asking them to contribute troops to pad the numbers. He understands and calls it a performance. The call ended. I begin deploying. In the territory, the longbow camp and the new round of towers are long finished. I shout at the tall stone figures that all rock, pangolin shield guards are going on a long trip with old gang next door, to think of it as a vacation. I tell the militia, cave dwellers, slimes, lizard man archers and the like, to come along and fill the numbers, to protect themselves and not die on the charge. I assign most of the slow infantry to Gangxian's sightseeing group and gather an elite raiding party for myself. Arrangements made, I message him again that I have handed him my toughest big guys, the few tier 3 monsters, and he had better take good care of them, that if one dies he owes me 200 gold. He answers with silence. Half an hour later, two completely different armies depart their territories. In the southeast of the newbie zone, a mixed multi-race force marches grandly toward Li Baiwu's holding in the northwest. On the other side of the area, inside a dense jungle, I lead a lean squad that vanishes into the shadows like phantoms in the night. Our target aimed dead at the weakest heartland of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. I ask my brothers whether they are ready to get rich, and the boar riders snort their excitement. The mantis stalks the cicada, never minding the oriole behind it. Wang Ho's declaration whips up a huge wave in the channel, and Li Baiwu's furious rebuke pushes it to a peak. The Alliance lackeys clamoring, the lords against Wang Ho answering one after another. The whole area torn into two opposing torrents. Wang Ho leaves Li Baiwu a parting message that he is dead for sure, then shuts off communication. He stands before his territory. Behind him, dense ranks of troops, over 30 light-armored wolf cavalry lined neat, their gray wolves growling low. On the wolf cavalry's flanks stands an entirely new unit, 11 agile cavalrymen in leather caps and armor, with scimitars and short bows. Their horses not as fierce as the gray wolves, but high in stamina and decent in speed. These are the Nomads, a tier 3 unit Wang Ho unlocked through his upgraded mansion and custom tree, masters of mounted archery and harassment, perfect flank raiders. Zhang Wei comes over with a fawning smile to tell Ho Hyun that the brat Li Biwu is truly ungrateful. Behind him, near 100 kobold warriors and lizardman archers along with the tier 2 hyena men he has lately recruited. Wang Ho snorts that the ingrate will soon learn the price of offending him, his eyes on the map marker, Li Baiwu's territory in the northwest. Not far but screened by several other lords' domains. He waves a great hand and orders the whole army to advance on Li Baiwu's territory, and the massive force sets out. At the same time, within Li Baiwu's holding, the air is just as tense. Over a dozen lords gathered with their troops, several of them ranked high on the board. One lord roars that the mad dog actually dares to come. Li Baiwu stands before his mansion and says that since everyone chose to resist, they cannot back down. Behind him, 10 strange creatures float, fully translucent, human upper bodies on cylindrical lower halves, glowing faint blue. His trump card unit, the tier 3 air elementals, pure magical constructs without flesh, specialists in melee and disruption. A lord named Li Hyang, respectably ranked last Crimson Moon and not to be underestimated, warns that Wang Ho has quite a force, that besides the wolf cavalry he now fields a new tier 3 light cavalry, the Nomads, mounted archers. Li Biwu answers that Wang Ho has cavalry while they have air support, and points at the air elementals overhead. The two armies meet at the border in the northwest. Several scattered resource points there, the focus of contention for both. Wang Ho gives the order to kill, and the wolf cavalry and Nomads plunge into Li Baiwu's front line like two sharp arrows. Li Baiwu orders the air elementals to engage, sending them at the wolf cavalry, blades doing little to the bodiless things while their massive wind-laden fists hammer the riders. The Nomads work the periphery, firing short bows to harass the ranged units. The two sides trading blows and fierce fighting over the resource points. Fewer in number, Li Baiwu's forces barely withstand the offensive thanks to the air elemental's aerial edge and his allies' coordination. But Wang Ho's troop superiority slowly tells. Several resource points captured in the small clashes, each lost point feeding his strength further. One of Li Baiwu's allies says they cannot let this go on, or they will be devoured. And another adds that Wang Ho means to swallow them step by step. Wang Ho's next move confirms it. Rather than tangle with the main force, he turns his spearhead at the weaker lord among Li Baiwu's allies, Zhu Ge. Joe Riri points excitedly that Jugei's territory is right ahead, that the man is a forest tribe member whose fortifications are just wooden stakes, sure to collapse in one charge. Jogei's territory sits at the edge of a dense forest, his mansion a treehouse of giant logs ringed by a wooden palisade, crude wooden arrow towers hidden among the treetops behind it, vine-entangled traps too, defenses unique to forest tribe lords. His troops are not bad either, his strongest the tier 3 treat warrior, slow-moving but decent in attack and defense. Li Baiwu gets the news and at once organizes his allies to reinforce. He grits that Wang Ho's move is ruthless, meant to catch them off guard, and orders the whole army to turn and rush to aid Jogei. Wang Ho's army soon reaches the outskirts of Jogei's territory. Through a metal megaphone, Wang Ho shouts that he gives Jugei one last chance to surrender and hand over the territory and have his life spared. Jugei answers that Wang Ho can dream on, that he would rather die than bow his head to someone like him. Wang Ho sneers at the ingrate and orders the wolf cavalry to charge and the nomads to flank from both sides and suppress the archers, while Jugei calls his treant warriors to stand by and his woodland archers to fire freely. The wolf cavalry's charge is unstoppable, but Jogei's defenses are tougher than Wang Ho expected. Several hidden vine traps trip in gray wolves and breaking the charge's momentum. Woodland archers loosing from treehouse and arrow towers, few in number but striking the riders' weak points with precision. Damn it, they have traps too, Wang Ho curses. His cannon fodder troops smash their weapons against the wooden palisade until it creaks and several gaps open, the wolf cavalry and nomads surging through. Air elementals, tie up the wolf cavalry, Li Baiwu orders, arriving with the reinforcements. The elementals rushing in first, their incorporeal bodies shrugging off the riders' blades, while their wind pressure and fists hinder the charge. The nomads use their mounted archery to keep harassing Li Baiwu's ranged units, and both sides fall into a chaotic melee inside Jugei's territory. His treant warriors join the attack, their massive bodies blocking the alliance troops, their huge fists slamming into the enemy with the weight of trees. Wang Ho says the tier 3 treants are indeed tough, his expression grim at the troops they have stalled, and he orders his ranged units to concentrate fire on the treant warriors. The two sides lock into an intense battle of offense and defense, and though the wolf cavalry and nomads are highly mobile, Jugei's forest terrain limits them while Li Baiwu's air elementals harass relentlessly from the air, denying Wang Ho any clean breakthrough. The fighting runs late into the night. Jogei's territory is already a wreck, several large holes in the palisade, several arrow towers in ruins, the treehouse mansion riddled and ready to collapse. His forces passed half their losses. Li Baiwu and his allies pay a price too, several lords suffering heavy troop losses, but Wang Ho's offensive is completely halted. Jiang Wei wipes the sweat from his forehead and tells Ho Hyung that it is getting late and the brothers are tired. His own troops badly mauled. Wang Ho looks at the dilapidated territory, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, never having expected Jogei's defense to be this tenacious. At last he gives the order to make camp on the spot, to leave the necessary guards while everyone else rests here, and to attack again at first light. His army sets up camp outside Jugei's territory, torchlight lighting the night sky, while Li Biwu and his allies count their casualties inside the shattered walls. The night runs deep, and the jungle has swallowed every scrap of light. My raid squad makes a temporary camp in the thick of the forest, and after pushing through a belt of thorns, the whole team looks worn down. I tell them in a low voice to rest, to hold position for 2 hours. Snow Song settles against a wide tree with several frost wolves lying close, their heads up and their eyes still working the dark. The boar riders simply drop where they stand and start snoring loud enough to shake the leaves. Little Gold circles my head once and lands on my shoulder, fanning its small wings. I dig a strip of roasted meat from my storage space, tear off a piece and hand it up to Little Gold, who clutches it and starts nibbling. I tell it that it has worked hard and that the next job is even more important. I point northwest, toward Wang Ho's territory, and tell it to fly over and scout the home base, to count the defenses and the troops stationed there, and above all to stay unseen. Little Gold nods hard, swallows the meat in a gulp, and melts into the night. I close my eyes and run the possibilities through my head while I wait. Half an hour later, that familiar flutter returns, and Little Gold lands chattering and gesturing. I frown as I follow the description. So Wang Ho's main territory is not lightly held. The little one nods and drops to the ground, scratching crude pictures in the dirt with its claws, telling me he kept a fair stack of Tier 1 and Tier 2 troops at home, and sketching out how many arrow towers and walls ring the place. Arrogant as he is, Wang Ho was not fool enough to leave his own house empty. A direct assault on his main territory would cost too much even in victory, which runs flat against my whole way of playing. The most benefit for the least cost, always. So I ask Little Gold about the vassal lords instead. It lifts off, circles, and points in 2 directions, and I learn it scouted those holdings too. I am genuinely surprised, and it puffs out its little chest proud of itself. The 2 territories belong to Bang He and Joe Riri, and both stand nearly bare of troops. Defense is far flimsier than Wang Ho's base. I remember both names from the area channel, 2 loyal lapdogs of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, who never missed a chance to cheer their master. Bully the weak, fear the strong, squeeze the soft persimmons first. My lips curl. I will start with those two. I have Gangjin's centaur troops, my snow song and her frost wolves, my boar riders, and little gold the sides, a force built for speed and sudden violence. Against an empty city with walls but no garrison, breaking through is no trouble at all. I decide to let the squad rest until dawn, then strike before the sky lightens. First I message Gangjin straight to the point, telling him my scouting here is done. He asks fast what the situation is. I tell him Wang Ho's home base is a hard nut, but his two lackeys Bang He and Zhou Riri are sitting on empty cities. And I relay what little gold turned up. He goes quiet a beat, then asks whether I mean to raid their home bases. I confirm it, telling him that at dawn I will lead the raid force straight at Bang He's and Zhou Riri's territories. He says the timing is deliberate, and I tell him of course it is. Wang Ho is locked in a brutal fight with Li Biwu right now. So the moment I move here and the word reaches his ranks, his vassal lords will panic to run home, their backyards on fire and their morale crumbling. Wang Ho himself will start fearing for his own territory until his whole formation falls into chaos. Then Li Biwu and the others can wheel around and chase him down, and his losses will run deep. Gang Jin is silent again, then says the plan is ruthless, and asks whether I can truly take down those two territories on my end. I answer with full confidence that cleaning up an empty city or two is no great problem. He agrees that he trusts me and that he will do his best to pin Wang Ho's main force, and keep the pressure on. We settle it and end the call. Then I send the same brief to Li Biwu, telling him I am leading troops to raid Bang He's and Zhou Riri's holdings, that once Wang Ho's rear takes a hit his line will waver, and that he should seize the chance to counterattack. After a moment Li Biwu replies that he understands, that he will coordinate, and that he hopes we pull it off. I look at my sleeping troops. This fight decides the fate of the whole region, though I am not playing the hero, only buying myself a steadier place to grow. Wang Ho loves to put on a show. I want to see whether he can keep grinning once his backyard goes up in flames. The east is already turning pale. Dawn is coming. I call the team to assemble. Snow Song is on her feet at once, the frost wolves rising alert. The boar riders yawning and rubbing their eyes before they climb onto their giant boars. The centaurs forming up quick. I give the order to move out, and the squad shoots into the forest like an arrow off the string, silent and fast, headed dead for Bang He's territory. That is it? I look at the scene in front of me and almost laugh out loud. On the south side of the territory, several wide gaps gape in the wooden wall, never repaired, and the defensive towers that should be standing are nothing but scorched wreckage. Best of all, two goblins lean against the gatepost drooling in their sleep, taking turns at the loud snoring. This man truly treats Wang Ho like his own father, certain that hugging a strong leg means safety enough to abandon his home. Down the road I will never use goblins to mind a gate, since these greenskins are far too unreliable. I do not even bother with a strategy. I order the boar riders to charge straight in and smash the Lord's mansion. They roar with delight, their boars kicking up dust as they thunder at the two dreaming goblins, who turn to corpses before they can scream. The noise finally wakes the territory, sharp cries of enemy attack ringing out as a dozen odd goblins stumble from their corners waving weapons. But they are facing my elite squad. Snow Song taps her staff, and the frost wolves leap into the enemy ranks like white lightning, every bite trailing a sheet of frost that drags their movements to a crawl, while Gang Jin's centaurs swing in on the flank. It cannot even be called a fight, only a one-sided clearing, all resistance wiped out in under 5 minutes. The boar riders reach the front of the Lord's mansion, their tusks slamming into the wooden frame, and the already rotten structure groans and crashes down in a heap. The system announces that Lord Bang He has been eliminated, his territory destroyed. One down, and I tell the squad to pack up for Zhou Riri next. The troops pause only to clean the ground before turning for the next target. As we close on Zhou Riri's holding, though, the sounds of fierce fighting and bursting magic drift over from ahead. Someone is stealing my business. I raise an eyebrow and push the pace. We round a small grove, Zhou Riri's territory comes into view, and I freeze. Her outer defenses lie in ruins, plainly under assault. But the attackers belong to neither Wang Ho nor Li Biwu. They are a force I have never seen. More than a dozen creatures with the graceful upper bodies of women and lower halves of blue serpentails are lashing the defenders with whips of flowing water, the system reading them as Tier 3 water elementals. On their flanks, some 20 hellhounds, jet black with red light burning in their eyes, dart back and forth, and overhead more than a dozen butterfly sprites circle, colored and a little larger than little gold. Behind the main force, a clutch of short, stout woodland slingshooters heave stones deep into the territory. Zhou Riri has not folded easily. Her outer line is breached, but around the Lord's mansion she has thrown up a fresh ring of stone wall, and at its four corners squat half-height bunkers, their dark muzzles spitting fire and smoke. In front of them, several swamp mud monsters, foul-smelling things that look like walking sludge, hold off the water elementals and hellhounds. The mud monsters move slowly but are absurdly tough, the water whips only denting them, the hellhounds unable to bite anything that matters. 2 hellhound corpses already lie in the open ground before the bunkers, though the mud monsters' numbers keep falling too. The commander of that force notices me arrive, an ordinary-looking young man who throws up a hand to halt the attack, every unit turning as one to face me warily. He shouts to know who I am, asking whether I am reinforcement from the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. I call back that I am here to tear their house down and give my name and area. At the name, the young man pauses, then surprise spreads over his face. He says so it is me, that he has heard plenty about me, and drops his guard, introducing himself as Han Ri, his goal the same as mine, to bring trouble to that fellow Wang Ho. Han Ri, the man who steadily holds a top spot on the Crimson Moon board and has never said a single word in the channel. I realize at once that I am not the only one who thought of sneaking into the enemy's backline. I chuckle that I am clearly not the only smart one here, and he smiles back, agreeing that with Wang Ho and Li Biwu trading blows on the front, someone has to tidy up the rear. He proposes we join forces and finish this lackey Zhou Riri first, and I nod without hesitation, telling him that is exactly what I came for. Han Ri points at the 4 firearm bunkers and warns that Zhou Riri is trickier than that trash Bang He, that the bunkers carry real power and cost him some hellhounds already. I have seen as much. The bunker guns can wound Tier 2 hellhounds, which means they would chew through my Tier 3 boar riders just as well. I tell him a straight charge is suicide, that we have to knock out those iron turtles first, and he agrees on the spot. I glance from his stone throwers to my own centaur archers and lay out a staged plan. His woodland sling shooters and my centaur archers focus fire on one bunker at a time. His water elementals and my boar riders feint a frontal push to draw the fire and open a window for our ranged units. Snowsong holds her frost wolves and her spells in reserve, ready to support and to clear the mud monsters first. Han Ri likes it and signals to begin. After a short breather, the assault resumes. At our joined command, Han Ri's water elementals twist their serpentine tails forward, and my boar riders roar in from the other side, both lines surging at the inner defenses. The firearm bunkers open up at once, raining shot across the chargers, and one boar rider takes several rounds in the thigh, his mount stumbling and his momentum gutted. The water elementals weave their watery bodies through most of the fire and reach the wall, where the swamp mud monsters lurch up and plaster themselves on. I order the ranged units to fire on the front left bunker, and arrows and stones whistle in together, each hit setting the structure trembling and cracking its face. Seeing the water elementals tangled in the mud monsters, I call for Snowsong's Frost Nova. She raises her staff and a visible cold mist spreads from her, the ice blue halo sweeping the field, and cresting the already sluggish mud monsters in frost. Now is the time. I send the frost wolves in, and they pounce from the side, claws and teeth tearing at the mud monsters whose tough hides finally start to bleed health. Under the steady focus fire, the front left bunker can take no more and collapses into rubble. I roar that the gap is open and send everyone charging through. Han Ri's hellhounds, long impatient, pour in first, my boar riders and centaurs hard behind, the main gate shattering as the fight ends. The system announces Lord Zhou Riri eliminated, her territory destroyed. In the early morning, Wang Ho's massive army has already gathered outside the ravaged ruins of Zhu Gei's territory, a chilling pressure hanging in the air. He draws his long saber and points it forward, telling his brothers that yesterday the brat Zhou Gei used the terrain to cost them a small loss, and that today everyone will see how futile struggle is against absolute strength. Flatten the place, kill Zhu Gei, take Li Biwu alive. Jiang Wei leads the cheer, praising Ho Young's might, and the Heavenly Wolf Alliance behind him roars in answer. Over 30 wolf cavalry and 11 nomads packing into a sharp arrowhead, waiting only on the word. Just as Wang Ho is about to order the charge, a pale lord comes scrambling up from the rear of the formation. It is Bang He, trembling head to foot, crying out to Ho Hyung that something terrible has happened. Wang Ho frowns and asks what the panic is, whether the sky has fallen. Bang He nearly drops to his knees, gasping that his territory is under attack, that his lord's mansion is taking a fierce assault and the durability is plunging. The noisy crowd falls dead silent, every gaze locking onto him, and the lords who were lately forced into the alliance, who hauled all their wealth out to this war, go bloodless in the face. One asks anxiously who is attacking, and Bang He, close to tears, says he does not know, that he left only a few goblins to guard the place and they cannot hold it all. Wang Ho's expression turns ugly. Jiang Wei curses that it has to be Li Baiwu's crowd, too gutless to fight head-on, sending raiders to burn homes instead, despicable to the core. Unrest ripples through the ranks. Lords begin asking whether they should send people back to check, one fretting that his territory sits close to Bang He's. Wang Ho roars at them all to shut up. He is about to speak when a cold system notice sounds in every mind at once, announcing that Lord Bang He has been erased, his territory destroyed. As the words fade, Bang He, still weeping before Wang Ho, turns transparent and dissolves in a flash of light. Not a single hair left. Everyone watches a living man vanish into thin air. After a beat of dead silence, the ranks explode. One lord wails that he was actually erased. Another collapses and bolts for home. A third shouts that they all have to go back since with their homes gone there is nothing left to fight for. A fourth threatens to quit the alliance on the spot if Wang Ho will not release them. The lords who cowered before him minutes ago now turn bloodshot eyes on him. Territory is the root, and once the root is being dug up, no one cares about being an overlord. Wang Ho's face goes ashen, having never expected the enemy to tear a lord's mansion straight down. Just then a stir arises from Zhuge's ruins too, where Li Biwu, Gang Jin, and the rest have heard the same announcement. Gang Jin cannot help a quiet word of praise. Li Biwu's spirits leap, and he orders his army gathered, declaring that with a fire in his backyard, Wang Ho's morale is shaken, that this is the moment to charge out and run him down. The resistance roars to life, troops assembling fast to pour out of the ruins and crush their enemy. On Wang Ho's side, it has already dissolved into chaos, the man's lungs near to bursting at the lords clamoring to go home. Jiang Wei leans close and urges him in a low voice not to panic, that breaking now plays straight into the enemy's hands. Jiang Wei's own territory is well kept, ringed with towers and a strong garrison, so he is not worried for himself. He argues that the raid only proves the enemy cannot win head-on, that yesterday the resistance was nearly crushed behind their walls, and would fare far worse in the open. Retreating now, he says, would hand them the initiative and bleed the army dry on a fighting withdrawal. A cruel glint enters his eyes. He says they should ignore the rear, that 1 or 2 dead lords mean nothing, that once Li Biwu's main force is gone, they can track down the raiders and own the whole district. The fierce light kindles in Wang Ho's eyes. He glances at his clamoring lords, then at Li Biwu's forces assembling in the distance, and suddenly raises his saber, his voice drowning the noise. He demands whether they will really retreat in shame, just because their homes were touched, says the enemy is mocking them as cowards behind their backs, and orders the charge, promising to take back what was lost 10-fold and 100-fold once they win. Anyone who flinches and shakes the morale will be executed without mercy. His wolf cavalry and nomads answer without a flicker of doubt, and a few lords who trust their own defenses chime in too, while the rest, pinned under his presence and the bare blade of his threat, fall in line with grim faces. Wang Ho takes the lead, the torrent of wolf cavalry smashing into Li Biwu's forces just as they spill from the ruins. Li Biwu is stunned. He came out to beat a drowned dog and ran headlong into a maddened tiger, hardly able to believe Wang Ho would abandon his home entirely. The vanguards collide with no buffer at all, the wolf cavalry erupting with savage power, all their pent-up rage in their sabers, and Li Biwu's army, caught flat-footed, breaks into disorder at once. It was a hasty alliance to begin with, weaker in strength and far weaker in coordination, and yesterday only Zhuge's fortifications kept it standing. On open flat ground, its flaws lie bare. Li Biwu shouts for his air elementals to tangle the wolf cavalry and hold the line, but the alliance simply has too many bodies. One lord, watching his troops cut down like vegetables, cracks first and tries to pull his survivors off the field, and his flight sets off a chain reaction. 2 more lords wheeling their forces around to run. The whole front line of the alliance disintegrates in an instant. Li Biwu curses them for trash, but it is far too late to save anything. Wang Ho drives his troops in pursuit like a madman, the routed allies casting off armor and weapons as they scatter, several lords slipping away in the chaos for good. Li Biwu, Gang Jin, and the others can only fight a desperate rearguard, covering the remnants back into Zhuge's already broken territory. This time the ruins cannot shelter them. Wang Ho's army smashes the last line and swallows the whole place, and the system announces that Lord Zhuge has been erased, his territory destroyed. Wang Ho stands on the wreckage of the Lord's mansion and laughs wild, calling out that Li Biwu is next. He is on the verge of ordering the chase when another cold notice rolls across the field, announcing that Lord Zhou Riri has been erased, her territory destroyed. The laughter stops dead. Wang Ho's head snaps toward his own ranks, where Zhou Riri, standing beside Jiang Wei, suddenly stiffens, lets out a short scream, and bursts into motes of light. Silence falls instantly. If Bang Hei's death only scared the vassals, Zhou Riri's lands like a hammer on the heart of every alliance member, because she was Wang Ho's right hand, a core of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, and even her territory has been taken. Then what about the rest of us? Fear spreads unchecked. One lord wails that his holding sits right beside Zhou Riri's, and now no one fears Wang Ho's threats anymore. Every coerced lord turning to him with something close to pleading. If they do not leave now, the alliance truly comes apart. Wang Ho looks at his collapsing army, then in the direction Li Biwu and the others vanished, his face the color of pig liver. He won the frontal battle and lost the entire rear. He lets out a roar of helpless fury, then orders a full retreat to defend, and the once imposing host falls back like a pack of beaten dogs. Zhou Riri's lord's mansion crashes down into countless points of light, the system once more announcing her annihilation. Another core member of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance gone. I dust off my hands and call it done. Han Ri walks over and tells me my reputation is well earned, that working with me is effortless. I return the courtesy, praising how cleanly his water elemental and hellhound combination ran. We set our subordinates to clearing the field, and then a private message pings. It is from Gang Jin, short, and the content sinks my heart. He writes that he cannot hold on, that Wang Ho is a lunatic ignoring the rear entirely, and fighting them to the death with his main force. Li Biwu's alliance has been crushed, and Zhuge is dead, they are retreating in pieces, and Wang Ho's army is turning back to defend. I need to pull out immediately. The smile drops off my face, I look up at Han Ri and tell him something is wrong. He stops and asks what. I say plainly that Wang Ho won, that he ignored us, broke through Li Biwu's forces, and is leading his army back. Han Ri's face goes serious too, and he strokes his chin and paces a couple of steps before saying that means we scram. Fast. Exactly. Wang Ho must be boiling now, and running into him would not end well, so we retreat at once, find a hole to hide in, and wait the storm out. Makes sense. Han Ri nods and asks where we should fall back to, whether we might meet somewhere and look out for each other. As he speaks, he drifts 2 steps back toward his own troops, the movement smooth as if rehearsed 100 times. I am about to suggest that splitting up makes us smaller targets when I see Han Ri has already backed up next to his hellhounds. I get one word out before he flips up and straddles the largest of them, and the beast bolts forward with no warm-up, 4 paws ripping at the ground. He shouts to his troops to pack up and go home, and his water elementals, hellhounds, and woodland slingshooters turn and flee in perfect sync, as if the quitting bell just rang. In a blink, his whole force rushes into the woods and vanishes, only a parting voice riding the wind, telling me until we meet again. I stand frozen, stunned. What kind of maneuver was that? I finally react and curse out loud that this guy said he was leaving and just left. No goodbye at all. I understand now that Han Ri never meant to work with me past this one fight. Snow Song steps up and asks softly what we should do. I wave a hand. What are we waiting for? Run. Are we going to sit here until Wang Ho gets back and treats us to a meal? If we linger, I am the one left holding the blame. I order the troops to assemble and plunge into the sea of forest. Wang Ho leads the Heavenly Wolf Alliance back like a low black cloud, the whole march silent, the air pressing down hard. Bang Hei's and Zhou Riri's deaths sit on every chest like 2 mountains, and the coerced lords most of all regret hauling their wealth out, having gained nothing on the front and standing now to lose their homes too. One finally cannot hold it and asks Jiang Wei in a small frightened voice whether their territories will be all right. Jiang Wei, the only favorite left at Wang Ho's side, snorts coldly that there is nothing to fear, that if the raiders succeeded, they have surely already fled, and that they will simply rebuild on getting home. He says it, but even he does not believe it. The enemy force is too strange, striking the weak and slipping away. None of the bearing of masters, yet brutally effective. When they finally reach home, only the 2 lonely ruins of Bang Hei's and Zhou Riri's holdings remain, the raiders long gone. Wang Ho stands before Zhou Riri's wreckage, his face dark enough to drip water. He won, and it feels like he won nothing. He beat Li Baiwu and killed Zhou Ge and proved on the main battlefield who the king of this area is, and yet his 2 allies were pulled up by the roots like radishes. It is like punching cotton, no purchase for his strength, and the frustration is enormous. The great war the whole zone had braced for ends in a way no one foresaw. In the area channel, after a long silence, the chatter starts again. Wang Zhongrak speaks first, groveling, saying he was wrong to follow that idiot Li Biwu and begging Ho Hyung to take him into the alliance with all his forces. His message is the first domino. Li Hyung follows, claiming he was confused and pleading to be spared since he never truly harmed the alliance. Jin Hado piles on, hailing Ho Young's might and long-standing wish to join. Familiar names that cheered Li Baiwu an hour ago now scramble to swear loyalty to Wang Ho, because his reckless charge scattered the alliance, and the survivors who saw his strength and his madness would rather surrender early than be hunted down one by one. Jiang Wei tells them they finally know what is good for them, that Ho Hyung is generous enough to let them reform. Then Wang Ho posts his own line, addressing Li Baiyu, Ganjin, me, and everyone else who still refuses to bend. He tells us to wait, that once he finishes consolidating Here We Are Next, that he will teach us what it means to have no escape in heaven or on earth. For a moment, the whole zone fills with dread. Wang Ho's army comes home in an eerie hush, having set out grand and returned beaten like a flock of whipped roosters. He stands before the smoking ruins of Zhou Riri's territory, saying nothing, the lords behind him pale and looking away, each afraid he is next. Jiang Wei edges up and tries to lift the mood, insisting they won, that Li Biwu's rabble is crippled, and Zhou Ge is dead, that they are the final victors. Wang Ho ignores him, staring at the charred corpse of a hellhound in the rubble. He repeats the word "won" back at him, soft enough to make Jiang Wei shiver, and asks how losing 2 of his allies counts as winning. Jiang Wei dares not answer. A lord works up the nerve to ask what comes next, whether they pursue Li Baiwu's remnants. Wang Ho sneers that Li Baiwu is a crippled dog who can be crushed any time, that the real problem is the rat in the gutter that dared to bite them. He scans the crowd, all of them struck dumb, and gives his orders. The army rests, the wounded are settled, the dead are dealt with, and once he drags that rat into the open, he will close the account with Li Baiwu. He understands clearly that until he handles the home-raiding menace, the alliance morale will never steady, since no one will risk the front knowing his base might be ransacked behind him. Just then, the long quiet area channel flickers, and a message drops into every survivor's view. It is from me, asking Wang Ho whether his backyard got lively, whether the fighting out there was fun. The channel goes silent at once, every lurking lord certain they misread it, because in the very hour Wang Ho returns radiating power and everyone else rushes to kowtow, Someone has dared to bait him outright, and that someone is me, the very man he vowed to kill. Before they can recover, I post again, thanking his two friends Bang Hae and Joe Riri, noting their territory resources were quite good if a little light on gold, and suggesting he remind the next ones to save more. If the first line was a poke, the second is an open slap. I add that after all that effort he managed to kill only Joe Gay while losing 2 core members, that his business sense is terrible, his return on investment negative, and that if I were his father I would break both his legs. I tell him to stop resting and hurry his dog-tired troops over here, that I am waiting, and to mind where he steps when he arrives, since I just used his money to build a few new things. The string of messages lands like a row of slaps across Wang Ho and the whole Heavenly Wolf Alliance, and the channel erupts. Wang Jangrak gasps that I must be insane. Li Hang wonders aloud whether I am declaring war on purpose. Jin Hato says if I want to die there are better ways than handing myself over as a target. The lords who just surrendered are stunned, unable to make sense of the move. Wang Ho clenches his fists until the veins stand out, his chest heaving, his eyes bloodshot, forcing my name through his teeth. Jiang Wei reacts first, hurrying to warn Ho Young not to fall for the trap, that I am only trying to enrage him. The troops just finished a major battle and need rest most of all, he says, and I want to drag them here exhausted to break themselves on a territory built like an iron barrel. He talks until his mouth runs dry. Wang Ho throws the word rest back at him, wheeling around with a gaze that chills Jiang Wei's spine, and asks whether Jiang Wei really expects him to rest while a man curses him to his face. If he swallows this today, he says, the whole zone will decide that Wang Ho fears me. He shoves Jiang Wei aside, grabs the great metal megaphone, and calls every alliance member to order. His roar drowns the camp. He commands them to abandon the rest, to assemble the whole army and march southeast on my territory. He does not care how tired or sleepy they are, that today they will crawl to the foot of my walls if they have to, that he will twist off my head himself and grind my territory to dust. The lords who just set down their weapons to breathe stand dumbfounded. A few beg him to think twice, saying the brothers truly cannot go on, that marching now is suicide. He draws his saber and lays the blade against one speaker's neck, telling them whoever says another word goes to join Bang Hae right now, and the cold edge silences the man. Under his half-crazed coercion, the spent army can only grumble back into ranks, turn, and trudge toward my territory. At Li Baiwu's hiding spot, he stares at my channel messages, speechless a long while. A lord beside him murmurs whether I am truly fearless or sitting on some trump card they do not know. Li Baiwu shakes his head, his expression complicated, and says I am not fearless, that I am spending my own life to buy time for all of them. Once Wang Ho's army rested, it would recover inside 3 days, and then these scattered remnants would be picked off one at a time. But now Wang Ho, baited past reason, drags a worn army against a well-prepared fortress, and whatever the outcome, his forces bleed further, while the rest of them gain the most precious thing of all, room to breathe. Li Biwu orders his people to repair fortifications and recruit hard, saying they owe me a life. In Gangjin's territory, he reads my messages and sighs, then sends me a private line calling me crazy, and another thanking me and telling me to hold on, that he will come help once he recovers. Inside my own walls, I glance at his message, smile, and do not reply. I am too busy running flat out. A peasant jogs up sweating to report that the resources seized from Bang Hae and Joe Riri are all counted. 12,000 wood, 8,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, and 3,200 gold. Good. I open the construction list, since I did not fight that hard to let plunder rot in the warehouse. I order 8 more catapult towers, telling the system the 4 corners are not enough and to fill every empty spot. I order 6 more heavy crossbow towers at the main gate, so the wolf cavalry never even get close. I order repeater crossbow towers, raising 12 of them to fill every open slot, until the sky over the place is a no-fly zone. The system asks me to confirm each one, and I confirm and confirm again. And in a few minutes, the 3,000-odd gold and most of the warehouse drain away. I feel no regret at all. Across the territory, over 100 peasants rush at the ghostly blueprints with their tools, and the whole place turns into one vast construction site. Then I run to the longbow camp and recruit this week's 12 longbowmen, then to the boar rider's nest in the Earthrock Grotto, telling them to recruit every available unit, and the same at the refugee camp and the mushroom house, whatever they have. Take it all. I spend my last coin. When it is done, I let out a breath, climb onto the thick stone wall, and look out at a territory bristling like a porcupine, a pride I have never felt before rising in my chest. I gaze northwest, almost able to see Wang Ho's furious face. I murmur for him to come on already. My stage is set. Wang Ho's army drags its weary legs down the dirt road southeast, every coerced lord's face full of resentment and unease. The ranks are terrifyingly oppressive, nothing but the heavy tramp of feet and the friction of armor. One lord pleads to Jiang Wei with a mournful face that the brothers truly cannot walk, that they fought from yesterday into today with not even a hot meal, and now a forced march on top of it. Jiang Wei snaps at him to shut his mouth, or Ho Hyung will use him to raise the flag first, and the lord flinches quiet, though the despair in his eyes spreads to the men around him. Imposing as it looks, this great army is hollow, strong on the outside and rotten within. Hundreds of kilometers from the battlefield, deep in a forest, Henri sits atop a hellhound idly reading the area channel, the look of a man who loves watching trouble brew on his face. He marvels that I am truly reckless, that I provoked Wang Ho on purpose, as if afraid he would not come to kill me. A water elemental beside him twists its tail and gurgles. He pats its head and says he knows that I am buying them time, but the price is too high that betting one's own life to stall Wang Ho is not worth it. Not at all. To a pragmatist who fights only when he can win and runs when he cannot, my move is simply beyond him. He tells the elemental to stop watching, that the excitement belongs to us and his life belongs to him, and closes the channel to study his map. Wang Ho will be hunting them across the whole world now, so this forest is not safe, and they need a better hole. His eyes settle on a patch of deep green in the northwest corner of the map, the Black Swamp. He decides on it, since the godforsaken place has more mosquitoes than people, and Wang Ho's men will be too lazy to comb it. At his word, the troops change course. The swamp lives up to its name. The moment they enter, a stench of rot and mud hits them hard enough to gag. The ground full of mud pits that swallow half a leg at a wrong step. Pale duckweed riding the dark green water. Here and there a few white bones showing through. Henri tells everyone to stick close and watch their footing, his hellhounds scouting ahead on their sharp noses, while the water elementals glide through the muck like fish in a pond. A hellhound stops and growls low at a murky stretch of water, and the next second, 3 black pythons thick as water barrels burst out, jaws gaping at the lead hound, the system reading them as Tier 2 blackwater giant pythons. Henri's eyes go cold, and without an order, 2 water elementals rush in, water whips lashing the snakes until they writhe and thrash and fling mud everywhere, while other hellhounds dart from the flanks, claws and teeth opening bloody gashes in the thick scales. The woodland sling shooters in the rear whip stones at the pythons' heads to daze them, and inside 3 minutes the 3 giant snakes are corpses sinking into the mud. Henri orders the bodies fished out, the skin and gallbladders both useful materials, though the wind cost 1 wounded hellhound and a good deal of the elemental's energy. He curses the place as a pitfall at every step and pushes on. The deeper they go, the stranger it grows. The rot in the air fades into a cold damp. Fog rises from nowhere and crushes visibility past 10 meters, and the trees twist into bizarre shapes, bare black branches clawing at the sky. The hellhounds clearing the path turn restless, whimpering and unwilling to advance. Henri frowns, drops off his mount, and walks to the very front, pushing through the last thin mist until the sight ahead halts him cold. In the center of the swamp lies a patch of relatively dry black land, and at its heart a broken black spire stands in silence. It is built of some black stone, its surface weathered and carved with strange spiral patterns, its tips snapped off, cracks running its length with dark green vines crawling out of the fissures. The system reads it as an unknown ancient ruin and warns that an unknown energy field permeates the area, danger level extremely high. Henri's heart skips, since high risk usually means high reward. He steps closer, studying the spire, its entrance tightly sealed. The door carved with a massive eyeball made of countless twisting tentacles, a pattern that makes the head swim just to look at. He licks his lips, his eyes blazing, certain there has to be something good in here, thinking that a special troop-building blueprint or a hero-exclusive item, even one of them, would let him leave Wang Ho and me in the dust over the next 30 days. He wonders whether to go in. The instant the thought rises, he crushes it. He looks at his troops in poor shape and at the extremely high danger reading and decides it is too risky. He had survived this long by keeping others in front of him whenever things turn bad. His water elementals lose most of their edge in a sealed ruin. His hellhounds are too few besides, and worst of all, he has no idea what waits inside. So if it is a trap, his whole stake would not cover the loss. Forcing in now would be a reckless gamble. Win and take the spoils, lose and end up in the dirt. And Henri does not gamble. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, he tells himself. And good things will not run off just for being left a while. Safety first. He takes a blank animal hide map and a charcoal stick from his storage and sketches the terrain in careful detail, marking the spire with a large red cross, then leaves marks only he can read on several nearby trees. He calls it done, putting the map away and giving the ominous spire one last look, promising to come back for it once he has gathered more troops. He turns, mounts his hellhound, and waves the army back toward a small hill east of the swamp to sun themselves and watch the show. On the way, he opens the area channel again, still dead quiet, which means Wang Ho's army has not reached my territory yet. He wonders just how thick I built my turtle shell and hopes I hold out a while, since the longer I last, the more Wang Ho bleeds and the more scraps he gets to pick up. Wang Ho's army finally arrives. Dragging their leaden legs around the last hill, they stop dead. Ahead, a ferocious war fortress crouches quiet on the horizon. Its outermost ring a thick stone wall 5 meters high, riddled with black firing holes. The outline of a second wooden wall behind it. At the 4 corners and out on the open ground stand tall catapult towers, throwing arms pointed at the sky, and along the ramparts a dense forest of heavy crossbows, repeater crossbows, and wooden arrow towers layers up into a thicket of death. One lord asks in a shaking voice whether this is really my territory. Another marvels that I hollowed out an entire mine in a few days. A third just calls it a fortress. The coerced lords lose the last color in their faces, looking from their pitiful cannon fodder to the fortress armed to the teeth, and find only despair. How do they fight this with their bare heads? Jiang Wei swallows hard and edges up to Wang Ho, saying the defense is a bit exaggerated and the troops are tired, suggesting they camp first and plan for the long haul. Wang Ho echoes the word camp, his voice calm but the madness in his eyes chilling Jiang Wei's spine. He stares at the fortress as if to devour it, saying his people were killed by me, his face trampled under my feet, and now Jiang Wei tells him to camp. He turns on the frightened lords behind him and asks whether they are scared, calls them trash for fearing a turtle shell, swears nobody leaves today and that he will kill anyone who takes a step back. He levels his saber at one shaking lord and orders him to take his soldiers in charge in first. The lord's face goes ashen and he protests that his men are only going to their deaths. That is exactly right, Wang Ho grins. Their deaths to fill my traps with their bodies and exhaust my arrow towers. And he orders every vassal troop forward, promising to settle accounts first with whoever lags. Under the naked death threat, the lords have no choice but to steel themselves and drive their cannon fodder at my territory. Kobolds and goblins and slimes and skeletons converging into a messy torrent that shouts toward the silent fortress. I stand atop the stone wall watching the surging crowd below. What a spectacular scene of suicide, I think, and good enough humor to crack a joke that Wang Ho is a master at running a pyramid scheme. I raise a hand, my voice carrying the length of the wall. I order all wooden arrow towers and repeater crossbow towers to aim at the charging formation and fire freely without conserving a single shaft. The catapult towers are to fire alternately on my command and smash them, and the heavy crossbow towers to ignore the fodder and focus the Tier 3 troops. The orders go out one after another, and this war machine finally begins to run on my will. The arrow towers and repeater crossbows fire first, a dense rain falling from the sky and swallowing the front ranks. Whole knots of goblins and kobolds shot into hedgehogs and screaming down before they cover 100 meters, the torrent stalling as if it struck an invisible wall. Then the catapult towers open up, great stones whistling over the cannon fodder and crashing accurately into Wang Ho's elite in the rear. Wang Ho is steering the wolf cavalry for an opening on the flank when he hears the tearing in the air above, and changes color, shouting to scatter. Too late, a stone slams the edge of the formation and flings several riders back with a chunk of health gone. The nomads take the same blow on their side, the light cavalry forced to dodge endlessly on mobility alone. A heavy crossbow tower releases its bolt, and a maneuvering wolf cavalryman shudders as an armor-piercing shaft punches through his chest and carries him off his wolf. Wang Ho watches his elite take losses from ranged fire before they can even engage, his eyes going red, and roars for everyone to charge the wall where the ranged attacks will be useless. Driven by the combat supervisors, the cannon fodder step over their comrades' corpses and press on, finally reaching the base of the stone wall. What greets them is not victory but a deeper pit of despair. I call the rock pangolin shield guards to form up, and the 10 newly recruited giants step forward and slam their huge stone shields into the ground, sealing the gate behind an impenetrable wall of stone. Then I call the longbowmen to fire overhead, and the freshly recruited archers loosen a high arc that sails over the shield wall and lands precisely among the enemy crammed outside. An elite Tier 2 goblin raises its weapon at the wall, and a long arrow drops through the top of its skull, the longbowmen shooting armor-piercing shafts. Trapped between advance and retreat, the cannon fodder become live targets for the wall-top towers and the longbowmen behind, corpses stacking layer on layer. The battle turns to one-sided slaughter, Wang Ho's fodder taking over 1,000 casualties without even scratching the first wall. He trembles with rage, cursing them all for trash, and then he sees the thing that will haunt him. A crack opens in my gate, and dozens of peasants, escorted by a few skeleton soldiers, rush out with ropes and grappling hooks. They are not here to fight. They hook the freshly fallen bodies and drag them back inside. Fast, Jiang Wei looks puzzled and asks whether they are cleaning the battlefield, and Wang Ho frowns with a sudden foreboding. He soon learns what it is. Inside my walls, beside a pool bubbling green, the dragged-in bodies go into it. One by one, the water churns, and new skeleton soldiers crawl out with soul fire in their sockets, pick up weapons, climb the wall, and join the line. A kobold shot dead a moment ago is hauled away, thrown in the pool, and within minutes stands on my rampart as a skeleton stabbing a bone spear, made from its comrade's bones, down at another kobold. The whole battlefield falls dead silent. Everyone has watched it. A lord's voice trembles uncontrollably as he asks what that is. Another whispers that I am a devil. A third wails that their soldiers have to fight for me even after death, asking how anyone fights a war like this. Fear spreads like plague through Wang Ho's host. The vassals' troops collapse outright. No will left to fight once they see their fallen comrades turn to skeletons on my wall, and they throw down their weapons and flee. Wang Ho frantically swings his saber and cuts down a few deserters, but he cannot stop the front line caving in. I stand on the wall watching the farce. The bone pool is a fine thing, I think, the conversion rate a touch low, and the output only Tier 1 skeletons. But free cannon fodder, what more could anyone want? I look at the exasperated Wang Ho, then at my pool still churning out skeletons, and tell him to take his time filling it. That today I will show him what it means for a force to grow stronger the more it fights. Wang Ho watches the fodder retreat like a tide, his eyes near bursting. The lords he forced into this fleeing in terror from a fortress that looks like a meat grinder. Their morale shattered the instant they saw their dead turned against them. Several gather around him crying that they cannot fight, that the man is a devil, that their men keep dying while his keep growing, begging to retreat first. Wang Ho spins on the word retreat, his crimson eyes sweeping them, demanding who dares say it again, and the icy killing intent silences them. A bunch of trash that does not even count as cannon fodder, he rasps. If they die, they die. The real battle starts now. He shoves Jiang Wei from his path and raises his saber high at the fortress, calling the elite of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance to order, ordering the wolf cavalry and nomads to charge with him, swearing he will use my skull for a bull. The 30-plus wolf cavalry and 11 nomads are his true core, his greatest reliance for ruling the newbie zone, and they roar bloodthirsty at his word without hesitation. Jiang Wei makes a final attempt, warning the troops are too tired and a direct charge will cost dearly, and Wang Ho kicks him aside and points the saber forward to order the kill. Wolf howls roll across the field as the cavalry become streaks of gray lightning charging head-on, the nomads spreading to the flanks, superb riders loosing arrows at full gallop to harass the wall towers, their speed too high for ordinary wooden arrow towers to lock. I watch the Tier 3 cavalry charge, and my face finally turns a shade more serious. Finally, something decent. I tell Snowsong to ready herself, and she grips her staff tight, the frost wolves growling low. I order the heavy crossbow towers to free fire and break the charging rhythm, the mechanisms booming one after another, giant bolts tearing across the charge path. One rider hauls his reins and his wolf rears to dodge by a hair, but another takes a bolt clean through the thigh and falls screaming to be trampled by his own line. Though the charge's momentum holds, they disperse no longer bunched, meaning to hit the stone wall from several sides at once, since if they reach it, the wolves leaping and the rider's strength would carry them onto the ramparts to butcher my ranged units. The lead rider's close to under 50 meters. Now is the time. A smile curves my lips and I snap my fingers, telling them to taste our specialty. The ground beneath the dozen frontmost wolf cavalry collapses without warning, the riders crying out as their wolves pitch forward into shallow disguised traps floored with a thick layer of pungent black sludge. The asphalt trap, a special defensive structure my custom building tree unlocked at level 3 mansion. The wolves' paws sink as if into swamp, the sticky tar binding their limbs and killing the speed they prided themselves on. One rider whips his mount in a frenzy, but the wolf only roars and struggles and sinks deeper, and the riders behind try to wheel away far too late, trap after trap triggering in a chain. Wang Ho watches his trump card stall helpless dozens of meters from the wall. I call for Snowsong, and she raises her staff as ice blue energy bursts from her center. Frost nova sweeping the field and crusting every trapped rider in frost. The black asphalt freezing over thick, the wolves and riders coated in crystals, and slowed further. Slow stacked on slow, tormented twice over. I give the final verdict, ordering all repeater crossbow towers to a saturation barrage to pin them, and the 10 towers swing onto the frozen targets and pour bolts like a downpour, blanketing the whole area. Dense damage numbers erupt over the riders' heads. 25, 28, 25, screams rising and falling. One wolf cavalryman taking over a dozen bolts in seconds, until both man and wolf are emptied. The field has become a one-sided slaughterhouse, and Wang Ho roars in despair as his elite are massacred before his eyes. A side gate opens, and dozens of giant boars rush out carrying their riders. My boar riders. Our turn. They aim straight at the riders trapped near the edge, who have not lost all mobility, activating their skills, their boars accelerating like rampaging trucks to smash into the formation. A wolf cavalryman fighting free of a trap is struck flat from the side and lifted off the ground, spitting blood in the air and dead on landing. The charge is a devastating blow to the slowed units. Wang Ho's heart bleeds. These the Tier 3 wolf cavalry he assembled with mountains of resource and gold, now slaughtered like chickens by traps and towers. He finally breaks, roaring hoarse for a retreat, knowing that staying means losing the little foundation he has left. The surviving wolf cavalry and nomads flee as if pardoned, not even daring to look at their comrades' corpses. I do not order a pursuit, since one does not chase a cornered enemy, and my boar riders are too few to risk it. I stand quiet on the wall watching the army fall back like stray dogs and camp under a hillside several kilometers off. Only ruin remains on the field. Over 10 wolf cavalry and nomad corpses sprawled in the black asphalt. A gruesome sight. I tell my men calmly to clean it up and drag every corpse to the bone pool. I glance at my own troops. My side took almost no losses, while Wang Ho lost nearly a third of his core elite. This battle has broken his backbone. Wang Ho's army camps at the foot of a hill, a few kilometers away, less a camp than a temporary kennel for a pack of beaten curs. Under the firelight, every face is etched with exhaustion and terror, every trace of the old arrogance gone. One lord holds his head over his meager survivors, near tears, Another goes straight at Jiang Wei, pointing in his face, and cursing that he promised meat for following Ho. Hyung and all his men turned into skeletons on the enemy wall. Jiang Wei shoves him off, ashen, snapping that every battle has casualties, and he should blame his own useless troops, and the camp dissolves into accusations and curses and wails, these forcibly bound lords finally tearing off their masks in defeat. Then Wang Ho pulls back the tent flap and steps out, changed into clean clothes, the madness gone from his face and replaced by a terrifying calm. The noisy camp falls silent. He ignores the clamoring lords, his gaze settling on Jiang Wei and the few who still have fighting strength, and asks whether they all think he lost. No one dares answer. He says a coward who only knows how to hide in a turtle shell, leaning on traps and cheap tricks, got lucky in one skirmish and that scared them witless. He points toward my territory, noting his walls are high and his towers many, but asking how many of them saw my troops charge out, because I dare not, my strength only enough to defend my home. He tells them that if they just surround the place, I am a dead man, unable to mine or chop wood, eventually starved out. The few lords trade glances, half convinced. Jiang Wei asks what they do now, since they cannot just stall here. Of course they will not, Wang Ho answers, and he names Jiang Wei and 7 other lords whose strength trails only his own, among them Sun Ge and Ma Dong. He tells the 8 of them to stay, set up a frontline camp, and watch me like hawks, not to attack but to keep my men from stepping out 1 inch. They exchange glances and nod fast, the task far safer than charging in to die. Then Wang Ho turns to the rest, his voice rising, telling them to stop looking miserable, that he is giving them a chance to redeem themselves. He unrolls a beast skin map, the other directions ringed in red beside the southeast corner where I sit, saying I am not the only stubborn nut in the area, that a few others think they can stay safe in their corners. He tells them to follow him, full of temptation, to plunder all the others' resources and troops and territory, to use their gold for stronger soldiers and their corpses to swell the cannon fodder. Every man comes home with his numbers doubled, he promises. And then my turtle shell shatters with 1 kick. It must be said his speech is inflammatory. The lords in despair a moment ago, hearing there are soft targets to crush and resources and land to take, watch their fear curdle into greed. Better to go bully someone else than to stall here against the devil. The camp's morale reignites, one crowing that he has long been annoyed by the sissy in the west who raises elves, and soon Wang Ho's main force marches out again, this time hunting the other fat sheep scattered across the region. On the hillside, only the 8 lords' troops remain, plus some forcibly retained fodder, forming a loose ring. From the stone wall I see it all. Snow Song reminds me they left troops and pitched camp outside our territory. I see it, I wave, untroubled. A few watchdogs trying to pen me at home. Naive. Wang Ho is not entirely stupid. Knowing he cannot chew a tough bone, he goes for soft food first and comes back for revenge once he is full. But this suits me too. It gives me time to develop. I walk down off the wall into the bustle of construction. My mood excellent, peasants patching the breaches, and a team scooping wolf cavalry corpses out of the asphalt trap. Fresh skeletons lining up beside the bone pool to take their posts. A militiaman reports the war spoils tallied, and I open my panel to plan the next step. Driving Wang Ho off yielded a windfall, and more than that, a precious window of quiet. My eyes fall on the 8 lords' camp outside. Left behind as cannon fodder, they must be deeply unwilling, and unstable morale is an opening I can use. Night deepens, the construction never stopping under the illumination lighthouse, busy figures everywhere. I stand on the mansion roof watching the line of enemy fires on the distant hill, and a prompt sounds. A private message from an anonymous ID waits quietly. It says he wants to live. It says we can talk. Interesting, I think, leaning against the crenellations. I have only just driven Wang Ho off, and already one of the watchdogs he left behind is plotting betrayal. Without me lifting a finger, this so-called Heavenly Wolf Alliance is already crumbling from within. I am in no hurry to reply, knowing well that whoever speaks first in a thing like this loses the upper hand, and I watch idly as the peasants drag the last wolf cavalry corpse into the bone pool, the green bubbles churning all the merrier. After a full 10 minutes, I open the message and answer with 3 words, telling him to prove his sincerity. Then I pay it no more attention and walk down off the wall. The bait is cast. Now it is only a question of whether the fish is smart enough and bold enough to take the hook. On the other side, Wang Ho leads his remaining army northwest at speed, every lord in the column keeping his head down for fear of his temper. In his mind, the scene of his crushing defeat under my walls plays over and over, alongside something he noticed earlier in the ruins of Joe-Riri's territory. Among the corpses of her troops lay the remains of monsters that were never under her command. 2 charred bodies whose features were ruined, but whose bone structure and pitch-black claws he would never mistake. Hellhounds. And in the whole newbie zone, only one man fields an organized unit of them. Han Ri, the one quietly piling up wealth on the board who never spoke a word in the public channel. So it was him, Wang Ho realizes, his fists cracking. He is certain now that I delivered the open provocation while Han Ri was the knife in the back that took Joe-Riri's base. He orders the whole army to pivot, target Han Ri, swearing that bastard dared to touch his people and will vomit back everything he swallowed with interest. Hearing they are hitting Hanri instead of the hopeless fight against me, the terrified lords find their spirits lift at once, certain that however strong Hanri is, he cannot have fortified his territory into an iron tortoise like mine, since robbing is always easier than siege. Greed drives the army's morale strangely up and its marching speed with it. Hanri's territory sits on high ground, easy to defend and hard to take. When Wang Ho's host arrives outside the walls, Hanri is directing some woodland slingshooters to shore up the base of a tower, and he stands on the rampart and shouts down, unafraid, asking why a man who got nowhere against me has come to his desolate place. Wang Ho points his blade at him, telling him to stop pretending, that today they settle the score for the ambush on his ally. Hanri throws the word ambush back, all innocence, saying a man can eat as he pleases but should not speak as he pleases, that he has always kept to himself and will not be smeared. Snarling that he is still arguing, Wang Ho orders the charge. To flatten the place, whoever grabs the spoils keeps them. Under great reward there are always brave men, and the alliance fodder roars and charges Hanri's territory. Hanri calls it truly unreasonable and waves a light hand. Inside the walls, water elementals twist their tails and gurgle, and hellhounds bare their teeth in low growls, and the battle erupts. Wang Ho soon learns he was wrong again. Hanri's territory lacks my exaggerated defenses, but is trickier for it, and after a full day of furious attacks, his troops not only fail to breach it, but leave another 100 corpses behind. As night falls, Wang Ho, his face ashen, sounds the retreat. A lord says with lingering fear that the Hanri boy is too strange and they are bleeding too much. He is only leaning on the terrain, Wang Ho grits. Certain Hanri took heavy losses too and is barely holding, and passes the order for the whole army to rest and attack together at dawn, to pile up human lives until he is crushed. His bloodshot eyes give the death order, and the host camps outside the walls and lights its fires for tomorrow's decisive battle. Late in the quiet night, inside his territory, Hanri looks at his own exhausted troops in the nearly empty warehouse and purses his lips. Fight them to the death. What a joke. He walks to the front of the lord's mansion and lays his palm on the cold main door. Activating his SS rank talent, Golden Cicada sheds its shell. The moment the words leave him, the impossible happens. The great lord's mansion glows soft, its whole outline turning illusory, then folds and shrinks as if a complex paper model were being flattened into a two-dimensional card by an invisible hand. Hanri beckons, and the shimmering golden card flies into his grip, reading as a building card for his level 3 lord's mansion. He does the same to the barracks, the warehouse, the defensive towers, every core building, turning each into a card and storing it away. And the once bustling territory stands empty in a few minutes. Only the trampled ground left. He tells his troops to clean up and prepare to move, and leaves them into a secret tunnel dug long ago beneath the mansion. He even takes the leisure to fashion a few crooked scarecrows from dry grass and rags in the center of the open space. The next morning, the horns of the decisive battle sound, and Wang Ho takes the lead, guiding an army seething with pent-up rage at Hanri's territory like an avalanche. This time, the offensive runs unnervingly smooth, the outer fences toppling at a push, every imagined trap and resistance simply absent. Wang Ho laughs in delight that Hanri truly could not hold, and the army advances unimpeded straight to the core of the territory. Then everyone freezes. Before them lies a stretch of flat ground so empty it breeds panic. No lord's mansion, no towers, not a single stone or piece of wood, only a few scarecrows standing lonely in the morning breeze as if mocking them in silence. A sharp-eyed wolf cavalryman spots a wooden sign hung on one scarecrow's chest, spurs his horse forward, and reads it out loud. The sign mocks them, telling them they are fools, that he can fly. Wang Ho feels a sudden sweetness rise in his throat. His vision goes black, and a mouthful of blood sprays out across the back of the wolf he rides. Humiliation, fury, suffocation. Countless feelings detonate in his chest like magma. From the high spirits of uniting the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, to being stubbornly resisted by Li Baiwu's forces, to being beaten bloody on my turtle shell, and finally to being toyed with like this by Hanri, Wang Ho's nerves snap clean through. The world drains of color and leaves only a blank void. The lords crowd around in terror, crying out to Ho Young, only to see their alliance leader sway and then collapse straight down, unconscious. I am directing the peasants to keep raising defensive towers when a private message from Gangjin comes through. He asks how things are going on my end, says he heard I beat Wang Ho back. I tell him pretty much that Wang Ho hit a dead end, chipped a few teeth, and is slinking away now. He asks whether the man actually ran. I tell him Wang Ho left 8 lords behind with some odd troops to ring me in, that I do not know where his main force went, and I ask whether it did not turn up at his place. Gangjin goes quiet a moment, seeming to check, then answers that no large force from the Heavenly Wolf Alliance has shown on his border patrols. I tell him to send the centaurs scouting far out and see if Wang Ho is hiding nearby, and he says he will arrange it at once. I close the call and open the other unread message. It is from that anonymous ID. He writes that his sincerity is to help me wipe out the 8 lords ringing me in. I ask whether he means by himself. He answers fast this time, that there are 3 of them, that they have all had their fill of Wang Ho, and that if I am willing to cooperate they can strike from inside and out and erase the unit. No problem at all. 3 of them, and I run the math. 8 lords outside, and if 3 defect, the enemy strength drops by nearly half. With my troops and gangjins added, the battle turns winnable. But it could be a trap. Wang Ho is not the sharpest tool in the shed, yet what if some clever advisor stands at his shoulder? He could be sending these 3 to lure me out of the city, while the main army waits in some corner to fall on both sides once we have bled each other thin. Old tactic, very practical. I do not agree and I do not refuse. I need Gang Jin's word on where Wang Ho's main force actually is before I move. While I wait, I am not idle, putting the peasants to digging asphalt traps in every open patch the territory has left. About another hour passes before Gang Jin's message lands. His people are back, the centaurs fast enough to sweep the whole area around our territories, and they did not turn up so much as a single wolf hair. Wang Ho's main force is not in his region, and the message settles me. Wang Ho either never came this way or he went somewhere else entirely. I tell Gang Jin about the anonymous person, and lay out my worry, that I suspect a trick, that Wang Ho might be tucked away nearby waiting for me to take the bait. He says it is possible, and asks for my plan. I tell him I need a favor. He should leave enough defenders on his own end, then bring an elite unit and slip quietly toward my location. He asks what comes after that. I tell him we wait and do nothing, that if Wang Ho really has an ambush he cannot hold it forever, and if he does not, then we join the 3 moles inside and wipe out the whole outside force in one stroke. At that moment, Gang Jin hits their rear by surprise while I charge out the front, and with 3 traitors loose in the camp, these lords could sprout wings and still not escape. Gang Jin falls silent again. The plan is bold. I will give myself that, swallowing the entire force Wang Ho left behind. After a long while he answers that it is good, that we will do it, and he goes off to gather troops at once. I am about to contact the anonymous person and start arranging things when a cold system announcement drops into every survivor's mind without warning. It announces that in our newbie zone, a lord named Ban Charang has been obliterated, his territory destroyed. Ban Charang, the name rings faintly. I remember a Ban Soyun from earlier in the area channel, one of Wang Ho's staunch lackeys. Back when Wang Ho was consolidating the Heavenly Wolf Alliance and Li Baiwo stood up to resist, Ban Soyun was jumping up and down in the channel, tagging one man and badgering him to surrender. That man was Ban Shirong, Ban Soyun's own biological brother, told to stop being foolish and quickly abandon the darkness for the Alliance as the only way out. Ban Shirang's reply had been flat and final. He cursed Ban Soyun for a dog who forgot his roots, who sold his integrity just to live, and swore that he would die in battle before colluding with Wang Ho. The little brotherly betrayal stirred the channel at the time, some admiring his backbone, others mocking him for not knowing what was good for him. And now Ban Charang could not hold on after all. I open the map and find the rough spot where Ban Charang's territory had been. It sits a long way from mine. Wang Ho's main force had actually run that far off. And just like that, every doubt dissolves. Wang Ho's main force is conquering far away, in no position to ambush near my walls. The anonymous ID is not bait. They genuinely mean to rebel. A turtle in a jar. I look at the enemy camps outside the city and message Gang Jin at once, telling him the plan has changed. He sends back a single question mark. I tell him not to come quietly but to come openly, to bring his troops and rush over at top speed, that Wang Ho's main force is to the northwest and we need not worry about any ambush. This time I want Wang Ho to learn what it means to lose both the wife and the soldiers. Then I contact the anonymous person again, telling him I agree to the proposal, that my reinforcements are on the way, that he should wait for my signal and start making trouble inside the camp the moment it sounds. He writes back gladly that they await my news. With all of it arranged, I walk out onto the high stone wall. The night wind blows, the distant enemy camp showing scattered lights, and it is as if I can already see a grand fireworks display about to bloom out there. Under the night sky, the hillside lies deathly still. The 8 lords Wang Ho forcibly detained huddle inside their camp. Their leader, Wang Zhongrak, paces back and forth, agitated. He had figured on a share of the spoils and instead drew the miserable task of standing guard. And worse, the thing he has to guard is that monster in Biam. Then a slight commotion runs along the camp's edge. Wang Zhongrak shouts, "Who goes there?" And a kobold on watch comes scrambling back, his voice trembling, crying that it is bad, that it is Gang Jin's troops. Wang Zhongrak's heart skips. He rushes the watchtower beside the camp and looks into the distance. And under the moonlight, an army of real size approaches from the west, banners flying clear, Gang Jin's force at its head. They make no effort to hide, appearing openly below the hillside and sealing the only retreat route. Wang Zhongrak's palms go wet. Imbiam is in the west, Gang Jin in the east, and they are completely surrounded. He urgently orders someone to report to Ho Hyung, but the words barely fall before a flight of arrows whips in from afar and drops the few scouts who have just bolted from camp. Gang Jin's centaur archers have sealed every exit. Inside, the other 7 lords catch on and crowd around Wang Zhongrak. A lord named Songae asks in a panic what they do now that they are surrounded. Wang Zhongrak forces himself calm and tells them not to panic, that Gang Jin's forces are only so-so, that if all 8 families combine they might still break out. He orders everyone to assemble at once and prepare to punch east, knowing full well that charging at Imbiam is no different from courting death. Chaos reigns, the various lords' troops gathering toward the center. A lord named Yudong, bringing his few dozen shield and sword soldiers, drifts slowly towards Sun Ge's flank, and Sun Ge, busy steering his own troops, never notices the danger behind him. Yudong hisses to the two confidants at his side to do it. The other two defecting lords, Sun Gang and Ma Ri. The next second, Yudong's shield and sword soldiers wheel and hack their steel into Sun Ge's unprepared archers. Blood spraying, screams erupting. Sun Ge spins back, shocked and furious, demanding what Yudong is doing, and the answer is a cold strike and the word killing. In the other two corners of the camp, Sun Gang and Ma Ri strike the same instant, each leading their troops to stab their nominal allies in the back. The whole camp detonates. Loyalty and betrayal, slaughter and wailing turn the temporary camp into a living hell. On my wall, a malicious soldier on watch shouts in delight that they are fighting among themselves. I nod, pick up a giant metal megaphone, and call down toward the camp that it is dinner time. The heavy gate that once brought Wang Ho despair grinds slowly open. The first thing out is a dense sea of skeleton soldiers, transformed from Heavenly Wolf Alliance cannon fodder, charging fearless at the camp already in disarray. Behind the skeleton sea comes my true trump card. The rock pangolin shield guards forming an unbreakable moving wall, advancing steady. The longbowmen follow behind the shields, loosing deadly armor-piercing arrows into the enemy. Snowsong rides a frost wolf, her staff flickering with ice blue light. And out on the far flank, giant boars grunt in excitement, carrying their masters ready to tear the enemy lines open at a word. The fight on the hillside boils over. Wang Zhongrak never dreamed 3 moles sat in his own ranks. His plan of 8 families joined turns in an instant into 5 against 5, and ambushed at that. His eyes go bloodshot as he screams at Yudong, Sun Gang, and Ma Ri that they are traitors, that Ho Hyung will not let them go, driving his own troops into a frantic counterattack. He still has a fair number of Tier 2 soldiers and several Tier 3, so for a while he trades blows back and forth with Yudong's force. But then my army arrives. The skeleton sea at the very front swallows the outer defense line of Wang Zhongrak's troops whole. I tell Snowsong to give them a little cooling off, and she taps her staff, the frost nova spreading an ice blue halo across the chaotic field. Every unit caught in it crusting with frost, their movements stalling. I ordered the boar riders to scatter them, and they crash into Wang Zhongrak's flank like beasts loosed from a cage, tearing a huge gap in the line he had just managed to organize. Yudong seizes the moment and hits from behind, telling Wang Zhongrak his time to die has come. Besieged front and back, Wang Zhongrak looks at the towering rock pangolin shield guards before him, and the longbowmen raining cold arrows from behind the shield wall, his eyes filling with despair. He knows he is finished. On the other side, Gangjin's troops press up from the hillside and cut off any chance of escape. The battle turns to a thorough massacre. Sun Ge, Ma Dong, and the other 2 lords loyal to Wang Ho are engulfed by the chaotic army under the 3 forces' encirclement, unable to organize even a decent resistance. In the end, only Wang Zhongrak remains, fighting a desperate rearguard with his last personal guards. He roars at me across the field that I should fight him one-on-one if I have the guts. I pick my ear. I ask him what era he thinks this is, whether he takes this for the romance of the 3 kingdoms. I wave a hand at the longbow captain beside me and tell him to focus fire on the one who talks too much. Over a dozen armor-piercing arrows blanket the spot where Wang Zhongrak stands. He lets out a last roar of unwillingness, his body pierced through with long shafts, and falls heavily to the ground. The field is a mess. The peasants rush up to clear it, dragging the still warm corpses toward the bone pool. Gangjin and I meet on the hillside, and Yudong, Sun Gang, and Ma Ri walk over leading their battered remnants. Wounded, their forces badly thinned. Yudong leads, his tone respectful, calling me Master Mbiam. I nod and tell him well done, that I have seen his sincerity. He hesitates, asking what becomes of them now. The 3 of them plainly worried I will discard them once they have stopped being useful. I tell them not to worry, that I keep my word, but that they cannot go back to Wang Ho's side, since the day he learns of the betrayal their territories are flattened the next morning. The 3 pale. I tell them I have an idea that lets them keep living, and living very well. They bow fast and beg me to guide them. It is very simple, I tell them, pointing at the field. They saw it. Wang Zhongrak and the other 4 wiped out. Not one escaped. But what if the 3 of them had fought desperately to break the encirclement and luckily slipped free? Their eyes light up, and they understand at once. I tell them to take the remaining troops and leave now to find Wang Ho. They are to tell him they were ambushed by Imbam and Gangjin together, that Wang Zhongrak and the others all died in battle, and that they barely escaped after paying a heavy price. I tell them to exaggerate our strength as much as they can, to say my skeletons are endless and Gangjin's centaurs everywhere, whatever sounds most terrifying, to make him feel we are invincible. Yudong hesitates, asking whether Wang Ho will believe it. He will, I tell him, because he needs a way out. He is off fighting for territory, and it is not going smoothly, and he needs a reason to explain why he dares not come back and deal with me. Their intelligence is his best excuse. When they go back, they will not only escape punishment, they will gain his trust for bringing important news, and from then on they can sit safe at his side. I lower my voice and tell them to be my eyes and ears. Yu Dong and the other two trade glances, finding determination in one another's eyes. This is their only path to survival, and the three answer as one that they understand. I tell them to go, to act convincingly, not to let the mask drop. The three act as if granted amnesty and lead their defeated forces in a flight toward the northwest. Gang Jin watches their backs and walks to my side, asking whether I am afraid they will sell me out once they return. Sell me out, I laugh. Do they dare? I have the coordinates of all their territories noted down, and if Wang Ho can kill them, so can I. Besides, a man like Wang Ho is suspicious to the bone. Gang Jin nods and asks nothing more. I clap him on the shoulder and tell him to stop thinking so much and divide the spoils, that he made a real contribution this time and gets first pick. The night wind blows, and only the victor's cheers remain on the hillside. I look up at the northwest sky, half able to see Wang Ho's furious face when the bad news reaches him. Let Wang Ho take his time. Bigger surprises are still coming. I am laying out the next round of defensive towers when a system announcement that shakes the heavens cuts off every lord at once. It reports that high concentrations of ancient energy have been detected, and that a special trial dungeon, the Ancient God Ruins, has been activated. The rules unfold in my head as I read. Every surviving lord may enter through a ruins teleportation gate that appears before the lord's mansion. It is single-player challenge mode, each lord bringing only his own troops, no teaming allowed. The ruins run 100 floors, with a basic reward per floor cleared, and a guardian boss every 10 floors whose defeat grants rich reward chests. The first lord to hit certain milestones earns an extra first clear reward. Death inside means permanent loss of troops, though the lord himself is teleported home unharmed. The whole thing lasts 48 hours, after which lords are ranked by the floor they reached, and ranking rewards go out. My eyes light up. Single-player challenge. Permanent troop loss, but the lord stays safe. Is this not just handing me benefits? Tower climbing tests endurance and battle loss control above all, and those two things are exactly what I am best at. Snowsong asks whether we are going in. Of course we are, I tell her with a grand wave, ordering her to bring every unit that can fight. Soon the troops assemble before the lord's mansion, where a teleportation gate shimmering faint blue is slowly taking shape. Without hesitation, I leave my troops inside. After a slight weightlessness, I find myself in a sealed stone chamber about 100 square meters across, with a faintly glowing stone door at its end, marked with a large character reading 1. A hint tells me I have entered the first floor of the Ancient God Ruins and should prepare for the challenge. That is it, I think, surveying the bare walls. The dungeon design is too insincere. They could not even be bothered to write a background story. The words barely land before the stone door blazes and 7 or 8 frenzied goblins with blood-red eyes shriek out of it. I do not even bother to lift an eyelid. I order the rock pangolin shield guards to block the entrance, and the longbowmen to fire freely. Several shield guards stride forward heavily and plant their massive stone shields right at the doorway, forming an impenetrable wall, and the goblins behind the front pile up in a mass. The longbowmen draw without needing to aim, arrows raining down into the heap, and in less than 10 seconds the first floor is done. A notice congratulates me on clearing it and grants 10 gold coins, then asks whether I want to proceed. Too easy, I think, and select yes. The scene shifts to the second floor. Same chamber, same door, and over a dozen boar riders charge out. Same order, block the door and fire, and the battle ends. The third floor, over 20 kobolds. Block the door, fire, and it ends again. My rock pangolin shield guards have not a scratch on their shields, and my longbowmen have already started taking turns to rest. This is not tower climbing, this is idle farming. I yawn and steamroll my way to the 9th floor. The 10th floor changes. This time it opens into a massive circular arena, with a gargoyle statue 5 meters high, standing in its center. The moment I step onto the field, the statue's eyes flare red and gravel rains down. A label names it the Gargoyle Guardian, a Tier 3 elite at level 20, health 350, mana 45, with high strength and stamina, low agility, weak spirit and intelligence, carrying stone skin and diving smash. Finally something decent, I think, stretching my wrists. The Gargoyle Guardian roars, beats its wings, kicks up a gale and shoots for the sky. Trying to fly, I chuckle and tell Little Gold to go play with it. The butterfly sprite flies up at once and circles the Gargoyle Guardian without attacking, only harassing, and the thing tries several times to swat the agile little sprite, missing each time, screeching in fury. I tell the lizardman archers to shoot it down for me and 7 of them fire together, arrows striking the joints of its wings. The damage low, but the provocation perfect. It gives up chasing the butterfly sprite, folds its wings, and dives at my ground troops like a meteor. Good timing, I think. With the Gargoyle Guardian still 10 meters up, I snap my fingers. The ground at its landing spot erupts with a gush of black, viscous liquid, and the Gargoyle Guardian plunges headfirst into the asphalt trap, its proud impact force vanishing on the spot, feet stuck fast. I tell Snowsong to freeze it, and she taps her staff, several ice cones piercing the asphalt around it, the chill spreading and hardening the already gluey tar. I order the rock pangolin shield guards to surround it, the boar riders to ready a charge, the longbowmen to aim for its head and fire. Pinned in place, the gargoyle guardian becomes a living target, struggling flinging sharp stones that the massive shields swat aside, its health plummeting under sustained ranged focus. Then 2 boar riders charge from left and right, their huge tusks slamming its legs, bone cracking, and the gargoyle guardian crashes down with a last howl of unwillingness. A notice congratulates me on clearing the 10th floor with a blue resource chest, then adds that I am the first lord in the region to clear it, and grants a special building blueprint chest as first clear reward. Finally, some gains. The resource chest yields 2,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 500 gold coins. The blueprint chest gives me a special building blueprint for an elemental charging tower in blue. It is a structure that applies elemental enchantment to every defensive tower within 100 meters, lending their attacks an extra effect, with options for flame to burn, frost to slow, or lightning for small area paralysis. Its construction wants wood, stone, iron ore, gold coins, and 10 white crystals. Good stuff, I think, my eyes lighting. This building is tailor-made for my tortoiseshell tactic. Picture hundreds, thousands of arrows carrying a slowing effect, blanketing the field. Too beautiful. Meanwhile, on the 15th floor of the ancient god ruins, Wang Ho is steering his troops in a furious fight against a pack of demonic hounds burning with flame, his face grim. The monsters here are not only level 20 but viciously aggressive, and a moment ago one lapse let 3 of the hounds pounce a tier 3 wolf cavalryman and tear him to shreds. Wang Ho curses him for trash. As the last monster falls, the gate to the next floor appears, and Wang Ho gasps for breath, his heart aching at the wolf cavalry losses piling up. He opens the guardian chest on the 15th floor, a beam of light shooting up, and grasps a massive warhammer of exaggerated design. A label names it the city-shattering Great Hammer, a special Lord equipment item whose effect when the Lord equips it increases by 100% the damage all his subordinate units deal to structures, walls, defensive towers, the Lord's mansion. Unstoppable when attacking cities and conquering strongholds. Damage doubled. He can already see my sturdy stone walls crumbling like paper under his wolf cavalry. He can almost hear the wails of my countless towers under double damage. This time, he thinks, Imbium's tortoiseshell will not save him. I contentedly put away the elemental charging tower blueprint. With this, my turtle shell is no longer mere physical defense, but a true magical fortress. I open my status panel to tally the spoils of the first 10 floors, and beyond the basic golden resources, a brand new entry catches my eye. 358 ruin tokens. What is this, I wonder? Clicking the description. Ruin tokens, special currency inside the ancient god ruins, earned by killing ruin creatures, redeemable on exit at a ruin shop for exclusive rewards by quantity. So there is a shop too. I find the newly added button marked with an ancient stone door icon and open it onto a dazzling list of goods. A small resource pack runs 100 tokens, a green random troop recruitment order 500, and on down a long list growing steadily more outrageous in effect and astronomical in price. My breathing quickens a little, and it seems the more ruin tokens the better. Let us continue to the next floor, I think. High-spirited. Time to start aggressively shopping. From the 11th floor, the monsters clearly strengthen, but it is the same old formula. 11th floor, 20 tier 2 were hyena men, the shields blocking the entrance, and the arrows clearing them out. 12th floor, 30 tier 2 cave spiders, the same blocking and firing. Done. I push through smoothly, this brainless tactic leaving my troops almost no casualties. My token count climbing steadily past 1,000. It is not until the 18th floor that things finally change. A notice says the 18th floor is a defense challenge to defend an energy crystal against 3 waves without letting it be destroyed. I stand in a much wider chamber, a man-tall blue crystal at its center, red glowing portals at the 4 directions. A tower defense mode, I think, interested. The portals flare and dense hordes of corrupted wolves swarm out, ignoring my troops rushing straight for the crystal. Dream on, I think. I order the rock pangolin shield guards into a square shield formation, centered on the crystal. The longbowmen and lizardman archers inside the formation firing freely. Snowsong and her frostwolf at the center to reinforce wherever the pressure runs heaviest. The orders go out methodically, the shield guards forming an impenetrable square fortress around the crystal, and the corrupted wolves slam into the stone shields, leaving only claw marks met by a cold, merciless rain of arrows from behind the wall. The first wave falls easily, the second of faster hellhounds, the third of thick-skinned stone beetles. All of them turn to corpses and tokens before they ever touch the crystal. I advance to the 22nd floor, which a notice marks as a maze, the objective to find the exit within the limit. I look at the intricate, seemingly endless stone maze and fall into thought. Anyone else would probably wander it until the end of time. The thing is built insidiously, fork after fork, walls covered in triggerable traps, and I can picture a simple-minded brute like Wang Ho, charging and heedless with his wolf cavalry, and ending up pierced full of holes. Too bad I am not an ordinary person. My gaze falls on the few short, ugly cave dwellers in my squad. Time to prove their worth, I think. I walk to a wall, knock on it, and tell Stonehammer to take his men and dig straight through starting here. He answers at once that he will, the Tier 2 Hell Cave Dweller raising his stone pick, his Tier 1 compatriots in tow. With a string of clanging, the hard wall is chiseled away like tofu under the cave dweller's digging talent, and while other lords are still spinning through the maze, battling wits with monsters and traps, I am already leading my troops down a broad avenue carved straight through. In under 10 minutes, I stand at the exit portal. The 25th floor washes a thick smell of sulfur over me. In the center stands a stooped green-skinned creature with a bone staff, a line of text above its head naming it a goblin shaman, Tier 3, with a dozen or so small goblins scattered around it. Finally, another boss fight. I am about to order the rock pangolin shield guards forward when the shaman raises its bone staff, chants, and in a flash of green light, more than a dozen goblins clutching broken wooden clubs appear out of thin air. A summoning-type monster. I pay it no mind and tell the longbowmen to clear the small ones first, the arrow rain dropping them before they can scream. A string of notices flicks past, each killed goblin handing me 2 or 3 ruin tokens. I stare at the prompts and suddenly freeze. Killing small mobs gives tokens, and that shaman is still slowly summoning new ones. A bold idea surfaces. I shout for everyone to stop attacking. If I do not kill this shaman, can it keep summoning, and can the summoned offspring keep paying out tokens? This is a damn perpetual motion machine. I feel like I have found a bug. I open the area ruin leaderboard for a look. First place Wang Ho cleared the 27th floor. Second Han Ri, the 26th. Third Gang Jin, the 25th. Good heavens, these people are really killing themselves for the first clear rewards. Tempting as those rewards are, they are random in the end. What you get riding entirely on luck, and pull something useless and there is nowhere left to cry. Mine is different. I look at my steadily ticking token count and laugh. Ruin tokens are solid hard currency, the shop items clearly priced. Exchange for whatever you want. Risk against reward, the difference is obvious. Let them fight over uncertain jackpots. My way is to quietly amass wealth. I no longer hesitate. I order the rock pangolin shield guards to form a ring and pen the goblin shaman in the middle, telling them only to keep it from escaping, never to hurt it, and above all, never to interrupt its casting. They move at once, forming a tight ring, politely inviting the diligently summoning shaman into the encirclement. I split all ranged units into 3 groups to fire in rotation outside the circle, ensuring continuous firepower. A perfect monster farming formation takes shape in an instant. The goblin shaman, walled in by shields, looks bewildered, but its instinct to summon holds. The goblins it conjures are shot into sieves by the rain from the sky the moment they poke their heads out before they ever get a clear look at the world, then turn to ruin tokens and drop into my pocket. Dense prompts flood my vision like a waterfall, my token count surging at a terrifying speed. 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. I lean against a rock with my legs crossed, watching the spectacular farming scene, my mouth curving into a wide grin. This is not clearing a dungeon. This is stocking up inventory. Time ticks by, and golden light blooms over Snowsong again and again as her level climbs. And not only her, the Tier 3 rock pangolin shield guards and boar riders and longbowmen all rapidly level under the flood of experience, every level lifting their base attributes a notch. My tokens go from 4 digits to 5. I even have the leisure to open the leaderboard again. Wang Ho has reached the 30th floor, still in first place. I only sneer it off. What good is rushing fast, I think? By the time he painstakingly clears 100 floors, his rewards will not match what I farm here in an hour. A whole half day passes before I finally yawn and stand. That is enough, I think. Any more farming and the sun will be up outside. I glance at my troops. Snowsong has reached level 9, her mana and intelligence surging. The rock pangolin shield guards and boar riders all at level 8 and looking sturdier still. I order them to pack up. The longbowmen loose a final volley, clearing every goblin on the field, and a few boar riders charge. The goblin shaman that had toiled half a day flung into the air on the massive tusks before it can even react. A notice congratulates me on clearing the 25th floor. I tell my troops to keep moving and see what other tricks this ruin has in store, and I step into the portal for the 30th floor. The scene shifts, a pungent reek of sour rot and damp slapping my face. No more neat stone chambers, but a massive underground cavern, the ground sticky underfoot, gurgling with every step, menacing stalactites hanging from the ceiling and dripping green liquid. The art designers finally showed up. I think they knew to change the scenery. The words barely land before bubbles rise from huge water pools dozens of meters ahead, and translucent green slimes float up. No fixed shape, bodies writhing, breathing out a nauseating acidic vapor, labeled corrosive slimes at Tier 3. From cracks in the walls crawl fist-sized beetles glowing ominous red, moving extremely fast, compound eyes flashing with frenzy, labeled self-destructing beetles at Tier 2. Slimes again, I think, but these look far more disgusting than Three Waters. Same old tactic. I order the rock pangolin shield guards to advance and form ranks, prepare to take the charge, and the tall guards march heavy and slam their shields into the ground for an unbreakable line. But the corrosive slimes do not follow the script. Instead of melee, they writhe in place, shrink their bodies suddenly, and spit streams of green acid that streak dozens of meters and splash dead on the giant shields. Green smoke rises, tiny pits eating into the sturdy stone. The damage numbers low but armor breaking. Before I can think further, the self-destructing beetles attack, buzzing past the frontal shield line and diving at my ranged troops like dozens of red lightning bolts. Not good, I think. Those bugs are aimed at my longbowmen and lizardman archers. I tell Snowsong to hit them with Frost Nova and freeze them for me, and she raises her staff, the ice blue halo spreading, the fast beetles crusting with frost and slowing hard. I urgently order 2 boar riders to charge and stop them, and the giant boars gallop in, one striking a beetle clean and sending it flying. But the bug detonates mid-air, a violent shockwave laced with flame blasting man and beast backward, a huge damage number popping over the boar rider's head. A third of his health gone in an instant. On the other side, a longbowman set too far out fails to fully clear another beetle's blast, a scream sounding as the Tier 3 ranged unit's health bar empties at once and vanishes into white light. The first unit I have lost since entering the ruin. The first wave costs me 1 Tier 3 unit dead, and another badly hurt. I order all ranged units to focus fire on those bugs and not let them close, and the longbowmen and lizardman archers shift targets and pour arrows onto the slowed beetles. Terrible as their attack power is, the bugs are fragile, and after a few volleys the rest are shot down mid-flight. With the beetles cleared, I finally breathe and turn the troops on the slimes still spitting acid, and without the beetles to worry about, the corrosive slimes become sitting ducks, soon wiped out. I look at the spot where my dead longbowman vanished, my face somewhat grim. A Tier 3 longbowman just gone. The injured boar rider will need time or healing to recover, and the shield guard shields have lost durability across the board. And this was only the small fry of the first round. I look toward the end of the cavern, where a stone door carved with a giant slime pattern glows faint purple, the guardian boss waiting behind it without a doubt. It is certainly an enhanced version of these monsters, maybe some slime queen able to summon corrosive slimes and self-destructing beetles at once. I weigh it. I might pass by fighting head-on, but the cost could be several more longbowmen and perhaps even permanent losses among my precious boar riders and rock pangolin shield guards. The foundation I'd built with such care cannot be squandered here. I opened the regional ruin rankings. First place Wang Ho cleared the 31st floor. Second Han Ri, third Gang Jin, fourth Li Baiwu. All stopped at 29, and there at 8th, my own name, also at 29. The board tells me everything in an instant. That brute Wang Ho, leaning on sheer numbers, forced his way through the 30th floor by manpower alone, reaching only the 31st, likely so depleted he could push no further. The smart ones like Han Ri and Gang Jin took one look at the 30th floor and chose to stop. The 30th is a massive threshold, a meat grinder built to devour the Lord's vital strength. The first clear for the 30th floor is already Wang Ho's. The standard clear depends entirely on luck. Should I grind myself to death here for an uncertain reward? I shake my head. The deal is a total loss. Whoever wants to fight can fight. I am not playing along. I was never one to chase glory for its own sake. Tangible benefits are the real way. I find the inconspicuous Exit Ruin button on the interface. A prompt asks whether I am sure, since once I leave I cannot return, and I confirm without a second thought. I can already picture Wang Ho on the 31st floor facing even stronger monsters, stubbornly grinding on, watching his beloved wolf cavalry die one by one, in a pathetic state. Go for it, I think gleefully. The glory of first place is all Ho Hyung's. A flash of light, and my troops and I reappear before the Lord's mansion, the massive blue portal slowly dimming. Snowsong looks at the nearly unharmed main force, then at the closing portal, faintly confused, asking what we do now. We go shopping, I tell her. I rub my hands and eagerly open the ruin shop. My tokens total over 37,000, and a feeling of impending shopping ecstasy washes over me. The shop interface unfolds, the dazzling list nearly blinding me, and I drag it straight to the bottom to look only at items with several zeros after the price. A phoenix feather, a special item, 80,000 tokens, a feather from the legendary divine bird granting 1 instant on-the-spot revival. Holy crap, a great item, too bad I cannot afford it, I think, smacking my lips. 80,000 tokens, I could sell myself and not raise that. A dragon blood potion, a consumable, 50,000, permanently boosting all of the hero's attributes after use with a very low chance to awaken dragon bloodline. Cannot afford that either. Next. My gaze sweeps lower, and at last a few affordable items come into view. The Heart of Earth Shaker, a special recruitment order, 12,500 tokens. An ancient core of earthen power that on use awakens 3 4th tier troops, the Earth Elementals, from the ground. A unique item that vanishes after exchange. 4th tier troops. I quickly click the Earth Elementals detail. It enters at level 1, health 450, mana 75, modest strength towering stamina at 90, pitiful agility at 7, low spirit, fair intelligence. It carries 2 passives. Grip of the Earth that cuts physical damage by 30% while it is rooted and makes it nearly impossible to knock back or airborne, and Taunting Roar that forcibly drags the aggro of surrounding enemies. My mouth nearly waters. 450 health and 90 stamina, the bar in defense simply outrageous. And so what if agility is a pathetic 7? For a lord like me who believes in the path of hiding, this moving wall is practically a divine gift. Picture it just as the enemy finally blasts a gap in the wall. 3 of these behemoths plug the opening, roaring taunts, and no army however vast advances another step. Buy, I think. I must buy this. I look further down. A gravity well blueprint. 12,000 tokens. A blueprint for a special defense tower left by an ancient civilization that once built creates a large area gravity anomaly zone. A unique item that vanishes after exchange. The gravity well itself, a special defense tower with a 200-meter range, reduces the movement speed of every enemy in range by 30%, and forcibly yanks enemy air units flying below 50 meters down to the ground. Its construction wants wood, stone, iron ore, gold coins, and 5 purple crystals. Holy cow, I cannot help cursing. This thing is practically the nemesis of flying units. I had been worrying how to deal with high flyers like the gargoyle, the heavy crossbow tower limited in range, and the butterfly sprite too fragile. Now any gargoyle or griffin that dares fly low gets dragged to the ground and fought as infantry. And that large area slow, joined with my asphalt trap and Snow Song's Frost Nova, makes the ultimate deceleration trio, an enemy charge moving as if walking in space. Buy this one too. My eyes land on the construction needs at the bottom, and I am a bit stunned at purple crystal. 5 of them. What the heck is this? I have never seen it, only ever white crystal. But no big problem. My fingers swipe back to the materials section, and sure enough they have it. 500 tokens each. A bit expensive, but whatever. I will take them all. Finally, my gaze lands on the last treasure I can afford. A skill book for Ice Age in purple. 8,000 tokens. An ancient magic book recording a powerful ice-type forbidden spell. Learnable only by ice talent heroes. Unique and gone after exchange. Ice Age, after a 3-second channel, creates an extreme cold storm in a chosen area, dealing massive frost damage to every enemy within and applying a deep freeze that cuts movement and attack speed by 70% on a 24-hour cooldown. Large area, high damage, strong slow, I think, and the image of Snow Song on the city wall freezing an army with a wave of her hand already stands in my mind. This skill was simply born for siege defense. Buy. I waste no time pressing the exchange buttons one after another, consuming 12,500 tokens for the Heart of Earthshaker, 12,000 for the Gravity Well Blueprint, 2,500 for 5 purple crystals, 8,000 for the Skillbook Ice Age. 35,000 tokens evaporate in an instant. My account left with only a little over 2,000 and change, but I feel not the slightest heartache, only the thrill of the lottery win. I take out the chill-radiating skillbook Ice Age and hand it to Snow Song, telling her it is for her. She feels the immense power off the book and starts to protest, somewhat overwhelmed by the honor. I tell her to take it and learn it, that from now on she is our territory's mobile artillery platform. She accepts it, and the book turns to an icy blue stream of light and merges into her body, a notice telling me she has learned the new skill, Ice Age. Finally, I take out the heart-pulsing Heart of Earthshaker, walk to an open area and crush it without hesitation. The whole ground begins to tremble, and under the startled gazes of the peasants and Militia 3, massive figures of rock and earth rise slowly from below. No facial features, only 2 points of earthy yellow light flickering where their heads should be, their enormous bodies exuding oppression. They greet me as master, their muffled voices as if from deep underground. I look at my new trump cards with satisfaction, my mood greatly lifted. Just then the ruined teleportation gate, already gone ethereal, vanishes completely, and a cold system announcement resonates in every survivor's mind, declaring the special trial instance, the ancient god ruins, closed. Then calculating the clear rankings by area. For our newbie zone, it announces first place Wang Ho at the 31st floor, second Han Ri at 29, third Gang Jin, fourth Li Biwu, and on down, my own name at 8th, cleared the 29th floor. The moment the rankings drop, the long silent area channel detonates. The chatter crowns Wang Ho, one lord marveling at 31 floors and asking whether Ho Hyun completely conquered the ruins, while Jiang Wei sneers that a bunch of ignorant people could never grasp Ho Hyun's strength. Wang Ho's name hangs high at the top, glaringly conspicuous, while mine sits lost among the lords who cleared floor 29, utterly unremarkable. Wang Ho finally chimes in, his tone tired but more than anything smug, calling it just average, the later monsters a bit tough, claiming that if he had not been scouting the path for everyone, he could have pushed a few more floors. The Heavenly Wolf Alliance members rush to praise him. A private message from Gangjin arrives, calling me a little rascal, saying not bad, that I actually managed to stop at 29. I tell him I could not help it, my strength not enough to push further, not like some big shots who could reach the 31st. He tells me to stop playing coy, that he peeked at the 30th floor entrance, and the setup there meant going in was suicide, that Wang Ho probably lost his underpants on the run. None of my business, I tell him. I am just an honest farming player. I close the message and watch Wang Ho in the channel still boasting about his first place reward, laughing until my stomach hurts. What use is empty fame? I glance at the 3 hill-like earth elementals beside me, then at the purple tower blueprint in my bag, then at Snow Song whose aura is stronger now. This is the real tangible benefit. Wang Ho can take all the time he likes playing. I tuck the 3 treasures away and return to the ruin shop interface. 35,000 spent, a little over 2,000 left, and I cannot waste it. Holding to the principle that even a small mosquito is still meat, and the wool must be fully shorn, I flip the shop list end to end again. Most items priced in the hundreds or thousands are consumables of mediocre effect. A fire scroll. One-time damage not even as high as a single volley from my heavy crossbow tower. Trash. A swiftness potion. 10% movement speed for a minute. I am not entering a race. A centaur recruitment order. Gangjin's family is nearly fielding a centaur legion. Should I recruit some to go visit him? Just as I am about to grab some resource packs to clear the tokens, an item I had skipped catches my eye. A dwarf engineer's contract in blue, 2,500 tokens. An ancient contract from the mountain depths that on use recruits a dwarf engineer of exquisite craftsmanship, unique and gone after exchange. An engineer? Not a combat unit? Interested. I click the detail. The dwarf engineer is a special unit, non-combat personnel, with the talent ingenuity. When it participates in or supervises construction, it raises construction speed by 20% and final building durability by 20%, and carries a small chance to trigger an improvement effect that grants the building an extra special attribute, plus the skills emergency repair and structural analysis. My eyes light up at once at the construction speed up 20%, durability up 20%. My A-rank talent, Impregnable Fortress, already halves defense building resources and time and amplifies attributes. And if these stack, my towers go up at lightning speed. That 20% durability with my talent's amplification means the towers I build are probably tougher than other people's lords' mansions. Most crucial is that improvement effect. Small chance, sure, but if it triggers improving the catapult tower with extra splash radius, or the heavy crossbow tower with extra armor penetration, this is simply a god-tier skill. Buy, I think. I will buy it even if it bankrupts me. I throw all my remaining tokens, over 2,700, onto it, and a notice confirms the exchange. An ancient parchment scroll appears in my hand, and I tear it open. A flash of light, and a dwarf only reaching my waist, his fiery red beard braided into a pigtail, appears before the lord's mansion carrying a massive iron hammer taller than himself. He surveys his surroundings, his gaze sweeping the wooden arrow towers and heavy crossbow towers under construction, and snorts in disdain. He grumbles that human craftsmanship is still so crude and unbearable, wood and stone just haphazardly stuck together. An insult to dwarven craft, his voice gruff as 2 stones grinding. I extend my hand and tell him my name is Imbiome, that I am the lord here. He glances at me and symbolically taps my palm with the end of his hammer, naming himself Iron Hammer, and telling me I can call him Master Iron Hammer. Master Iron Hammer, I repeat, not minding his attitude since technical staff are bound to be a bit temperamental. I point to a newly finished heavy crossbow tower and ask what he thinks of it. He carries his hammer around the tower, tapping the wall with thick fingers, crouching to check the foundation, then stands and tells me the foundation is fairly solid and the materials passable. He points the hammer's handle at the crossbow mechanism and calls the mechanical structure a child's toy, the gear meshing insufficient, the rebound arm too short, wasting at least 30% of the kinetic energy, the bowstring junk that will probably break after 200 shots. He grows angrier as he speaks, nearly spitting on my face, demanding to see the blueprint. I bring up the heavy crossbow tower's blueprint, and he leans in, his beard bristling, raging that it is nonsense, that whoever designed it should be hanged from his own rafters, jabbing at fatal flaw after fatal flaw. Then he picks up his great iron hammer and hammers fiercely at several parts of the tower, loud clangs ringing out, sparks flying, the structure changing before my eyes. A notice tells me my heavy crossbow tower has been improved by the dwarf engineer Iron Hammer. Its attack rising, its range stretching from 300 to 350 meters, its durability climbing. A new trait is added too, piercing shot. The bolt with a 10% chance to penetrate the first target and deal half damage to a second in a straight line behind it. A few casual knocks for comprehensive boost to attack, range, and durability, plus a trait. This 2,500 tokens was spent incredibly worth it, practically a massive gain. I grip his hand excitedly and tell him that from now on, all construction in my territory falls under his command. He flicks his beard proudly and says I have some discernment, but makes it clear first that materials must be sufficient, that if I make him use inferior wood and stone, he would rather smash the lot. No problem, I slap my chest, telling him he will have sufficient materials. I point to the largest open area in the territory and tell him I have a task, that I want to build a gravity well here, and I show him the purple blueprint. His eyes light up instantly. He breathes the name of the gravity well, marveling that it is actually this kind of ancient marvel of engineering, calling it good 3 times in a row. He shoulders his hammer and rushes over in excitement, telling everyone to listen to his command, that today he will let us mortals witness what true architecture is. In the center of the territory, the foundation for a uniquely shaped giant tower has already been dug. Iron Hammer waves his great hammer, yelling at the peasants hauling stone whether they have eaten. To put more strength into it, that one of them set a stone crooked and would give the magnificent miracle a crooked neck right from the foundation. The scolded peasant shrinks his neck and joins the others, repositioning a stone weighing several tons. Fiery as the dwarf's temper is, his workmanship is truly exceptional, and under his command the construction bar moves at lightning speed. With my own talent bonus on top, a project that should take 3 days is now expected in 2. Professionals are just different, I think. A string of message tones rings out from Gang Jin. He says Wang Ho took first in the ruins, that his losses must have been heavy but he gained a few good items too, and that the man will likely launch a full-scale offensive once he is out. Another message follows from Li Baiwu, saying the situation is urgent, that we must unite, that he has started a discussion group. The next second I get a group chat invite, a notice telling me I have joined a temporary discussion group called The Last Stubborn Ones. The owner is Li Baiwu, and there are not many members, exactly 8, counting me. Li Baiwu, Gang Jin, myself, Han Ri, Yu Obo, Gang Songrok, Jin Bin, and Li Ha. Who came up with such a self-aware name? Li Baiwu says everyone must have seen the state of the area channel after the ancient god ruins. He took a tally, only 39 lords still alive in our whole newbie zone, and Wang Ho's Heavenly Wolf Alliance just publicly announced their numbers have reached 31. 31 against 8. Wang Ho has nearly unified the entire area. The rest of us just these 8 tenants refusing to leave. Jin Bin asks how we are supposed to fight that, whether the 8 of us combined even amount to a fraction of theirs. Li Ha agrees, saying Wang Ho must be ecstatic right now, and that we are surely his next targets. Li Biwo says he need not elaborate, that Wang Ho has made it clear he means to wipe us out completely, that we are now grasshoppers on the same rope, and must unite to survive. Gang Jin says Li Biwu is right, that fighting alone now none of us can withstand the Alliance's siege. Yu Obo points out that our 8 territories are scattered thousands of miles apart, that if Wang Ho attacks one of us the others cannot reach in time to help. That hits the nail on the head. Territories cannot move, the predicament facing everyone, distant water unable to quench a near fire. The group falls silent. Everyone knows we need to unite, but how is a massive problem. Han Ri offers a few words, saying that fighting they definitely cannot win, that surrendering he is not at ease with, so his suggestion is to run. Everyone trails into stunned silence. The world is huge, Han Ri points out, asking whether Wang Ho is really going to occupy the whole continent. They pack up, he says, find a deep mountain wilderness to hide in, and once the newbie period ends they teleport to the new world. And surely Wang Ho cannot find them then. Gang Jin says easier said than done, that aside from Han Ri's abnormal talent, who can pack up and carry away a lord's mansion. Nothing to be done about that, Han Ri shrugs, asking how about everyone hands him their valuables, and he lives on for them. Li Biwu snaps at him to know what time it is and stop joking. I look at the chat history, fingers tapping the light screen, and tell everyone to quiet down. 3 simple words, silence the chaotic group at once. No choice, my crippling of Wang Ho's main force was too astonishing, and everyone present wants to hear what insights this man who made miracles has. I tell them that fighting, we truly cannot do head-on, that running, we cannot escape, that surrendering is a dead end, so we have only the 4th option. Yu Obo asks what it is. I answer that we stall. Gang Jin echoes the word. I tell them that is correct, that 20 days remain until the end of the newbie period, and as long as we hold those 20 days, we survive. Jin Bin protests that it is easy to say that Wang Ho could bring his army tomorrow and flatten us one by one. I tell them that we cannot let him flatten us one by one. Wang Ho's advantage is superior numbers, letting him concentrate power for major goals. Our advantage is dispersion. If he attacks any one of us, his rear lies open. I propose our 8 factions form an offensive and defensive alliance. Whichever of us Wang Ho's main force attacks, the other 7 ignore it and immediately strike the nearest Heavenly Wolf Alliance vassal territory. We need not capture anything, only harass, snatch resources, and run, set his backyard on fire so he never knows peace. Exactly the tactic we used before against his siege of Li Baiwu. Li Baiwu loves it, saying make him unable to mind both ends. Gang Jin agrees that this is precisely what Wang Ho fears most, having suffered a huge loss last time. But Yu Obo asks who is targeted by his main force. What if he turns determined, ignores his rear, and insists on flattening one faction who can withstand that? The question strikes the crux. No one wants to be the bait. The price too high. Han Ri pipes up cheerfully that he is familiar with this, that whoever has the hardest shell goes first, that he thinks Brother Mbiam is quite suitable shoving me forward without ceremony. Gang Jin starts to object. He is correct. I cut in. I will be the bait. The statement shocks everyone. Li Baiwu warns me this is no joke, that Wang Ho now holds the city-shattering Great Hammer, built specifically to counter my defenses. I know, I tell him, but have they considered who Wang Ho hates the most? It is me. He will definitely attack me first, an obvious strategy that cannot be avoided. Rather than passively wait for him, better that we actively set the battlefield in my territory. I will tie down his main force, and if he attacks one of us, we attack 3 or 4 of his. and we see who breaks first. This is using my own life to make openings for the others. Jin Bin asks whether I can hold out. I tell him not to worry about that since I dare to say it, I have my confidence, and I do not elaborate. I glance at the gravity well rising fast, then at the 3 silent mountain-like earth elementals beside me. I tell the group that now I need their commitment. When I am under siege, will they hesitate? Will they hold their forces back out of fear of Wang Ho's retaliation? A long silence, a soul-searching question. If they back down, I surely die. And if I die, they are next. Everyone understands that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. After a long while, Li Baiwu speaks first, swearing an oath that the day Wang Ho moves against me is the day he launches a full attack, and that if he shows even a shred of hesitation, may heaven and earth strike him down. Gang Jin says to count him in, that I can rest easy and stall while he empties Wang Ho's home base. Yu Obo curses that fine. Damn it, they are dead either way. Might as well fight for it. Count him in. Gang Songrock says to fight, and Jin Bin says he is in too. Li Ha adds a simple +1. One by one, the lords declare their stance, until only Han Ri remains. He hems that although he truly wants to fight alongside everyone, he is a man who loves peace and dislikes killing. As the group falls into another stunned silence, he relents. Fine, count him in too, since he can carry his territory and run, fight one battle and change locations, unafraid of Wang Ho catching him. And if any of their troops are out roaming and need supplies, he adds, they can call on him, since he will bring his lord's mansion over and guarantee good food and drink, and he can also help monitor Wang Ho's movements, being fast and hard to spot. Han Ri as a mobile intelligence station and safe house is a huge safeguard for the rest. Since that is the case, I tell them, the 8 Directions Alliance is hereby established today. I tell everyone to go back and prepare their armies, that the final decisive battle is coming, that we have no retreat left. Ending the group chat, I feel much better. A stable external alliance is set. Next, time to keep strengthening my turtle shell. I walk over to the bustling gravity well site and ask Master Iron Hammer whether the materials are enough. He grunts that they are barely enough, wiping his brow, but says he needs more iron ore, large quantities of high-quality ore, refined iron to reinforce the core structure. No problem, I tell him. He will have whatever he needs. I spare no expense, pouring all resources into construction, and under his enhancement-modified defensive towers rise one after another. The heavy crossbow tower, the repeating crossbow tower, the catapult tower, every one a notch stronger than its original blueprint. My territory is transforming into a true war fortress at a terrifying speed. In the center of the territory, a giant tower forged entirely from obsidian and fine iron takes rapid shape. Iron Hammer moves like a tireless spinning top, leaping across the massive scaffolding. He barks at one worker that the wrought iron in his hand is for reinforcing the nodes, not for a pillow. He barks at another to be gentler, carrying the amethyst, that if a corner chips, he will twist the man's head off and use it for a chamber pot. Amid the roaring commands, the gravity well's progress advances at a speed visible to the naked eye. I stand not far off, long since used to the dwarf's temper. As long as he can work, a bad temper is nothing. A private message pops up, from Yudong, saying something big has happened. I move to a secluded corner and open it. The 3 of them have successfully rejoined Wang Ho's group. The process almost exactly as I predicted. They lied, claiming a desperate breakout, claiming Wang Zhongrak and his men completely wiped out, and though Wang Ho was suspicious, he found no evidence. And badly needing manpower, he believed them for now. But Wang Ho, Yudong reports, is acting almost insane. He took his army to attack Han Ri and got tricked, Han Ri using some unknown method to empty his entire territory and leave only a few scarecrows in place. When Wang Ho read the words on the scarecrows, he was so angry he vomited blood and passed out. I almost burst out laughing reading it. Han Ri is truly a talent. After Wang Ho woke, Yudong goes on, the man completely changed, cold and far crueler than before. He sent people to mark the coordinates of every lord in the region who had not yet surrendered, then went to them one by one, flattening any who refused, which is how Ban Sharing died, piled up and crushed under human wave tactics. Now everyone in the region except the 8 of us has defected. The most crucial thing is the city-shattering Great Hammer from the ruins. Its effect 100% increased damage against buildings for all his troops, and he carries it everywhere now, vowing to personally smash my turtle shell. He is gathering everyone's forces, target clearly me, planning to use an absolute numerical advantage to wipe me out in one go before turning on the others. He has given the lords 1 day to prepare, the army departing by the morning after next at the latest, and I must prepare early. Double damage against buildings. My brow twitches. This item is indeed a bit tricky. I close the message, my expression calm. What is coming will come. I open the 8 Directions Alliance group and concisely relay Yudong's intelligence, and the group instantly explodes. Jinbin cries that 100% increased building damage means even my stone walls will not hold. Li Ha says it is over, completely over, that Wang Ho means to fight me to the death. Yu Obo says Wang Ho has integrated all the lords, his troops at least 10 times mine, the chance of winning too low. Panic spreads, every strategy looking pale before absolute power. Gang Jin asks what everyone is panicking about, whether they have surrendered before the fight even started, telling them not to forget the plan, that if Wang Ho dares pull all his force at me, his rear goes empty. Li Bai-wu agrees that the harder Wang Ho fights, the more satisfyingly we raid his home, that if he wants to swallow me in one bite, we make sure he loses even his underwear. Their words steady morale. Han Ri sighs that it all sounds terrifying and asks why I do not just surrender now, that maybe Wang Ho will spare me a whole corpse seeing as I am handsome. I call him an idiot and tell him not to worry, that I will not die, that he has the city-shattering great hammer, but I have my own trump cards. I tell them to prepare per the original plan, and the moment Wang Ho's army moves to act immediately, our goal being destruction and plunder rather than occupation. Make them hurt, make them afraid, I say. Let them know following Wang Ho brings no good ends. I close the group and walk to an open space behind the territory, where 3 massive figures of rock and soil stand silent, the 3 Tier 4 Earth Elementals. I tell one to use its ability on an empty patch of ground. A yellow light flashes, its huge palm slamming down, and the ground shakes as a giant hand of mud shoots up and firmly grips the area. Good. Strong enough. I tell another to try roaring, and its chest rises and falls in a dull roar, an invisible wave spreading, several patrolling skeleton soldiers abandoning their routes to stagger toward it and stab their bone spears at its thick leg, the damage numbers scratching at 1 apiece. I nod, satisfied. The taunt is superb. With these 3 behemoths present, even a breached wall becomes a plug, the gap turned into a merciless meat grinder. Afterward, I go to the bone pool. After the stockpiling of the last few major battles, the open ground is densely packed with newly converted skeleton soldiers. Consumables, the best cannon fodder to fill the line and exhaust the enemy. I reorganize all my troops. The skeleton soldiers go on the outermost ring as the first line. The main forces, the rock pangolin shield guards, longbowmen and boar riders deploy atop the stone walls and behind the main gate. Snowsong and her frost wolves, the lizard man archers, the butterfly sprites, the cave dwellers militia, slimes, and the tier 1 troops recruited from the refugee camp over the past 2 weeks become mobile forces, ready to support at any time. The 3 Earth Elementals I hide behind the western perimeter wall. By Gang Jin's intelligence, Wang Ho's main force is most likely to launch from the western plain, the decisive battleground I have prepared for him. The evening of the next day, the final rune iron plate is installed, and the whole gravity well shakes violently, an invisible wave spreading throughout the territory from the giant tower, every unit feeling a slight sinking, the air seeming to weigh more. It is done. Master Iron Hammer leaps down from the top carrying his hammer, face full of pride, grumbling that if time were not so tight and the materials not so ordinary, he could have doubled its range. I pat his shoulder and tell him he has worked hard, promising him a long vacation after this battle. Dream on, he glares, stroking his beard, saying he still has to completely refit all my broken arrow towers. I smile and walk onto the highest stone wall. The afterglow of the setting sun dyes the whole land gold. Inside, cooking smoke curls up as peasants do the final reinforcement. Outside, traps lie dense, killing intent everywhere, and everything is ready. A frost wolf gallops to the base of the wall, and Snowsong flips off its back and hurries to my side, reporting that the western butterfly sprites are back from scouting. A massive army unprecedented in scale approaching, less than 10 kilometers out. I nod. At the boundary between sky and earth, a yellow dragon of dust and smoke churns, surging toward me. 10 kilometers is a few charges for 3rd-tier cavalry. The rolling yellow dragon on the horizon grows closer and resolves into a vast, oppressive torrent of black steel. Countless flags snap in the wind. One for each lord, kobolds, goblins, hyena men, militia, skeletons, every kind of low-tier unit mixed into a massive chaotic army. At the very front ride nearly 40 knights on giant wolves, heavily armored and imposing. Wang Ho stands at the head of the formation, holding a warhammer wildly disproportionate to his size, dark gold all over and covered in ferocious patterns, an invisible aura radiating from it to envelop the whole army. He yells through a tin megaphone whether I saw that this is his army, that today he will personally smash my turtle shell with the city-shattering great hammer. I stand on the 5-meter wall and pick my ear. This guy's voice is still so loud, I think, in good enough humor to turn and joke to Snowsong whether she thinks he spent all his gold coins on megaphones. She ignores the bad joke and only grips her staff tight. My gaze sweeps the so-called great army below. The direct lineage troops of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance are indeed full of spirit and high in morale, but the vassal lords' troops behind them paint a different picture. The lords swept along look pale, eyeing the ferociously fortified fortress, and then their own pitiful cannon fodder, their legs starting to tremble. One whispers how they are supposed to fight this. Another recalls how last time several thousand of them charged and could not even scratch the wall's paint. A third offers thin comfort that maybe the city-shattering great hammer gives them a chance this time, lacking much confidence himself. Wang Ho clearly hears the muttering and spins around, eyes savage, swearing he will kill without mercy whoever shakes the army's morale again. Jiang Wei beside him understands at once, spurring forward to shout at the vassals to snap out of it. That Ho Hyung's city-shattering great hammer doubles the building damage of all troops. that this turtle shell looks scary but will shatter on contact. He points his long saber and orders the first wave, a full army charge, to trample out all the traps. The same routine again. The lords dare not voice their anger, and under the supervising team's watch they reluctantly drive their troops into the charge. Hundreds of cannon fodder converge into a torrent and rush shouting at the silent fortress. I watch the surging crowd below with indifference. I call up to ask Master Ironhammer whether he is ready. He snorts down at the charging mob as a bunch of dirt chickens and rotten dogs, sharply pulling the huge lever beside the gravity well. An invisible wave spreads instantly from the center of the black giant tower. The first dozens of kobolds and goblins, the moment they step within 200 meters of the perimeter, suddenly sink, their bodies dragging down. One kobold running too fast cannot adapt to the changing gravity and faceplants, trampled into paste by the comrades behind. Every enemy in the gravity well's range has its speed slowed as if into slow motion. The once imposing charge become like old men taking a stroll. One cries out asking what is happening, his legs gone so heavy. Wang Ho and Jiang Wei in the rear notice the trouble too. Sharp-eyed Jiang Wei points at the giant tower newly risen in the center, and shouts that it is the Black Tower causing all of it. Wang Ho roars that he does not care what tower it is, ordering the charge, that the damage is doubled. So what if they are slower? Pile them up with lives. But this is only the beginning. I issue the second command, activating the elemental charging tower and selecting Frost enchantment. On the other side, a tower built entirely of white crystal lights up, and the next second the tip of every defensive tower wears a faint layer of frost. I order all arrow towers to open fire. A dense rain descends from the sky, every shaft this time carrying a chilling cold. An arrow grazes a goblin's arm, and the wound crystallizes with ice at once, stiffening its whole body. The 30% slow from the gravity well, the frost arrow slow, the asphalt traps cleverly camouflaged on the ground, triple deceleration stacked, the effect outstanding. The charging troops can barely move their feet, perfect targets for the arrow towers. The battlefield turned one-sided slaughter. Swaths of cannon fodder are shot into hedgehogs by the frost arrow rain before they cover half the distance, collapsing, their cries weak. One screams in refusal, another wails that he does not want to die. The coerced lords watch their troops massacred, hearts bleeding, and a worse scene unfolds. A narrow gap opens in my main gate, and dozens of peasants guarded by skeleton soldiers rush out, hook the corpses of the just fallen, and drag them quickly back into the city. Beside the bone pool, green bubbles churn ceaselessly, and not long after, brand new skeleton soldiers stagger onto the wall to join the ranks. A malicious soldier's spirit breaks, and crying that the man is a devil, he drops his weapon and turns to flee. But before he takes 2 steps, a member of Jiang Wei's supervising team swings a blade and takes his head off. Jiang Wei's voice goes icy as he warns that whoever dares retreat faces the same. Wang Ho watches the tragic scene, eyes bloodshot, but does not intervene. He stares at the fortress and orders them to keep charging and fill the gap with lives, saying he wants to see how many arrows I have. Under the threat of death, the cannon fodder can only press forward. And finally, after over 100 casualties, a few scattered monsters step over their comrades' corpses and reach the wall's base. Jiang Wei shouts excitedly that they broke through, and Wang Ho grips the great hammer tight, certain that once they near the wall, the hammer's bonus will demolish it fast. But what awaits them is boiling golden fluid poured from the top and giant stones hurled down, and behind the wall, the longbowmen draw and loose deadly armor-piercing arrows in a parabola, precisely reaping the enemies squeezed into the corner. The first charge after nearly 200 casualties is a complete failure, the field covered in a thick layer of corpses, the air dense with blood. Wang Ho's morale plummets to freezing point. He trembles with rage, cursing every one of them for trash. Jiang Wei comes and says they cannot keep feeding cannon fodder, that their morale has collapsed, that it is time for their own people to go in. Wang Ho takes a deep breath, raises the city-shattering great hammer, and calls on the Heavenly Wolf Alliance to charge with him. He leads, the giant wolf beneath him roaring and turning into a streak of gray lightning straight at my territory. More than 30 wolf cavalry close behind. 11 cavalry nomads spreading on the flanks for a rear attack. They are finally here. My eyes narrow. I order the heavy crossbow towers to focus fire on Wang Ho. Over a dozen heavy crossbow towers roar at once. Huge armor-piercing bolts aim dead at him. Unafraid, he holds the great hammer horizontal before him, and several bolts strike it and deflect, leaving only white marks. He laughs wildly that my attacks are useless against him. The wolf cavalry endure the arrow rain and, after a few injuries, reach the wall's base. Wang Ho commands them to smash it, and they raise their weapons and hammer the stone wall furiously. With the 100% bonus, the effect is immediate, a string of large damage numbers rising from the wall's durability. 55, 62, 58. In just over 10 seconds, the focus section of the west wall drops sharply and dense cracks spread through the structure. Jiang Wei shouts that it is working and to put more effort in. I tell Snowsong to use Frost Nova, and she raises her staff, the ice blue aura sweeping the wolf cavalry below and pausing their wall smashing. I order the catapult towers to aim and fire. Giant boulders descend and crash into the formation. One unlucky wolf cavalryman struck dead on and turned to pulp with his wolf. But the offensive does not stop. Wang Ho orders them to ignore casualties and smash the wall with all their might. That as long as they break a gap, they win. With a loud crash, the section focused fired for several minutes finally collapses, a gap 7 or 8 meters wide opening in the fortress's defensive line. Wang Ho roars in triumph for them to charge in, and the wolf cavalry cheer and surge for the gap to slaughter the ranged units inside. But the moment they step into it, everyone freezes. Behind the gap, 3 incomparably huge figures stand, no one knowing when they arrived, giants of rock and earth 4 meters tall, their massive bodies completely blocking the breach. My 4th tier units, the Earth Elementals. They greet me as master, their dull voices seeming to come from the depths of the earth. The leading Earth Elemental's chest heaves and it lets out a dull roar at the wolf cavalry outside, an invisible wave spreading, a red taunt mark appearing over every rider's head. As if they have lost their minds, they abandon the charge and frantically attack the 3 stone giants, their blows landing for only double-digit damage. The Earth Elementals rooted in carrying 30% physical reduction. Ridiculously tough. Wang Ho watches, eyeballs nearly popping out, demanding to know what the hell these things are. Before he can react, my voice drifts over from behind the breach, ordering the boar riders to charge them back. The boar riders, poised and ready, charge out from both sides of the Earth Elementals. A wolf cavalryman who has just brought his battle axe down on an Earth Elemental has no time to react before a giant boar slams him from the side, the massive impact flinging him off and emptying his health bar mid-air. The breach turns into a merciless meat grinder, the wolf cavalry firmly held by the Earth Elementals aggro, unable to move, forced to endure the boar charge and the dense arrows from behind. One after another, the 3rd-tier wolf cavalry fall, amid unwilling wails. Wang Ho's heart bleeds. He finally reacts and roars in desperation for a retreat. But just as he means to order it, a heaven-shattering sound of killing and explosions erupts behind him. A scout scrambles over crying that it is bad, that their rear has been attacked, that Li Biwu and Gang Jin's main forces have appeared from nowhere and are hitting their vassal encampment. A lord named Qian Ri stands stunned, listening to the system chime in his mind, his gaze vacant, asking himself why they came for him. A global announcement declares that in our newbie zone, a lord named Qian Ri has been eliminated, his territory destroyed. The cold notice sounds clear over the battlefield outside my territory, audible to everyone present. Before anyone recovers from the shock, another follows at once, declaring a lord named Oh Bin eliminated, his territory destroyed. Oh Bin's territory on the other side of the zone had been jointly raided by Yu Obo and Jin Bin, unable to organize a proper defense before it was submerged by the tide of troops. If the first announcement only unsettled the Heavenly Wolf Alliance vassals, the second is a bucket of ice water over every heart. One cries that his territory is right next to Oh Bin's and asks whether he is next. Another shouts to Wang Ho that they have to go back, that if they do not return now, their homes will be completely looted. A third yells to stop fighting, that the battle is unwinnable, that forward is suicide and staying means their homes raided, that they came to conquer, not to be cannon fodder. Panic spreads through the vassal army like a plague. The lords who moments ago were prepping a second charge under the supervising teams no longer care about Wang Ho's threats, wheeling their forces around to flee the accursed battlefield with their shattered remnants. The morale completely collapses. Jiang Wei swings his saber to intercept, demanding to know who dares run. But the effect is minimal, a few dozen supervisors useless against thousands of routed soldiers, thinking only of escape. Wang Ho lets out a beast-like roar for them to get back here, eyes bloodshot, staring at the 3 mountain-like earth elementals behind the gap, and the wolf cavalry corpses being dragged endlessly into the bone pool. He knows he has lost, utterly and completely. On the main front, his proud wolf cavalry charge is fully suppressed by 3 stone monsters that came from nowhere. The battle a one-sided slaughter. On the rear front, his so-called allies are harvested like leeks, one patch after another. He forces the word retreat out through gritted teeth, and yet he cannot bring himself to finish it, because finishing it means total failure. Jiang Wei spurs to his side and shouts anxiously that as long as the green hills remain there will be wood to burn, that they must retreat, that if they do not leave now they will never regain the men's loyalty. Wang Ho's chest heaves violently, and finally he waves a weak hand, telling them to sound the gongs and call back the troops. The retreat gong rings, and the wolf cavalry feel as if granted a great amnesty, desperately pulling away from the terrifying breach, not even bothering to retrieve their comrades' corpses. The Heavenly Wolf Alliance army, arrived with menacing momentum, leaves in utter disarray. On the stone wall, I quietly watch the chaotic field below, my face without expression. Snowsong asks whether we are not given chase. Chase what? I shake my head. Never pursue a cornered enemy, and besides, our mission is already complete. I turn to a peasant beside me and tell him to pass word down, to clean up the battlefield and repair the wall, and to tell Master Ironhammer to make this section of the western wall double its current thickness. The peasant acknowledges the order. Under the setting sun, my territory returns once more to a scene of bustling construction. Meanwhile, in a valley several kilometers off, the temporary camp of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance lies utterly silent. Inside the central command tent, Wang Ho sits in the main seat, the city-shattering great hammer lying quiet on the table before him. at this moment seeming to silently mock its owner. Below him, Jiang Wei and several other core lords keep their heads down, not daring to breathe loud. At last, after a long while, Wang Ho tells them to speak, to tell him why this battle turned out the way it did today. The group exchange glances, no one daring to speak first. Wang Ho slams the table, the great hammer giving a low hum, and demands whether everyone has lost their tongue, since usually they all have so much to say. Jiang Wei nervously steps forward and says that this time they were too complacent, that I somehow acquired a pile of strange gadgets, the deceleration tower, and those 3 stone figures they could not damage, which completely disrupted their deployment. Another lord chimes in that yes, especially those 3 stone figures, too effective at countering the wolf cavalry, blocking the breach and using taunts so the wolf cavalry could not break through, and only took hits passively. The city-shattering great hammer could break the wall, he says, but after breaking through was still useless against the 3 monsters. Wang Ho's eyes turn cold as he asks whether the Lord is saying his city-shattering great hammer is useless. No, that is not what he meant. The Lord waves his hands in panic, saying what he means is that I am too insidious, refusing open combat, relying entirely on turtle shells and monsters to grind them down. Wang Ho cuts him off irritably, saying he does not want to hear this nonsense, that he only wants to know what they do next. The tent falls silent again. What to do? No one can answer. Continue attacking me? Today proved that a dead end, over 200 cannon fodder vassals lost alone, Wang Ho's own wolf cavalry down another 3 units, and that even with the city-shattering great hammer present, without which they would not have touched the wall at all. But if they do not attack me, what else can they do? Just let it go. Wang Ho cannot afford to lose face. Just then Jiang Wei, who had gone quiet, slowly speaks up, saying he thinks they may have been thinking about this the wrong way from the very start. Every gaze focuses on him. Jiang Wei analyzes calmly that my advantage lies in defense, my territory an iron barrel, the cost to break it from the front too high. But conversely, he says, my actual troop strength is not that great, the reason I won lying entirely in the defense towers and endless traps. What if they do not engage me in siege warfare at all? Wang Ho raises an eyebrow and asks his meaning. They change targets, Jiang Wei answers, walking to the map and pointing at several red dots. He names Im Biam, Gang Jin, Li Baiyu, and Han Ri as the 4 who form the 8 Directions Alliance. In Beyond the Shell, Han Ri the escape artist, Gang Jin and Li Baiyu strong, 4 hard nuts to crack. But what about the others, he asks. His finger lands on the territories of Yuobo, Jinbin, Li Ha, and Gangsung Rock. These 4, as far as he knows, lack my monstrous city defenses, and lack Han Ri's ability to flee, their strength at most slightly stronger than one of the Alliance Corps. They are the breakthrough point. The people in the tent brighten. That is right. If they cannot beat me, can they not beat my poor relatives? Jiang Wei emphasizes that they have to pick on the weak ones. They can no longer concentrate all their forces to gnaw on my hardest bone like today. He says since doing so only lets me wear them down while my allies stab their backs. He suggests changing the strategy. First, all vassal lords must leave sufficient defensive forces in their own territories. No more homes breached so easily as today. Second, draw the most elite and mobile units from all their troops into a rapid reaction force, personally led by Wang Ho himself. Third, that force's mission shifts away from siege to centralized support, lying in wait in the open field to annihilate Li Baiwu and the others should they dare pull troops out to raid the rear. They abandon attacking me and switch to hunting my weaker allies, catching them completely off guard. As long as they swiftly destroy 1 or 2 of Yuobo's group with thunderous speed, he says, the enemy's morale will naturally waver. By then I become a commander with no troops left, and even guarding my turtle shell will do me no good. Once they consolidate all resources and expand their forces to 2 or 3 times the size, when they deal with me at last, I will have only one path left, death. Jiang Wei's plan changes the atmosphere in the tent at once. The despair and oppression vanish, replaced by an exhilarating sense of sudden enlightenment. This plan is vicious and highly effective. Wang Ho looks at the map, the madness gradually receding from his eyes, replaced by cold calculation. He has to admit Jiang Wei is right. He had been too obsessed with taking revenge on me, leading himself into a dead end. Head-on confrontation, he has already lost that game. Now it is time to change the way they play. Wang Ho suddenly stands and says it is good, that they will do exactly as Jiang Wei said. He surveys the crowd, his voice regaining its former authority. He orders all lords to return to their territories immediately and strengthen their defenses, telling them whoever has his territory easily breached again can report directly to the system. He orders Jiang Wei and the rest to gather all their 3rd-tier troops and fast 2nd-tier troops on hand, telling them they depart first thing tomorrow morning. His finger lands heavily on a red dot on the map and he names the target, Yuobo. He wants MBM to watch with his own eyes how his allies die one by one under his blade. Inside my territory, the noise of war hadn't faded so much as changed its shape, and now the clamor was all rebuilding. Peasants pushing wheelbarrows heaped with stone toward the gap in the western wall, while my dwarf engineer Iron Hammer stood on the fresh foundation, bawling orders with spit flying. He was screaming that some idiot had cut the stone to the wrong size, demanding to know whether they wanted his wall to come down with arthritis. I had long since gone deaf to the dwarf's temper. As long as the work got done, I treated his cursing as a comedy act playing in the background while I thought about the next move. A private message slid quietly onto my panel, and it was Yudong. I stepped into a corner and opened it. Yudong reported that Wang Ho had changed his tactics after the day's beating, that Jiang Wei had fed him a new idea, and that he'd given up storming my fortress and started playing dirty instead. I swiped, and the rest scrolled through one line at a time. First, Yudong told me Wang Ho had ordered every vassal lord to keep enough troops home to guard against another one of our raids. Second, he'd stripped the most elite mobile units out of everyone's armies. All his surviving wolf cavalry and nomads folded into a so-called rapid response force, and he meant to lead it himself. No more frontline sieges, just a fast strike group ready to reinforce anywhere or run our people down in the open. Third, he'd had the vassals scrape together their leftover cannon fodder to fall on the weakest lords in the Eight Directions Alliance, and their first target was Yuobo. So the man had finally decided to stop chewing on the iron nut and clip my wings instead. Yudong told me the plan was already set, that the troops marching on Yuobo would move at dawn, and that I needed to warn him to prepare early. This guy had gotten a little smarter. I closed the message, opened the group chat we'd named the Last Rebels, and without any preamble I copied Yudong's whole report straight in, word for word. The dead quiet channel caught fire the instant it landed. Jin Bin sputtered that Wang Ho was going after Yuobo, forming a rapid response force. Li Ha decided immediately that it was over. All of it, that picking us off one at a time meant none of us could possibly hold. Yuobo asked, in a voice you could feel shaking through the text, why it was him first. Why him? Gang Jin told everyone not to panic, arguing that Wang Ho was too scared of me now to come at me straight. Li Biwu scoffed that scared or not, the coward wouldn't touch my wall so he'd come squeeze the soft persimmons instead. Even Han Ri, who almost never spoke, weighed in to point out that they were switching to real army tactics now, main thrusts and coordination and logistics, while we were still fighting like a guerrilla band, and he wanted to know how we were supposed to answer that. The whole group was drowning in its own gloom, and I could feel Wang Ho's new plan working exactly as designed, targeted and airtight looking, leaving them scrambling for a crack that wasn't obvious. So I typed 3 words and told everyone to be quiet. It was always those same 3 words, and somehow they always made everyone shut up. I told them Wang Ho's plan looked seamless but was actually full of holes. Jin Bin protested that there couldn't be holes, that Wang Ho had his main force in hand and could hit whoever he liked. I told him the biggest hole was the force being sent against Yuobo. Think it through, I said. He's pulled out all the elites, so what's left in that army? Scraps. Miscellaneous soldiers and cannon fodder swept out of a dozen houses. That wasn't a tiger prowling toward us, I told them. It was a slab of fat meat delivered straight to our mouths. That put a little light back into the channel. Gang Jin asked whether I meant we wipe out that force of his. Exactly, I said. And not just wipe it out, we do it in a way that breaks his bones. Li Biwu pushed back that Wang Ho's rapid response force was no joke, that the moment we moved to save Yuobo, they'd spring out on the way. So we don't let him spring out, I told them. We lure him somewhere else. My fingers were already moving across the light screen as the shape of the whole thing came together. I needed someone to play bait, someone to lead an elite mobile force and tear through Wang Ho's rear, the northwest region specifically, hitting the home bases of his Heavenly Wolf Alliance vassals one after another. Then the only question left was whether Wang Ho's rapid response force would ride to the rescue or not. If it did, it got pinned in the northwest. If it didn't, the alliance he'd just barely stitched together would hemorrhage morale on the spot. Gang Jin loved the idea, then asked the obvious thing, who would be the bait? Because catching Wang Ho's main force meant total annihilation. The group went silent again. Everyone understood the bait was a near certain death sentence. Then Han Ri, of all people, cleared his throat and said the job belonged to no one but him. The channel went stunned. Nobody expected the first man to step up would be the one famous for being terrified of dying. Han Ri argued his case with a shrug you could hear in the text, that no one ran faster than he did, no one was slipperier at an ambush, and that he'd played Wang Ho so hard last time the man coughed up blood, so if he went again he guaranteed the old illness would flare right back up. Very good, I typed, because I'd expected him to step forward. I told Han Ri his own troops weren't enough alone, and proposed that each of our remaining 7 houses hand over a slice of high-mobility units to serve temporarily under his command, so we could field a force Wang Ho couldn't afford to ignore. Han Ri lit up at the idea of being handed to everyone's soldiers, swearing he'd treat them like his own. Yuobo and Jin Bin threw in their support without hesitation, the ones in the most immediate danger the quickest to agree. But, Han Ri, I said, and let my tone go cold, your mission is only to harass and pin them down, not to fight a decisive battle. Hit and run, and never let yourself get bogged in the fight. And I said, if you're truly cornered by Wang Ho's main force and the situation goes critical. I paused before I finished it. Then I told him he had my permission to prioritize saving his own troops and use the units we'd loaned him as a rearguard. The channel dropped into a dead silence at that, because the words were too cold and too honest. A plain order to sacrifice everyone else's soldiers to preserve one man's core. Henri said nothing for a long while, then finally answered that I was really something, actually saying it out loud, and that he liked it. Deal, he said. He'd go flip Wang Ho's backyard upside down, but he warned that if it truly came down to it, he wouldn't be polite about which troops he spent. Li Biwu declared that as long as we won, a few dead soldiers meant nothing, and the rest fell in behind him. A vast net, custom cut for Wang Ho, was quietly spreading open. Now the second step, I told them. Once Henri drew Wang Ho's main force into the northwest, the remaining 6 of us would gather every scrap of our main strength and rush Yuobo's territory at top speed, striking from outside while his garrison struck from within, and grind that motley crew into nothing in a single motion. Remember, I said, the goal isn't to beat them, it's to erase them, and if we could kill a Heavenly Wolf Alliance lord or 2 in the chaos, so much the better. The plan was interlocked, bold, and honestly a little insane. If it worked, the Alliance would be gutted and its internal rot would spread on its own. If it failed, all 8 of our main forces could get chewed apart in the open with no comeback left. Yu Obo committed everything he had, and Jin Bin echoed him, the threat of death somehow lighting a fire in every one of them. Time was tight, I told them. Under cover of night, hand the troops to Henri at once. Tomorrow would decide all our fates. I closed the chat and walked down off the stone wall to find Snowsom waiting for me. She asked what we were going to do. Prepare for the expedition, I told her, looking out over the soldiers in my territory. Assemble everyone. This time we fight a real ugly battle out in the wild. As the night deepened, squads of elite troops slipped out from their scattered territories and flowed through the dark toward Henri's land in the northwest. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Wolf Alliance camp, Wang Ho bent over his map, running tomorrow's attack through his head again and again, never once noticing the net that had been tailored just for him. He thought he was the hunter. He had no idea he was already the prey in someone else's eyes. By first light, dust hung thick outside the Heavenly Wolf Alliance's main camp. Wang Ho stood high on a slope reviewing the troops massed below, and he'd split them into 2. One was a cobbled-together rabble, more than 1,000 strong but mixed in type and sagging in morale. He called Jiang Wei forward, and Jiang Wei spurred up and answered that he was there. Wang Ho pointed his riding crop at the cannon fodder and told Jiang Wei he was leaving that army to him with exactly one task, to trample Yu Obo's land flat and teach the traitor what betrayal cost. Jiang Wei glanced at the mess of troops, then at the elite force beside Wang Ho, and understood the arithmetic instantly, but he promised the mission would be done. Then Wang Ho turned to the vassal lords wearing every expression under the sun, and warned them that anyone caught slacking would meet the hammer in his hand, dangling 30% of Yu Obo's resources as the reward for taking him down. Carrot offered, stick waved. Wang Ho watched Jiang Wei lead the horde grandly off to the east, a scheming little smile on his face as he muttered at me to see how I'd play it this time. He himself led the rapid response force at an unhurried pace toward the center of the zone, where the view opened wide and he could swing to support any direction at will. He was certain he'd just checkmated the entire 8 Directions alliance. Yu Obo's territory sat on a string of low hills, its terrain unremarkable, its fortifications middling at best. He stood on the wall watching the dust bloom on the far horizon, muttering that they were coming, his palms soaked. His handful of troops was nowhere near enough to face a Heavenly Wolf horde. A trembling militiaman beside him asked whether they could hold, and Yu Obo ground out that even if they couldn't, they had to, because reinforcements were nearly there. Then the dark tide of the enemy army swallowed the whole view below the hills. Jiang Wei sat his horse studying the crude little territory with contempt, pulling at his mouth, sneering that a dump like this dared oppose Ho Young. He didn't bother commanding personally, just waved his hand at the vassals behind him and offered an extra 10% of the spoils to whoever breached the gate first. Under the fat reward, several lords eager to prove themselves drove their troops into a charge, and every flavor of low-tier cannon fodder swarmed the walls in a chaotic mass. Yu Obo roared for his men to fire, and on the wall his dwarf musketeers leveled their guns and dropped a row of the front rankers in a haze of white smoke, the defensive towers loosing a thin rain of arrows on top. But against an army over 1,000 strong, that damage barely counted. The cannon fodder stepped over their own dead and reached the wooden wall, hacking at it with crude blades, and the durability crept down, slow but relentless. Someone shouted that the east wall was giving way, and then a section of the eastern palisade burst inward with a crash, and the monsters outside howled and poured for the gap. Yu Obo screamed for his spearmen to form ranks and block it, drew his own sword bloodshot-eyed, and threw himself into the breach. From there it stopped being a siege and became the ugliest kind of street fighting. In our channel, the messages were strobing past. Yu Obo cried that he couldn't hold, that there were too many, that the east wall was breached. Jin Bin told him to hang on. They were almost there. Gang Jin reported that his centaurs had spotted the territory, that they were closing from the west. Outside my own walls, My expedition force had finished forming up. 3 hill-sized earth elementals walked at the very front, followed by rock pangolin shield guards behind their great shields, and a wedge of murderous boar riders, with longbowmen and lizardmen archers guarding the wings, and Snowsong riding her frostwolf at my side. She worried aloud that we were marching out with all our main strength, that only a few skeletons would be left holding the territory. I told her not to worry. Today our battlefield wasn't at home. I opened the channel one last time and told everyone to act on the plan, that it was time to teach Wang Ho who the real prey was. Then I swung my arm forward and ordered the whole army to advance. Han Ri lay flat in a patch of grass at the northwest edge of the zone, glassing a lonely little territory through a beat-up monocular, while a sizable force lay hidden behind him. That guy's not bad, he clicked his tongue. He's even built stone walls. The land belonged to a core heavenly wolf man named Jin Riang. A centaur archer asked when they'd start. Don't rush, Han Ri told him with a sly little smile. Wait for the wind. The instant he said it, 3 air elementals flared and dissolved into 3 whirlwinds, drifting silent toward the territory, and a moment later plumes of black smoke shot up inside Jin Riang's walls, as men bawled that the granary was burning. The place fell into chaos. Jin Riang was still marshalling a fire brigade when a fast rain of arrows tore out of the woods to the south and raked his watchtowers, and he wheeled his troops that way to defend, only for a wall of battle cries to erupt outside the western stone wall. He had no idea what was happening or where all these people had come from. What he didn't know was that Han Ri had thrown a few dozen Tier 1 units at the western side purely to bluff, running them back and forth to fake a massive host bearing down, while his real main force crept to the lightly held north gate. Now Han Ri barked and leapt up out of the grass, telling his boys to follow him, grab the goods and run. Centaur archers fired on the charge and swept the wall clear while Han Ri rode a hellhound at the head of a dozen elite Tier 3 water elementals, a blade driving straight for the north gate, and the few goblins guarding it went down before they could turn. His arrogant laughter rang across the whole territory as he announced that Grandpa Han Ri had come to visit. He never lingered in a fight. He drove straight for the resource warehouse, swept up a hall of wood and stone, and vanished out the east gate, the whole thing smooth as running water and done in 10 minutes. By the time Jin Riang finally arrived with his main body, all he found was a stripped warehouse and a few big words scrawled on the ground by Han Ri, a taunt that he'd fooled them and would be back. Jin Riang's fury climbed straight to his heart and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, in the center of the zone, Wang Ho got Jin Riang's cry for help, that damned Han Ri hitting his territory with a large force, and stood up so fast his stool skidded. A sharp glint crossed his eyes as he marveled that Han Ri actually dared show his face. He demanded to know how many men the man had brought. Jin Riang, in his panic, swore he wasn't sure but they were everywhere, at least several hundred, with air elementals and centaurs too, the numbers swelling with every retelling. Several hundred, Wang Ho repeated, and immediately understood this couldn't be Han Ri alone, that it was the 8 Directions Alliance main force running their old besiege, one to rescue, another trick. He laughed coldly and told himself he wasn't naive enough to fall for it a second time. Then he gave the order anyway. Whole army assemble. Target Jin Riang's territory in the northwest. Run Han Ri down. He wanted to see whether the man could outrun his wolf cavalry across open plain. Wang Ho mounted a giant wolf and led his most elite rapid response force off as a torrent of steel toward the northwest, never noticing that the instant he left, the battlefield in the east had begun to transform into something world-shaking. Across the barren northwest, Wang Ho chased a plume of dust that kept flickering in and out of view ahead of him, roaring hoarse from his wolf's back for his men to go faster and not let the bastard escape. He'd been at it over an hour. That Han run was a greased loach, always finding a fork or a grove the second Wang Ho closed the gap, snapping the distance wide open again. Worse, Han Ri would not stop posting in our channel. He announced to his imaginary viewers that they were now broadcasting the grand outdoor reality show Wang Ho's 1,000-mile pursuit of his husband, that the male lead loved him so deeply he'd chased him 50 miles without a sip of water, and he begged the audience to airdrop melon seeds or bottled water, because all the running had left him parched. A wolf cavalry officer spurred up to Wang Ho to warn that they couldn't chase further, that they were too far from camp. But Wang Ho screamed at him to shut up, bloodshot-eyed, swearing he'd catch this bastard today and level both the man and his land. Rage had eaten him whole, and he never grasped that he was hauling the Alliance's most elite force deeper and deeper into the northwestern wild, further with every stride from the battle that actually mattered. Meanwhile, Yuobo's territory had become a bloody purgatory. He swung his longsword and cut down a skeleton clawing up the wall, hot blood splashing his face, screaming for everyone to hold the line. His defenses were nothing like mine, and under Jiang Wei's 1,000-plus assorted troops, the outer palisades had long since splintered to nothing, the siege collapsing into the cruelest house-to-house fighting. His dwarf musketeers and human spearmen used the wrecked buildings for cover, threw together little strong points and fought men several times their number for every street and every doorway, ground changing hands over and over. Jiang Wei watched from the rear with his face gone dark, cursing his own men as trash. He'd never expected this nobody Yuobo to prove so stubborn, still holding his lord's mansion after Jiang Wei had already spent over 300 casualties. The The coerced vassals were all pulling their punches, unwilling to spend themselves, useless to lean on. He couldn't afford to drag it out, he needed a swift kill, so he ground his teeth and told his confidant to unleash his darlings. 12 behemoths like small mountains emerged from the rear of the formation. Over 3 meters tall, sheathed head to foot in thick dark green carapace, their heavy limbs shaking the ground at every step. Tier 3 armored beasts. His men's morale surged at the sight. Someone shouting that these were Brother Jiang Wei's Tier 3 troops, someone else calling them terrifying. Jiang Wei leveled his saber and ordered a general assault behind the beasts, a decisive strike in one push, promising execution to anyone who dared retreat, and the 12 armored beasts roared and began their heavy march at Yuobo's last defensive line like 12 tanks, smashing aside the rubble and corpses in their path. Yuobo's musketeers swung their aim onto the lead beast and poured lead into it, the bullets sparking off the carapace for laughably small damage, and despair rolled across every defender's face when they saw the numbers, because nothing they had could pierce those hides. An armored beast slammed a crumbling wall to powder and hurled the spearmen behind it flying before they could even scream, and the defensive line tore open in a gaping breach as the monster tide howled in behind the beasts. Yuobo watched it with his sword hand shaking, and he regretted everything. Back when his lord's mansion hit level 3 and the architecture branches opened, he'd inexplicably passed on the common tech tree and chosen a custom branch. Sure, he'd unlocked some black technology, only to find every building was an auxiliary structure like automatic mining machines and goblin workshops. Utterly useless, not even a recruitment hall for Tier 3 troops. It had crippled his growth after the 3rd Crimson Moon and dropped him into the 2nd tier of lords. And now, facing real Tier 3 power, he finally understood how badly he'd chosen. A blood-drenched spearman grabbed him and shouted to retreat before it was too late, and Yuobo laughed bitterly and asked where there was left to retreat, because once the lord's mansion fell, they all died. He raised his sword with grim finality and told his brothers they'd fight to the death today. And then everything changed. On the west edge of the battlefield, at the far end of the open plain, a line of black dots swelled fast into a body of centaurs armed with long spears and bows, their leader raising his weapon in a furious roar that Gangjin had arrived and the dogs of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance could get ready to die. Nearly 100 Tier 2 centaur archers and spearmen crashed into the Alliance's chaotic rear like a gale from the flank. Jiang Wei hadn't even reacted when a shriek of splitting air came down from the eastern sky, and over a dozen of Li Baiwu's Tier 3 air elementals swept in on the wind and plowed straight into the vassal ranks, stirring up a storm of blood. Cries of enemy attack and encirclement went up everywhere. The motley vassal army, its retreat cut and its flanks torn, simply lost the will to fight, throwing down weapons and scattering. But that was only the opening. A dull, rhythmic tramp of feet rolled out from behind the northern hills, and an army that made the scalp crawl appeared. 3 giants over 4 meters tall, built of rock and earth leading it. Rock pangolin shield guards behind them in tight ranks with their huge shields. Then the murderous boar riders, and behind all of them a phalanx of longbowmen at full draw, arrowheads glinting cold. At its heart, a young man on a white frost wolf watched the field without a flicker of warmth. Jiang Wei choked out my name, staring at those 3 familiar earth elementals, his voice coming apart, and at last he understood. The feigned encircle, a point to draw reinforcements. The pretense of picking on the soft persimmon. From the very first move, the Heavenly Wolf Alliance had been the calculated prey. Hanri had tied down Wang Ho's most elite force in the northwest, while the rest of us gathered every ounce of strength here and spread the net, waiting for the fat meat to charge in. He screamed for a retreat and hauled his mount around to run. Trying to run now, I said, and let my voice drift out over the field. Too late. Snow Song, give them a proper gift. She nodded, raised her staff, and began an obscure chant as a terrible cold spread out from her in a widening ring. The sky had gone leaden somewhere along the way, and huge snowflakes condensed out of nothing, each one carrying a bone-deep chill, gathering into a blizzard that dropped precisely over Jiang Wei's 1,000-strong rabble. The cannon fodder at the front were sheathed in thick frost in an instant, their movements grinding to a crawl, running becoming crawling. Every step like wading through a swamp. Some of the low-health ones froze into statues before they could scream and shattered on the ground, and the whole charging formation stalled and caved in on itself. Jiang Wei tried to shout that it was only a spell and to hold ranks, but the words died in his mouth as Gang Jin's centaurs and Li Biu's air elementals hit the frost-scattered ranks from 2 sides and sent them tumbling with no defense left to organize. Then the retreat path to the south, filled with a dense wall of skeleton soldiers, soul fire flickering in their eyes, bone white and unbroken, and behind that sea of skeletons stood the troops of Jin Bin, Gang Songrok, and Li Ha, surrounded on every side. A vassal lord dropped his weapon and slumped to the dirt, moaning that it was all over, and pleas for mercy and cries of surrender rose together. But the panic in Jiang Wei's eyes slowly gave way to something wilder, because he knew Wang Ho's methods better than anyone, so if he wanted to live, he could only carve his own way out. He roared everyone quiet and told anyone who didn't want to die to charge with him. jabbing his finger at the skeleton wall to the south, calling it their weakest point and ordering his armored beasts to smash a bloody road through. He threw all 12 Tier 3 beasts forward at once, his final trump. The armored beasts' defense was staggering, the skeleton's bone spears unable to leave so much as a white scratch, and they rampaged straight through, crushing a path in the wall of bone as the desperate vassals gathered their last men and surged in behind them, hope rekindling as one lord shouted that they could break out. Then my voice drifted lazily down from the north, asking whether they'd cleared it with me before deciding to run. "Boar riders," I ordered, "crush their formation from the flanks." The boar riders I'd held in reserve burst out from behind the earth elementals, and instead of meeting the armored beasts head-on, they drove in like two daggers, stabbing into the fragile ranks of vassal troops trailing behind. Gangjin laughed and sent his centaur spearmen in from another angle. "Longbowmen," I called, "fire at will. Pick those followers off one by one, and Li Bai Wu, quit letting your air elementals watch the show. Send them down to entertain the crowd." A storm of arrows and wind blades came down on everything behind the armored beasts. The vassals who'd finally worked up the nerve to charge caught a devastating blow instead, their formation ripped apart by boars and centaurs, while the long-range fire harvested them in swaths, the whole field turning into a meat grinder. Jiang Wei's beasts cleared ground in front, while his army melted away behind. A lord named Wang Wan screamed as a boar smashed his last dozen kobolds to pieces, and before he'd finished grieving, one of Li Baiwu's air elementals drifted over his head and a wind blade took it clean off. In another quarter, a lord trying to rally a counterattack drew Gang Jin's centaur spearmen, and after a few charges both he and his summoned guards were left riddled with holes. The last three vassals watched their troops dwindle and looked at me across the field like I was a demon god, and their nerve broke completely, all of them surrendering and ordering their men to lay down arms. Jiang Wei glanced back to find only a scatter of stragglers left behind him, and his heart bled. He roared that he wasn't finished with me, then ground his teeth and gave the last order to his remaining 12 beasts, 4 of them to hold his rearguard at any cost. 4 armored beasts wheeled fearlessly into the charging boar riders and centaurs, spending their massive bodies to buy him a few precious seconds, and Jiang Wei took the other 8 and a few lucky core lords and broke through the last of the skeleton sea without a backward look, vanishing wretched into the southern jungle. The battle was over. The last light of the setting sun spread across a purgatory of corpses and dyed it a beautiful, terrible gold, the air thick with blood and burning. Yu Obo stood on the ruins of his own territory, looked at the bodies everywhere, and simply sat down, gasping. Gangjin rode a centaur to my side and punched me in the arm, telling me I wasn't bad, that it was a beautiful move, that I'd played Wang Ho and Jiang Wei like fiddles. Li Baiwu came over too, his look at me gone complicated, and admitted he'd underestimated me before. I just smiled and watched my skeletons cheerfully start clearing the field, dragging fresh corpses back toward my territory. The hall was unlike anything before. We'd wiped out the Heavenly Wolf rabble, killed 2 lords and captured 3, and more importantly, gutted a third of Jiang Wei's ace armored beasts. This battle had cracked the Alliance's foundation clean through. Then I remembered something, and called the 3 surrendered lords over, and they came trembling. "Do you want to live?" I asked. "Yes," they nodded like chickens pecking grain. "They'd do anything." "Good," I said, and let a kind smile settle onto my face, because I happened to have a new job for them. They wanted to join me, didn't they? Now the chance had come. "Go back and tell Wang Ho you barely escaped after fighting your way clear," I said. "Then stay right there at his side." Their faces drained white, because this was asking them to go back as my planted agents, and if Wang Ho ever found out, their end would be worse than death. "Unwilling?" I asked, and let the smile drop. "Willing," they blurted. "Absolutely willing," pledging themselves before they could think better of it. I nodded, satisfied, and looked off toward the northwest where Wang Ho was still chasing Han Ri. It had to be quite a show. 2 full double hours a wolf cavalry officer reined up hard, watching that dust plume swap direction yet again, and swore the man had turned once more. Wang Ho had been dragging the Alliance's most elite mobile force after Han Ri for 2 double hours, and in all that time they hadn't caught even a glimpse of him, just eaten his dust the whole way. That damned Han Run knew the terrain better than seemed possible, always diving into a canyon or curling around a hill, playing the wolf cavalry for fools until their morale had rotted from fury into exhausted numbness. Then Han Ri posted again a live traffic update, informing his viewers that Wang Ho's motorcade was currently rolling through the Great Northwestern Flats at 30 miles an hour, and feeling a bit lightheaded, that he was leading them on a 100-kilometer aerobic fitness run, and everyone was welcome to watch. Gang Jin warned him to watch himself, not to clown around until he blew it. Han Ri assured him he could see clearly whether the man's mount was male or female, so what could possibly go wrong, then asked how things were on our end. "It's over," I told him. 3 words. "Beautiful," he answered. Wang Ho couldn't read any of it, but he felt a stifling weight settle on his chest. A trusted subordinate rode up, anxious to say they couldn't chase anymore, that the mounts were spent and the men starving, and that Jiang Wei had just sent an emergency message. Wang Ho's heart lurched, and an ugly premonition flooded him as he opened it and found Jiang Wei's plea, choked with panic, saying they'd fallen for a trap, that my main force and Gang Jin's and Li Biwu's were all there, that they were surrounded and begging for backup. The message cut off midword. Wang Ho's head snapped east toward Yuobo's land, then back at his elite force stranded in the wasteland. A terrible clarity took shape in his mind and he murmured it aloud, luring the tiger away from the mountain. He'd been played. From the first move, he'd been led by the nose like a fool by Henri and me. He let out a beast's roar for the whole army to turn and ride to the rescue. It was already far too late. By the time Wang Ho's exhausted troops reached Yuobo's territory, the sky was full dark, and what met him was no raging battle but a deathly silent ruin heaped with corpses, countless heavenly wolf auxiliaries piled together under the torchlight, many still crusted with unmelted frost, their deaths grotesque. A vassal who'd returned with him spotted his own banners in the corpse heap and collapsed, legs gone. Wang Ho sat his wolf and shook. He had lost, and lost far worse than the last time beneath my walls, because last time he'd only spent elites, but this time the vast vassal legion that was the whole foundation of his rule in the region had been all but destroyed. Then a commotion stirred in the southern jungle, and Jiang Wei emerged in a sorry state, leading his last 8 armored beasts and a scatter of beaten soldiers, his face and armor caked with dried blood, his eyes full of terror and lingering fear. Wang Ho demanded to know what had happened, his voice a rasp, and Jiang Wei's voice shook as he described the trap, how they'd ran straight into the encirclement, how Wang Wan and Li Mook were both dead. With every sentence, Wang Ho's face grew uglier and the veins stood out on the hand, gripping his city-shattering hammer. Then he simply swung it, the great hammer whistling past Jiang Wei's cheek to slam a crater into the ground beside him, screaming that a force of over 1,000 had been wiped out. Was this how Jiang Wei commanded for him? That he'd sent the man to squeeze soft persimmons, not to hand over their heads on a platter? Jiang Wei flinched. Then a surge of humiliation turned his own eyes red, and he shot back to ask whether Wang Ho could really blame him. Because if Wang Ho hadn't insisted on chasing Henri and let himself get lured off the mountain, how could they possibly have lost this badly? Wang Ho raised the hammer to strike, incensed that the man dared talk back, and then a voice cut across it and told him that was enough. It was Sang Pyong, another corps member whose own troops had been mauled in the fighting. He stepped between them and looked Wang Ho dead in the eye, telling him this wasn't the time to assign blame, that everyone had lost and everyone had bled, and asking what use there was in beating and cursing his own people. Jin Riang stepped out too, grief all over his face, saying they'd lost everything in this battle, that his men were dead as well, that there was no point fighting on because if they kept it up, they'd all end up buried alongside me. The Lord's complaints rose one after another, and the resentment Wang Ho had been suppressing by force erupted all at once now that the crushing defeat had come. The army's morale was no longer stable, and the cold spreading through Wang Ho's chest told him he was in serious trouble. He barked at everyone to shut up, insisting it was only one defeat, mocking them for being so scared over a single loss, arguing that my victory had surely been Pyrrhic and my forces just as spent, that they still had a chance if they only pulled themselves together. Sang Pyong sneered and asked with what, by filling the gaps with their brothers' lives, then told him flatly that he wasn't staying in the Heavenly Wolf Alliance any longer. The words landed like a bomb. Wang Ho pointed at him, so furious he couldn't speak. Sang Pyong stayed calm, saying he'd joined to live the good life, not to be a sacrificial pawn, and that after today he saw clearly there was no future in following a man whose only skill was force, whose plans were full of holes, who was too pig-headed to hear advice and still couldn't see he'd been played like a fiddle. Every word was a slap. Wang Ho screamed that Sang Pyong was looking for death, and swung the great hammer at him, and Jiang Wei and several corps members lunged to hold him back, begging him to calm down. Sang Pyong didn't dodge, only looked at him coldly and asked if this was all he had, killing whoever he couldn't out-argue, then turned to leave, telling anyone who wanted to keep following Wang Ho to their deaths that they were welcome to stay behind. Sang Pyong's departure was the first domino. Jin Riang and several battered vassals announced they were done too, and in the space of a breath nearly a third of the once huge Heavenly Wolf Alliance walked out. Wang Ho tore free of Jiang Wei and watched those resolute backs recede, his whole body gone cold. He wanted to kill, but he knew killing them now would only push the rest further away. Fine, he laughed in a fury, telling them to remember this, that anyone who walked out today was forever barred from coming back, that from this day they were enemies of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. To lords already thoroughly disillusioned, the threat rang hollow. The night wind kicked up dust and the smell of blood, and Wang Ho stood on the ruins with only Jiang Wei and a few corps men and a handful of vassals who hadn't yet fled. His alliance had fallen apart overnight. In my territory, a grand victory feast blazed, bonfires roaring and roasted meat perfuming the air. Gangjin and Li Biwu and Yu Obo and the rest all gathered. Gangjin lifted his cup high to our great victory and everyone cheered, because we'd won it beautifully, mauling the once arrogant Heavenly Wolf Alliance for almost nothing. I smiled too, and opened a private message that had already arrived from Yudong. He gushed that I was a god, that Wang Ho's people really had turned on each other, that Song Pyong and Jin Riang and several lords had quit on the spot and left with their troops, that Wang Ho had nearly killed a man before Jiang Wei stopped him, and that the remaining lords all had their own hidden agendas now and would likely disband before long. Yu Dong added that the three of them had played terrified too, crying to go home, and slipped back safely while Wang Ho was too overwhelmed to bother with them. I closed the message. Everything was going to plan. I looked at Snowsong beside me, at the three earth elementals in the distance being fed fruit by my peasants, at my dwarf iron hammer crouched in a corner salivating over a chunk of iron ore, and I thought about how my core kept getting stronger. Gangjin took a sip of wine and leaned in to ask what came next, whether we pressed the advantage. No rush, I told him. Wang Ho was badly wounded, but a starved camel is still bigger than a horse, and he still held the core elites of the Alliance. Push him too hard now and I'd corner him into a fight to the death I had no need for, especially with the new world the system had mentioned still ahead. So we'd let him fly a little longer. What did Wang Ho lack most right now? I asked, and answered it myself. Prestige, resources, and a victory to knit people's hearts back together. And those lords who'd just broken away were birds startled by the twang of an empty bow. Tell me, I said, if Wang Ho tried to rebuild his authority by annexing those isolated traders, what would happen? We just needed to watch the show. Gang Jin wiped his mouth and floated the obvious counter, that Song Pyong and Jin Riang and the rest had cut ties with Wang Ho on the spot, that they were strays now and Wang Ho would never tolerate them, so maybe we should win them over while manpower was scarce. Everyone looked at me. No need, I said, and tore off a strip of roast and tossed it to the frost wolf at my feet. Gang Jin, thinking too simply, argued more people meant more strength, and that the enemy of his enemy was a friend. Old Gang, I told him. Think about what kind of people they are. Opportunists. They followed Wang Ho to feast and left him the moment staying meant a beating. Could you ever trust your back to men like that? If they could betray Wang Ho today, they'd betray us tomorrow. That gave the table something to chew on. And besides, I went on, right now they were worth more to us alive and useful than folded into our ranks. Li Baiwu asked how. What does Wang Ho need most? I asked again, and this time Yu Obo guessed revenge. No, I said, and wagged a finger. A victory, one that could rebuild his prestige and rally his people, plus resources, fresh troops, and a target to vent his rage on and cow the waverers. And was there a better target right now than Seng Pyong and his little band of traitors? Their morale was scattered, their spirits low, and they had no strong ground to defend, so in Wang Ho's eyes they were lambs waiting for the knife. If he moved to annex them, he'd claw back resources and kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. And as for us, we didn't have to lift a finger. We just sat home drinking wine and eating meat, and watched two dogs fight over a bone, and once they both fought half to death, we'd wander over and clean up the mess. That was the real value of a traitor. Gang Jin and Li Baiwu traded looks full of nothing but admiration, thinking privately that this guy's heart ran darker than his defense towers. At the Heavenly Wolf Alliance's makeshift camp, Wang Ho sat in his tent staring at the city-shattering hammer on the ground, while Jiang Wei and the corps men stood aside breathing carefully. Sang Pyong, he ground out through his teeth. Jin Riang, each name dropping like ice. Jiang Wei steeled himself to soothe him, saying let the fence-sitters go. It was cleaner without them. Leave, Wang Ho snapped. Looking up Bloodshot, they'd ground his face into the dirt and thrown his alliance's morale into chaos, and now they thought they could just shake off the dust and walk. He stood and snatched up the hammer and ordered the whole army gathered. Jiang Wei's heart jumped and he asked what Wang Ho meant to do. Clean house, of course. Wang Ho sneered. He'd show everyone what betraying him cost. When another corps lord dared point out that the troops had just been crushed and were exhausted, that marching now was reckless, Wang Ho spun on him and asked if he was teaching him his business, and the lord trembled and dropped his head. I'm telling you all, Wang Ho said, voice gone glacial, now is not the time to rest. We have no time to rest. I was watching him, he said. Every lord in the region was watching him, and if the alliance showed cowardice now it would truly fall apart. They had to fight. Only enemy blood and enemy resources could stand them back up. Sang Pyong's territory was their soldiers. Sang Pyong's soldiers were their soldiers. Jiang Wei sighed watching him. He knew this Wang Ho would hear no advice, and that rather than be executed as a traitor himself, it was better to gamble along. So he was the first to volunteer to gather the troops, and the rest of the corps men reluctantly fell in line. Soon the exhausted remnants of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance marched out again under Wang Ho's forced command, their target no longer my fortress, but the domain of their former ally, Songpyeong. In one of Songpyeong's territories, he and Jin Riang and the other defectors huddled around a campfire nobody had the heart to watch. Jin Riang asked worriedly what they did now. Certain Wang Ho would never let them go. Another lord blustered that there were so many of them Wang Ho might not dare come, but his shaking hands gave him away. Sangpyeong shook his head, grave, and said no, Wang Ho would come, and soon, because he understood the man's nature better than anyone. Then Jin Rang suggested they go seek refuge with me, that only I could stop Wang Ho now, and Songpyeong gave a bitter laugh and asked whether I'd even glance at a pack of traitors, because going over now made them not allies but burdens, and why would I risk my life fighting Wang Ho for their sake? The valley fell into dead silence, everyone realizing they were hot potatoes now, and whoever picked them up would be cursed. They'd thought escaping Wang Ho meant freedom. They'd only leapt from a fire pit into a deeper abyss. Inside my lord's mansion, a militia captain handed over the tally of the battle's spoils, and one glance at that string of figures lifted my mood outright. I was rich. This was war profit. I opened my lord panel and started running numbers, and asked the system what it took to upgrade the lord's mansion to level 4. It answered with a demand for a mountain of wood and stone and iron ore and gold coins, plus a territory that had been running 100 days. I told the system it might as well just rob me outright, and that the time wasn't there anyway, because the novice period was nearly done. Upgrading the mansion wasn't urgent. Turning these resources into raw combat power was the kingly road. Could the bone pool still be upgraded? I asked. The system told me it sat at level 2, and that pushing it to level 3 needed a heap of wood and stone and gold coins plus one special material called a wraith core, and that at level 3 it would convert corpses half again as fast, hold far more at once, and carry a small chance of turning Tier 2 corpses into Tier 2 zombies. Tier 2 troops. My eyes lit up, because that was a qualitative leap. I stroked my chin over the Wraith Core, which I didn't have, and set it aside. My Tier 3 roster was still thin, only rock pangolin shield guards, boar riders, and longbowmen, so I asked the system to show me any other Tier 3 troop buildings in the custom building tree. The screen bloomed into a complex tree, most of its branches gray, a few lit, and my eye caught on a brand new building. A griffin roost, a Tier 3 flying unit hall that needed wood and stone and gold coins, and 5 special items called Crystals of Wind, and that once built would let me recruit a handful of Tier 3 griffins each week. Flying units. I'd seen a Crystal of Wind in the ruin shop before, priced at 1,000 tokens, and hadn't bothered to study it then, and now couldn't trade for one if I wanted, so that too would have to wait. Several other good buildings all wanted special items, so for now I'd focus on the defense towers and walls and structures I could actually raise. With a sweep of my hand, I ordered every one of them built. There was no telling whether Wang Ho might get desperate enough to come at me again. Inside Sangpyeong's territory, the campfire flickered but couldn't touch the chill in anyone. The defector lords gathered pale as ash. Jin Riang, whose land Han Ri had already stripped in the harassment phase, and who'd been left badly short, asked in a shaking voice whether that madman Wang Ho was really coming to kill them. Sangpyeong glanced at the map and answered bluntly, of course, because if Wang Ho didn't come kill them now, was he going to keep them around for the holidays? And if he didn't hang traitors' heads on his flagpoles, how would he cow the rest? That one sentence shattered the last wishful thinking in the tent. Then what? Another lord pressed. Their combined forces only a few hundred, while Wang Ho still held his elite wolf cavalry, and someone else agreed a head-on fight was a dead end. Jin Riang floated, going to me again, surrendering everything they owned just to buy their lives. Surrender, someone scoffed. With what? When they were strays now, and taking them in meant openly declaring war on Wang Ho. And why would I risk my life over a few useless men? Did I like their looks? Remember that woman from before? Someone added, Joe Reary, and how my group had killed her. So what dream was a grown man having? Silence fell again. They had nothing left, and nothing meant no way to survive. A truth harder than gold coins on the endless continent. I'm not sitting here waiting to die, Sangpyeong said, and stood abruptly, kicking over the brazier so sparks scattered. If they wanted to live, there was only one road, and it was to fight Wang Ho. Fight how? Someone asked. Wang Ho had to pass through Yixiantian Canyon to reach them, Sangpyeong said, stabbing his finger at a narrow choke on the hide map. And the ground there was so tight his wolf cavalry couldn't build a charge, so they'd ambush him with everything they had, and catch him blind. It was their only chance. The others hesitated over the map, seeing a coin flip with their lives on it, crushed to pieces if they lost. Scared, Sangpyeong sneered. Then wait here and don't cry when Wang Ho's hammer comes down on your skull. Jin Riang ground his teeth and said they were dead either way. Might as well take a few of them along. And one by one the traitors found some backbone. Just us isn't enough, Sangpyeong said, drawing a slow breath. They needed outside help. He opened his message list and found the names, mine and Gang Jin's and Li Biwu's, composed his plea, and hovered over the send key a long moment, because he knew this was his last hope. In my territory, the warmth of the feast still lingered as I directed the peasants to reinforce the tower foundations, prepping to upgrade every defensive structure, Iron Hammer grumbling the whole while that the peasants were too slow and cramping his artistic vision. Then a string of message chimes pulled at my attention, and I opened it to find Song Pyong's note, long and painfully humble, boiling down to one thing, that they meant to ambush Wang Ho in Yishantian Canyon, and had staked everything they owned, and they begged the big bosses to help them for the sake of shared humanity, swearing to serve me like cattle and horses if it worked. At almost the same moment, the same plea reached Gang Jin and Li Biwu. I forwarded it straight into the last rebels and told them someone had invited us to a show, VIP seats. Gang Jin marveled at the grandson's nerve, asking who he thought he was, wanting us for bodyguards. Li Biwu was sure it was Wang Ho's conspiracy, the traitors baiting us into the canyon for an ambush, and refused to fall for it. UOO breed, it was too suspicious, that we just won and now they came knocking, and there was no such thing as a free lunch. Most of the group read it as a trap. Only one man had a peculiar style, Henri wanting to know what show, whether there was a fight to watch where, saying he'd carry his lord's mansion over right now to grab a good seat, and asking if anyone had sunflower seeds or popcorn to lend. Gang Jin asked him to be serious for 1 second. Everyone, quiet, I typed, and the channel went still. This isn't a trap. If Wang Ho had that kind of brain, he wouldn't have let Henri chase him into coughing up blood last time. Sang Pyong and his people were genuinely at a dead end, and the plan he described was very good for us. Beneficial how? Li Baiwu asked. Why should we help a pack of fence-sitters? Who said we were helping them? I answered. My meaning was that we could go and help them. Think it through, I said. Sang Pyong's group would fight Wang Ho to the death in that canyon. One side a cornered beast, the other side blind with rage. So what came out of a fight like that? Henri got it instantly, crowing that both sides would be beaten half dead, and then we'd rush out and take them all at once, marveling that my heart ran blacker than his tunnels. Right, but not quite, I told him. Our goal wasn't to sweep both sides up, it was to maximize Wang Ho's losses. So I proposed each of our 8 houses send a slice of troops, not to the canyon but to its outskirts, where we'd lie low and quietly watch them tear each other apart. And the instant both sides were gutted and Wang Ho tried to pull out, we'd appear and seal his escape. Then, I asked, trapped in the canyon with bloodshot traitors ahead and our army behind, what kind of face would Wang Ho be making? The group sat silent for a full half-minute. Then Gang Jin declared me ruthless. Truly ruthless. Li Biwu loved it and wanted to see Wang Ho's constipated face with his own eyes. Yu Obo called it brilliant. Let the dogs fight and take the kills at the end. Henri offered that if I ever couldn't make it in life, I could come dig tunnels with him. That the two of us could bore straight through the continent. The plan passed unanimously. I switched out and replied to Song Pyong, only that we'd received his plan and would go to Yishantian Canyon. No promises, no guarantees. Just an ambiguous line. For Sang Pyong right then it was enough. He shouted to his people that I'd agreed, that I was coming to support them, and the despairing traitors were instantly reborn, morale soaring, never once grasping that they'd turn from someone else's chess pieces into the bait on my board. Sang Pyong waved his hand full of spirit and ordered everyone out at once, off to the canyon to prepare their grand gift for Wang Ho. Under the night sky, a weary army marched across the wilderness, the remnants of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance under Wang Ho. Jang Wei rode up to suggest a rest, the brothers barely able to walk, and Wang Ho looked back with a crazed light in his eyes and told him they'd rest plenty once they'd twisted off the heads of scum like Song Pyong and kicked them around like balls. He'd already learned the defectors had gathered in a hilly stretch to the southeast, and he meant to crush these traitors with thunder. He had no idea a neck cut precisely to his shape had already opened ahead of him, and that further off, the troops of Gangjin and Li Biwu and I were sliding through the dark toward Yixiantian Canyon like ghosts. A chaotic battle that would decide the final shape of the whole zone was about to begin. Yixiantian Canyon earned its name, cliffs towering on both sides and a passage down the middle wide enough for only 3 or 4 horses abreast. Sang Pyong lay behind a boulder, voice low, telling everyone to stay hidden and not move until the enemy was all the way in, his heart slamming. Beside him, Jin Riang and the other traitor lords were bloodless, hands slick on their weapons. Every last soldier they owned laid in ambush along the walls of the canyon, their one chance at living. In the distance, hooves approached, and a weary but murderous army appeared at the mouth, Wang Ho at its head with that massive hammer, his face all madness. Jang Wei reined in warily and said something felt wrong, that it was too quiet. What could be wrong? Wang Ho roared. Could a pack of strays overturn the heavens? And he ordered them through at full speed, swearing he'd have Song Pyong's head hanging in his territory before dawn. And he charged in first. The wolf cavalry and auxiliaries braced behind him. The moment his whole army was inside, Sangpyeong shot up and roared for them to do it. From atop the cliffs, boulders and logs loosened in advance came crashing down onto the troops below, and the narrow passage dissolved into chaos. Rocks falling, men and horses overturning, screams stacking on screams. "Archers," Sangpyeong called. "Fire," and a flood of arrows poured off both walls into the shieldless auxiliaries. Wang Ho's mount went down under a fallen log and he sprang clumsily from the corpse, bloodshot, hammering at the boulders in his path, screaming that Sangpyeong was looking for death. The wolf cavalry's mobility evaporated in the choke, squeezed together into perfect targets, and Sangpyeong drew his sword and led his people out of hiding. Jin Riang and the rest charging with bloodshot eyes, their remnants slamming into the packed heavenly wolf ranks. One side fought like cornered beasts hunting life and death. The other was drunk on rage and desperate for revenge. From the first breath, it was a white-hot slaughter. Jin Riang cut down a kobold and took a claw across his own shoulder deep enough to show bone. Wang Ho's men still held the edge in quality and numbers even ambushed, his wolf cavalry abandoning their mounts to fight on foot, hurling themselves at Sangpyeong's line. Wang Ho screaming at his lords to fill the gaps with lives and break through. The fight ground into a stalemate, Sangpyeong holding the ground layer by layer, while Wang Ho forced forward heedless of losses, every inch soaked over and over in blood. A lord fell back covered in blood to warn Sangpyeong they were near their limit. The Tier 3 troops too many, and Sangpyeong, armor gashed to ribbons, said even if they couldn't hold they had to. That every minute stalled cost the enemy another man, that even if they all died today they'd knock Wang Ho's teeth out. But his heart bled, and he wondered why we hadn't come, whether we'd truly only meant to watch the show. On high ground a few kilometers off, I stood glassing the canyon through a monocular I'd swiped from Han Ri, who knew from where, watching the fight with real interest and clicking my tongue at how lively it was. Beside me, Gang Jin and Li Bi Wu had long since assembled, standing ready. Gang Jin got impatient and asked when we went in, warning that any longer and Sangpyeong's men would be wiped out. "What's the rush?" I said, and lowered the glass. The fish wasn't tired yet, and casting the net too soon just let them break it. "Look," I told him, "Wang Ho's about to get desperate." Inside the canyon, his troops unable to break through, Wang Ho's patience finally snapped. "All wolf cavalry, all Tier 3 units. Follow me," he bellowed. "Form a wedge. Pierce them." The last of the wolf cavalry and nomads, and the other lord's elites gathered behind him. And Wang Ho made himself the arrowhead, swinging that whistling hammer, smashing a bloody road through Sangpyeong's line. "Stop him!" Sangpyeong cried, committing his last reserves, but against an absolute strength gap all resistance looked pale, and Wang Ho's charge simply couldn't be stopped. Sangpyeong's line tore wide open, a wolf cavalry blade slashed across his chest and threw him back in a spray of blood, and Jin Riang rushed to catch him. "Go, run," Sangpyeong choked out through a mouthful of blood, because with the line broken staying meant death. Wang Ho burst through the ambush circle, saw the open valley mouth ahead, and loosed a triumphant mad laugh crowing that Sangpyeong had lost, leading his surviving elites out to wheel around and finish the defectors off. The instant he cleared the canyon mouth, the smile froze on his face. Outside the valley, a dark mass of troops already stood ready, 3 hill-sized earth elementals blocking the road like guardian gods, dense rows of longbowmen behind them with arrows notched and glinting, and on the flanks Gang Jin's centaurs and Li Biwu's air elementals sealing every path of retreat. At the front of that army I sat my frost wolf with a warm smile and greeted Wang Ho, asking how his day trip to the canyon had gone. He forced my name through his teeth, realizing at last he'd been played again, that the traitor's ambush was mine from start to finish, that Sangpyeong's people were the bait and he was the stupid fish that had charged the net head first. "Whole army retreat," he snapped back into the canyon, because charging out now was death, and the canyon still held a sliver of hope. "Too late to retreat now," I called. "Longbowmen, volley." On the order, a rain of arrows fell precise onto the narrow valley mouth, and the rear of his army, already turning to pull back, vanished under it. Wang Ho watched his allies butchered like penned ducks at the entrance, his eyes nearly bursting, and he understood he couldn't retreat, that to fall back was to be erased entirely. "Then I'll take you with me," he howled, gone fully mad, leveling the hammer at a thinner stretch of our formation, ordering his wolf cavalry to carve a bloody path, choosing the most violent option, a forced breakout. Over 20 wolf cavalry roared and poured after him like a gray flood into Gang Jin's centaurs. "Good timing," Gang Jin laughed, and set his centaur spearmen into a spear wall to meet the charge. I didn't let my earth elementals or shield guards take Wang Ho head on, because my target had never been Wang Ho. "All ranged units, focus the lords," I ordered coolly. "Ignore Wang Ho. Kill the lords first, because killing a lord erased all his troops at once, and I'd counted that colder than anyone. Arrows and wind blades and magic poured down on the heavenly wolf lords trapped at the mouth and inside the choke. Cries to save them and to save Ho Young rose everywhere. But Wang Ho could barely save himself, and only after paying a heavy price did he and his cavalry finally tear through Gang Jin's line. He looked back once at a canyon turned literal slaughterhouse. His allies harvested in swaths, the alliance finished, and a bone-deep hatred crossed his eyes as he led the last dozen or so wolf cavalry into the far darkness, without another glance. I watched the direction he fled, but gave no order to pursue. "Don't corner a desperate foe," I said quietly. "Clean up the small fry." Under the night sky, the slaughter went on. The blood smell in Yixiantian Canyon hadn't lifted by morning. My peasants and skeletons working through the field, sorting corpses, dragging the usable ones to the bone pool and burying the rest where they lay. Gang Jin dropped onto a cleanish rock and took a long pull of water, groaning that the battle had been deeply satisfying. Li Baiwu stood eyeing the captured heavenly wolf lords with a grim face, agreeing it was satisfying but sour that the bastard Wang Ho had gotten away. "He won't get far," I said, walking over and slapping the dust off my hands. He was a commander without an army now, and the few troops left in his territory weren't even enough to stick in our teeth. At the far end of the canyon, Song Pyong and Jin Riang and the 10 defector lords huddled anxious, looking at us with tangled gratitude and fear. They'd wanted to come thank us after the fight, and gotten shut down by a single line from Gang Jin, who asked thank us for what? That we came to hit Wang Ho. And did that have anything to do with them, so they shouldn't flatter themselves? It had frozen them awkwardly in place, unsure whether to go or stay. "How do we handle this bunch?" Gang Jin asked with a jerk of his chin. I glanced over and the 10 stiffened. "Do you want to live?" I said. Yes. Sang Pyong nodded first, humble to the bone. "Fine," I told them. "From today you work for us. But let me lay the ugly part out first, that anyone who gets second thoughts ends worse than Wang Ho." They swore they wouldn't dare. I ignored them and opened the 8 Directions Alliance chat, reporting the results, that after this fight only 3 diehards remained in the Heavenly Wolf Alliance besides Wang Ho, Zhang Wei, Jin Heiman, and Zhang Yan. Counting the 8 of us plus the 10 new additions like Sang Pyong and Yudong, the whole zone was down to only 20-odd surviving lords. Gang Jin was rattled, doing the math. The novice period not even over, and nearly 80 people already dead. Brutal. Yu Obo asked what came next, whether we marched straight on and flattened Wang Ho's home base, and Li Biwu agreed, take his life while he was down. Hanri counseled patience, comparing Wang Ho to an autumn grasshopper that wouldn't be jumping much longer, but warning that a cornered man could still bite, so it wasn't worth it. Hanri's right, I said. Wang Ho had to die, but not this instant. We'd pluck his claws out one at a time first and turn him into a truly solitary man, and my plan was to split up. First, someone had to keep eyes on Wang Ho. Someone who wouldn't fight him head-on but was fast and skilled at being a nuisance. The channel went quiet a few seconds. Then Hanri sighed that I might as well just read out his ID number, and Gang Jin laughed that the job was perfect for him. Fine, Hanri groaned. He'd go, but strictly surveillance and harassment, no toe-to-toe, and he wondered aloud whether there was a subsidy, fuel costs, mental distress fees, that sort of thing. Second, I went on, the 3 remaining loyalists, Zhang Wei and Jin Heiman and Zhang Yan, all had to be handled. Sang Pyong, Jin Riang, the 10 of you take your troops and set up camp outside Zhang Wei's territory. I tagged Sang Pyong directly. His hand trembled when he saw it, and he started to protest before I asked whether there was a problem. No problem, he answered. They'd go at once, and closed the chat pale as paper, because how could he not read my meaning? I was making the traitors besiege Wang Ho's most loyal man, a blood oath and a scheme to burn out their strength all in one. Jin Riang murmured that this was Zhang Wei they were talking about, and Sang Pyong gave a bitter smile and asked whether they had a choice, that going might kill them but staying killed them now. As for the last 2, Jin Heiman and Zhang Yan, I told the channel, our 8 Directions main force would move together, hit them quick, flatten them at speed, then swing back to help Sang Pyong finish Zhang Wei, and finally everyone would rendezvous at Wang Ho's land to send him off. Any objections, I asked, and Gang Jin said none while Li Biwu said it was fine by him. The plan locked, and the whole war machine ground into motion again. Hanri took the Watch Wang Ho job and drifted northwest humming a tune, taking out a masterless monster camp on the way and calling it travel expenses. Sang Pyong and his 10 new allies, long-faced under the eyes of our supervision squad, forced themselves toward Zhang Wei's land, and the rest of us folded our elite main forces together and drove straight at Jin Heiman's territory. Jin Heiman had built on the edge of a swamp, meaning to bog enemies down in the mud, ringed himself with stone walls and a few arrow towers, and kept a handful of Tier 3 swamp crocodiles, so he had some teeth. But when he looked out from his watchtower and saw a coalition of earth elementals, centaurs, and air elementals cresting the horizon, he was simply stunned, demanding to know what the hell those things were, as alarms shrilled across his territory. He tried to steady his men, promising Ho Hyung would come save them soon, not knowing Wang Ho was currently so sick of Hanri he couldn't eat. Hanri hadn't even closed in, just had a few colorful butterfly sprites dangle a wooden sign reading that Wang Ho was an idiot and circle it over his territory again and again. Wang Ho scrambled flyers after them, but the sprites played hide-and-seek on their small size and speed, and when Wang Ho fired a heavy ballista at them, the bolt sailed past and gored one of his own gargoyles. Instead, Jin Heyman stood on his wall shouting bravado at Gang Jin and me, that even dying he'd bite a piece of meat off us first. "Surrender and we'll make it quick," Gang Jin called back easily. Jin Heyman spat that even in death he'd take his mouthful. "Fine, you've got guts." I nodded. I appreciate a man with a backbone. "Let's begin." My 3 earth elementals started for his stone wall, and Jin Heyman screamed for his arrow towers to shoot the stone men dead, but the arrow rain that fell off them barely registered as an itch. The lead elemental roared and triggered its taunt, dragging every tower and ranged unit's aggro onto itself, then slammed a fist into the wall and sent cracks spidering across the solid stone. Jin Heyman loosed his trump, several massive swamp crocodiles crawling out the water gate with jaws gaping for my elementals, only to run straight into the boar riders I'd held waiting. A dozen boars struck their flanks, and though the crocodiles had high defense, their sides were soft, and the impact sent them tumbling over each other before Snowsong dropped a frost nova and froze them in place. In the rear, my ranged troops and Gang Jins opened up in a frenzy, and in no time the Tier 3 crocodiles were a pile of corpses. Jin Heyman watched it hollow-eyed, hands and feet gone cold, and then his stone wall was torn down bodily by the 3 earth elementals. A cold system notice announced that Lord Jin Heyman had been eliminated with the destruction of his territory. The coalition didn't pause a beat, cleaned the field, packed every usable resource and corpse, and rushed the next target, Zhangyan's land. Zhangyan was worse off than Jin Heyman and didn't last half an hour before following him down, the system tolling his elimination too. The 2 back-to-back announcements let every surviving lord in the zone feel the dominance of the 8 Directions Alliance. Outside Jiang Wei's territory, Sang Pyong and Jin Riang and the rest heard the notices ring in their minds and traded looks. "Just like that, gone," Jin Riang muttered. "Too fast." Sang Pyong swallowed hard. They'd been in a standoff here half a day without touching Jiang Wei's wall, and in the same span we'd taken 2 territories outright. On his wall, Jiang Wei cursed the traitors, swearing they'd die horribly, and Sang Pyong sighed and told him to stop cursing, that the alliance was already finished and if he surrendered now, I might be magnanimous enough to spare him. Jiang Wei spat that he swore his life's loyalty to Ho Young, that the spineless cowards should wait, that once Ho Young integrated his forces it would be their funeral. Then dust rose on the far horizon, and an army fresh off 2 great victories, morale soaring, came into everyone's view. As our main force under Gang Jin and Li Biwu and me appeared outside Jiang Wei's walls like a moving storm cloud, the air above and below the ramparts froze solid. Sang Pyong and his people took in the 3 hill-sized earth elementals, the near 100 aggressive centaurs, the air elementals floating overhead pressing down a terrible weight, and swallowed hard in unison. They'd wasted ages here without scratching Jiang Wei's stone, and only now did they see that their 10 combined lords were a joke beside the true main force of the alliance. Lord Mbiom, Sang Pyong, braced himself and came forward to greet me, bowing his posture as low as it would go. I gave only a faint nod and let my gaze slide past him to the walls. Up top, Jiang Wei looked down at the monster alliance below with a face like paper, knowing he was finished, that Wang Ho's reinforcements would not come. "Surrender, Jiang Wei," Gang Jin roared, "and for the sake of shared region I'll leave your corpse whole." Jiang Wei spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm onto the ground, gripped the battlements, straightened his back, and screamed his life's loyalty to Ho Young, calling us spineless traitors doomed to die horribly, his eyes fixed on Song Pyong and Jin Riang with venom near overflowing, warning them to wait, that once Ho Hyung consolidated it would be the day they died. "Too much talk," I said, out of patience for last words, and raised my hand and waved it lightly down. "Siege." 2 words that landed like a decree from death. My 3 earth elementals strode heavily forward, ignoring the thin arrow rain, straight at the 5-meter stone wall, and Jiang Wei, bloodshot-eyed, loosed his last trump. 4 hill-sized armored beasts roaring out the gates at my elementals. The lead beast collided with an earth elemental and the ground shook, but the beast staggered back 2 steps with fine cracks running through it, while the rank 4 earth elemental only swayed unhurt. Longbowmen focused the beasts. I called centaur archers suppress the wall. Li Baiwu, send your air elementals to tear down the arrow towers. My orders rolled out, and the whole formation moved as one, Li Baiwu's air elementals became gales, skirted the front and fell on the tower line, wind blades shredding those wooden arrow towers like paper. Gang Jin's centaur archers loosed in volleys, dense rain forcing Jiang Wei's shooters to keep their heads down. Snow Song tapped her staff and a frost nova bloomed at the beast's feet, dragging their already clumsy legs into a crawl. Boar riders, charge, I said, seizing it. The riders I'd kept ready burst out from both sides of the earth elementals and hit the charge skill, huge tusks slamming into the beast's side shells for astonishing damage, and several toppled onto their flanks, exposing their soft bellies. Now, I called, and the longbowman's armor-piercing arrows, aimed and waiting, loosed in one synchronized round, and turned the fallen beasts into pincushions that twitched and went still. In a few short minutes, the field had gone completely one-sided. Inside Wang Ho's territory, everything was chaos. Reports flooded him. A large enemy force to the east hitting his logging camp, the western quarry under attack by Han Ri's hellhounds, and those things in the sky back again. Colorful butterfly sprites drifted leisurely over the territory carrying a crooked wooden sign. A turtle sketched on it in charcoal beside a few big words daring the coward to come out and play. Wang Ho's lungs felt ready to burst looking at it. He'd just gotten Jiang Wei's cry for help and meant to marshal his last troops to relieve him, but that sticky candy Han Ri clung to him relentlessly. Han Ri, I'll kill you, Wang Ho roared at the sky and ordered his gargoyles up to knock the flies down, but the sprites were impossibly slick, dodging left and right, and the gargoyles chased forever without brushing a wing. Fire the heavy crossbow tower, Wang Ho bellowed, and when a nomad warned they hit their own, he snapped at the man that he'd said fire. A massive bolt whistled out, a sprite flipped nimbly aside, and the bolt sailed on to spear a pursuing gargoyle clean through the wing, and the beast wailed and tumbled from the sky trailing black smoke. Wang Ho tasted blood at the back of his throat, a mouthful nearly spraying out. Then another messenger came stumbling in to report that Han Ri had brought a pack of water elementals through the southern wall and made off with a batch of iron ore they'd just mined. Wang Ho was stunned, unable to fathom how many troops the man had or why his people seemed to be everywhere. He didn't know Han Ri was simply running a guerrilla game, splitting his troops into several groups to harass every side of the territory at once and fake a massive host bearing down. Assemble all wolf cavalry. Charge out with me, Wang Ho raged, swearing he'd twist off Han Ri's head personally, and stormed out the main gate with his last dozen or so cavalry, straight south. The moment he cleared the city, he saw Han Ri astride a hellhound leading a dozen water elementals, waving at him from a few hundred meters off with a cheerful greeting, asking whether Brother Wang was out for a walk. Chase them, Wang Ho roared, taking the lead. Han Ri instantly turned and ran. The wolf cavalry were fast and closing when a dozen cold arrows shot out of a grove ahead and dropped the two lead riders screaming from their mounts. Ambush, Wang Ho started, reining in hard, and when he led his men cautiously into the woods, he found it empty, only a little flag left by Han Ri inviting him to come and catch him. Wang Ho smashed his hammer into a tree in fury. He'd been played. Han Ri had never meant a decisive fight, only to stall him so he couldn't reach Jiang Wei. All troops retreat back to the territory, Wang Ho shouted unwilling, knowing Jiang Wei was finished and charging over now was just throwing his life away. That the priority was guarding his own home. From a distant hillside, Han Ri watched the cavalry limp back and curled his lip at how fast the man had chickened out, then opened the channel to report to the organization that the luring mission was complete, that the enemy's mood was stable if a little heated, and he probably needed some cooling tea. At Jiang Wei's territory, under the earth elemental's relentless pounding, a huge gap finally burst open in that solid stone wall. Kill your way in, Gang Jin roared, and centaur spearmen and boar riders poured through the breach in two torrents, street fighting erupting at once. But there was no suspense in it. Jiang Wei's troops had already been gutted in earlier battles and couldn't organize any real resistance against a coalition with morale this high. Jiang Wei watched his army collapse utterly and gave a tragic smile. He did not surrender. He raised his saber and launched a last charge down the steps of his lord's mansion at the incoming enemy, crying to Ho Young that he'd done his best, meaning to spend his life on one final loyalty. I looked at that charging figure without a ripple in my eyes, because I didn't need a brilliant duel to prove anything. Longbowmen, I said flatly, and told them to fire. Dozens of armor-piercing arrows whistled from the rear and covered Jiang Wei's charge, and his figure stiffened mid-stride, his body driven full of shafts, blood staining his armor red in an instant. He looked down at his own chest in disbelief, then sank slowly to his knees as his life went out. Sang Pyong and Jin Riang looked at the corpse and felt the cold reach their hearts, knowing that had they chosen to resist back then, their end would have been no kinder than Jiang Wei's. Clean up the field, I ordered. Take everything usable, and the skeleton soldiers and peasants swarmed forward gladly. Gang Jin came to my side and gave me a punch, asking whether Wang Ho was next, and I nodded and looked northwest. toward Wang Ho's land. "Pass on my command," I said. "The whole army rests 1 hour, and in 1 hour the target is Wang Ho's territory. Send him on his way." My allied soldiers roared with the giddy energy of men who had won 3 fights in a row, and their morale was a live thing on the field. Gang Jin walked over and pushed a water skin into my hand, saying that we were finally about to move on Wang Ho, and that the man had surely been chewing on his own liver these past days, thanks to Han Ri. Li Biwu drifted up beside him with a look of quiet satisfaction, and said Wang Ho had earned every bit of it, that he had brought the whole thing down on his own head. I took a sip of water and turned my gaze to the northwest, telling them that Wang Ho was a grasshopper after the first frost now, and he would not be hopping around much longer. Still, I reminded them he had the last of his wolf cavalry in hand, and we could not afford to get careless. Gang Jin nodded and said not to worry, that we all understood, and this time we would make Wang Ho swallow his defeat whole. Off to the side, Sang Pyong and Jin Riang and the 10-odd freshly surrendered lords stood watching us with obvious dread, their eyes carrying nothing but awe after seeing the 8 Directions Alliance work up close. I beckoned Sang Pyong and Jin Riang over, and the 2 of them trotted forward with humble folded shoulders. Sang Pyong asked what my orders were. I told them their troops would march with us, but their task was not to charge, it was to clear the field behind the line and recover every scrap of resources. Jin Riang pledged on the spot that they would not fail. The hour of rest passed in a blink, and I assembled the army again. 3 earth elementals took the very front, their bulk pressing the ground with a weight you could feel in your chest, and behind them, the rock pangolin shield guards locked their great shields into a wall. The boar riders honed their blades, the longbowmen stood ready, and Snow Song rode her frost wolf at my side. Gang Jin's centaurs, Li Biwu's air elementals, Yuobo's dwarf musketeers, and the troops of Jin Bin, Li Ha, and Gangsong Rock all took their places. 17 lords, more than 2,000 soldiers, 1 blade. I gave the order to march, and the whole host rolled northwest toward Wang Ho's land like a slow, deliberate storm. Inside Wang Ho's territory, everything had already come apart. Han Ri and his hellhounds and water elementals were still gnawing at the edges, punching through a stretch of wall, snatching a load of resources, and vanishing before anyone could set spears. His colorful butterfly sprites circled overhead, and that wooden sign reading, "Come out and play," coward hovered under them like the single greatest insult of Wang Ho's life. Half his logging camp had burned, his quarry had been robbed to the stone, and the southern wall had been battered down by water elementals more than once, its durability scraping the floor no matter how fast the peasants patched it. He was down to maybe 10 wolf cavalry and a thin handful of nomads, and Han Ri's hit and run had ground his elites into exhaustion, leaving him unable to mount a single real pursuit. Wang Ho would not even risk sending his troops far from home, because Han Ri could surface from any direction like a ghost and be gone again before the countercharge formed. A nomad ran up gasping that they could not keep going like this, that every resource in the territory would be gone if it continued. Wang Ho roared back that he knew, but what was he supposed to do when the man was a loach he could not grip? He opened the area channel and found it stuffed with the Alliance's kill announcements, one after another, the core allies who had once sworn to die at his side falling in a row under my blade. Jin Heyman, Zhang Yan, Zhang Wei. The Heavenly Wolf Alliance was down to 1 lone commander, and he knew it. He looked at his lord's mansion, at the tall stone walls and the heavy crossbow towers, and knew this was his final reliance. He still had the city-shattering great hammer, the one that doubled all damage against buildings. He hoisted it and screamed at the sky that if he died, he was dragging me down with him. Then, on the southern horizon, a dense black mass of troops rose into view. Earth elementals and centaurs and air elementals and rock pangolin shield guards, and boar riders and longbowmen, a moving thundercloud closing in slow. His voice went hoarse as he said we had come. He knew his end had arrived. My host halted outside his walls, and I looked the place over with a calm, flat eye. 5-meter stone, a few crossbow towers, all of it flimsy set against my own fortress, and thinner still, after Han Ri's repeated visits. In the group chat, Han Ri crowed that one of him was worth 2 of them, but warned me to hurry because Wang Ho was so angry at him the man might self-destruct before I got there. I ignored his clowning and gave the orders. Gang Jin and Li Baiwu would take the flanks, the Earth Elementals and Rock Pangolin shield guards, and Boar Riders would follow me for the frontal breach. The Longbowmen would stand ready to reinforce. Yu Obo and Jin Bin and Li Ha and Gang Sung Rock would clear the wings, and Song Pyong and Jin Riang would trail the skeleton soldiers to strip the field behind us. Everyone took their orders. Wang Ho stood on his wall staring down at the host below, with despair carved into his face, and he knew he had no chance. He screamed one last time that I was a coward who only knew how to crush the few with numbers, and challenged me to a duel if I had the guts. I did not answer. I told the Earth Elementals to take the city. The 3 of them strode forward, the ground trembling under each step, and Wang Ho's crossbow towers loosed their giant bolts, which struck home and did almost nothing against creatures whose health ran into the hundreds. He shrieked at his nomads to fire fire, and their arrows fell just as harmlessly. The lead earth elemental drove a fist into the stone wall, and the whole span shuddered as long cracks split down its face. Wang Ho cursed and demanded to know how my earth elementals were so tough, but the answer was simply that they were, and they kept swinging while his wall's durability dropped like a stone off a cliff. On the flanks, Gang Jin's centaurs and Li Baiwu's air elementals launched their feints, the air elementals condensing into shrieking winds that tore straight into the crossbow towers and shattered them one after another. Wang Ho's eyes went wide as he watched his defenses come apart like wet paper under the alliance. With a final roar of stone, the 3 earth elementals smashed a great gap through his wall, and I gave the word to charge. The rock pangolin shield guards and boar riders poured through the breach like 2 rivers meeting, and Wang Ho's 10-odd wolf cavalry and nomads could not knit together the smallest resistance against the flood. He brandished the great hammer and threw himself in himself, a beast gone mad, hurling one shield guard aside and slamming another into a boar rider as he screamed for me to die. His whole hope was pinned on reaching me, because he knew that killing me was the only thing that could still turn the board. I did not give him the chance. I ordered the longbowmen to focus their fire on Wang Ho, and told Snowsong to lock him down. Snowsong tapped her staff, and a frost nova bloomed at his feet, the deep cold dragging his movements to a crawl. He cursed as his body seized, watching helplessly while the arrows found him, and then an armor-piercing shaft punched through his chest and pinned him to the ground. He forced his head up, his gaze crossing the falling rain of arrows to fix on me at the far edge of the field, and there was nothing on my face for him to read. His lips moved, and he said he refused to accept this. Then his head slumped, and every sign of life went out of him, and the Heavenly Wolf Alliance was finished. For a moment the whole battlefield stood silent, every lord of the Alliance stopping where they stood to look at the place where Wang Ho had died, all of them knowing an era had just closed. Yu Obo murmured that we had won. Gang Jin threw back his head and howled it, that we had won, and then every lord was cheering, weapons raised high over a victory bought at a hard price. I watched the crowd with a heart gone perfectly still and ordered the field cleared. The peasants and skeleton soldiers surged forward again, dragging every usable resource out of Wang Ho's land, along with his corpse and the corpses of his wolf cavalry, back to my territory. His lord's mansion was pounded down to a heap of rubble. I stood atop the ruin looking at the mess spread everywhere, and felt almost nothing stir in me. The novice period was nearly over, and a far wider world was already waiting for us. The 8 Directions Alliance group chat lit up the moment we got home. Gang Jin declared a victory feast that night, promising he would supply the drinks if I supplied the meat. And Yu Obo cheered that the battle had felt incredible. Han Ri barged in demanding to know how the spoils would be split, saying Wang Ho's city-shattering great hammer looked like it matched his temperament perfectly. Gang Jin told him to get lost, that he had spent the whole fight kiting out on the fringe, and had the nerve to ask for the main weapon. Henri fired back that it was not kiting, it was strategic containment, and that without him holding Wang Ho down we could never have won so cleanly. And then he demanded compensation for emotional distress, a tactical contribution fee, and a Mount fuel subsidy. The whole chat was laughing at his antics. I told them all to stop arguing, and the chat went quiet at once. I said the spoils would be divided by contribution, and as for the Great Hammer, it would go to whoever's troops had done the most structural damage on the main field. No one objected, since everyone knew my 3 Earth Elementals had been the Demolition Corps, which meant the hammer was basically mine already. Then I said the Alliance name should change. Gang Jin agreed, pointing out that with only 18 of us left, calling ourselves the 8 Directions Alliance made no sense, and floated something about 18 monks. Henri begged him to drop it because he did not want to shave his head, and suggested the Prosperous Alliance so we could all chase a comfortable life together. Li Baiwu cut through it with the Hope Alliance, saying we were the last hope left in this region, and that one landed with most of them. So Hope Alliance it became, though I made clear it was only a working title, everyone managing their own affairs and sharing information when it mattered. The last thing I wanted was another Heavenly Wolf Alliance, another rigid organization with one man's boot on everyone's neck. A loose mutual aid group was the healthiest thing for all of us, but while we were still hashing out the details, a system announcement rolled across the whole region and froze every smile on every face. The final stage of the novice period, it declared, was about to begin. The announcement laid it out point by point, and each point was a fresh weight. In 3 days, a neutral merchant caravan would reach every surviving lord's territory to trade for gold or special items. On the 45th day, a lost undead main city would rise at the region's center, and every lord had to conquer it and destroy its core, the Lich King's throne, before the 51st day, with only those who smashed the throne earning the right to teleport to the new world. Worst of all, from the start of the 46th day, a desperate lockdown would seal every production building and every recruitment building until we reached the New World, and a scarlet death fog would begin creeping in from the region's edges toward the center, arriving fully on the 51st day and instantly shredding any unit that touched it. The whole thing landed like a bucket of ice water dumped over our heads. Gangjin was first to shout, asking what any of that even meant, whether the resources and barracks were all locked, and if so, what the point of fighting was. Li Biwu grasped it fast, pointing out that the lockdown hit on the 46th day, which gave us from now until the end of the 45th, 9 days, to mass-produce troops and stockpile everything we could. Yuobo's face went grim as he realized that after 9 days we could only attack the city with whatever we had left, and called it a final trial that was really just a death sentence. Hanri wailed loudest of all, torn to pieces over whether to blow his gold on the caravan or hoard it, since spending meant no troops and hoarding meant no good gear, and he demanded to know what grudge the system held against him. The whole Hope Alliance chat detonated, and the joy of beating Wang Ho washed clean away in an instant. I frowned at the announcement, because the siege was exactly the thing that turned my strengths to dead weight. My proud tower formations, my catapult towers and heavy crossbow towers were all fixed in place and would be worth nothing at the enemy's gates. This would be a contest of field power, the raw hardness of armies clashing in the open. And with production and recruitment locked, it was a war of standing stock, where after 9 days one soldier lost was one soldier gone forever. No refills. My judgment came at once. Everything we owned had to be turned into combat readiness before the 45th day. I opened my custom building tree and locked onto the structure I'd wanted for so long but had always shelved for lack of materials. A griffin roost, a tier 3 flying unit building, demanding heaps of wood and stone and gold, plus 5 crystals of wind. Flying units carried enormous weight in a siege, and I wanted them badly. The crystals of wind I remembered seeing once in the ancient god ruin shop, but the ruins were gone, so my only hope was the caravan 3 days out, and I told myself I had to get my hands on them. I looked at the other buildings too. My bone pool sat at the 2nd level, and pushing it to the 3rd demanded a mountain of wood and stone and a rare wraith core, after which it would have a chance to convert tier 2 corpses into tier 2 zombies, instead of mere skeleton soldiers. My bone pool still held a great heap of corpses dragged home from the canyon and from Wang Ho's land, and one upgrade would let my undead horde take a real leap in quality. The wraith core, like the crystals, would only come from the caravan. Gangjin's voice pulled me back, asking what we did now. I looked at all of them and said we split up and moved, that from now to the end of 9 days we had exactly one goal. When he asked what goal, I told them to dig like lunatics, to tear every gatherable resource out of this entire region, forests and mines and wild monster camps alike. Not a single one spared until after 9 days there was not one splinter of wood left in any warehouse. In 3 days, when the caravan arrived, everyone was to prioritize rare materials and blueprints that raised troop strength. The 45th day was our last, and before the seals dropped, every resource became a soldier, the strongest soldiers we could buy. Gangjin slapped his thigh and said, "Let us do it," and the Hope Alliance lords began running like wound-up machines. I rode home with my troops, and along the way Snow Song asked softly whether we could really win, whether the undead main city was truly something we could take. I told her we would only know after we fought, but that first we had to make ourselves strong enough. Back in my territory, I fired off a chain of orders on the spot. All peasants split into 2 shifts and gathered without stopping around the clock. The eastern jungle and the western range their targets. Iron Hammer was to modify every production tool to squeeze out more gathering speed, and Snow Song would lead the Boar Riders and Frost Wolves to sweep every wandering monster near the land and bring all the corpses home. The whole territory tipped into a near frenzy of preparation. I stood before the Lord's mansion, turning Wang Ho's great hammer over in my hands, the one whose aura doubled every unit's damage against structures. I equipped it, because even if I never swung it myself, an aura like that blessed the entire army, and in the coming siege it would be the sharpest edge we had. I looked toward the region's heart, toward that undead main city and its Lich King's throne, and thought that I would very much like to see just how tough it really was. 3 days blinked past, and the whole region ran hot with war fever. Inside my land, more than 100 peasants worked in 2 shifts day and night, and fresh timber and cut stone piled up like little mountains. Snow Song's clearing squad wiped out every monster camp for miles, and carcass after carcass rode back to the bone pool to wait for conversion. The Hope Alliance chat filled every day with trade offers in dread. Gangjin begging for spare iron ore in exchange for wood. Yu Obo complaining he had never mined this hard in his life. At noon on the 3rd day, just as I was taking stock of the warehouse, a nervous militia ran up to say a strange carriage was coming from the east. My spirits jumped, because that was it. I scrambled up the wall and looked east, where a huge covered wagon crept along the horizon, battered but crawling with strange runes. drawn not by horses but by a massive six-legged lizard. It stopped 100 meters from my gate. The curtain drew back, and down hopped a creature under a meter-tall, green-skinned, hook-nosed, sharp-eared, and dressed in a well-cut silk suit with a monocle and a gem-studded staff. Its shrewd little eyes swept over my fortress-like territory, and it purred that here was a clever lord who understood that safety came first. A goblin merchant, then. I climbed down, opened the gate, and walked out with Snow Song and two rock pangolin shield guards. I welcomed the guest from afar and cut to the point. The little merchant bowed with a hand on his chest and a professional smile, telling me to call him Jigs, and that since time was gold, we should skip the pleasantries and get to business. He snapped his fingers, and a light screen unrolled in the air displaying a dazzling spread of goods, from basic resource packs to rare blueprints, skill books, a wall repair scroll, barrels of dwarven spirits. I swept my eyes across it and asked straight out whether he had crystals of wind or wraith cores. His smile widened at the two names, and he tapped the screen with his staff to enlarge their icons, each priced like daylight robbery, the crystals steep and the wraith core steeper still. I looked at the numbers and thought, what a swindle. 5 crystals of wind for the griffin roost, plus 1 wraith core, came to something over 20,000 gold, and between my old savings and everything I had stripped off Wang Ho's people, I sat on just past 40,000. Jigs, reading my hesitation, smiled that these were rare goods, the only ones in the whole region, and that if I let them pass there would be no next time. Right then, a private message pinged from Henri, howling that the merchant on his end was outrageous. 10,000 gold for a damn rock, and swearing he suspected this grandson was a relative of Wang Ho's. I did not reply, because I knew I had no choice. 5 crystals of wind, I told Jigs flatly, and the wraith core. He crowed that it was a wise choice and named the total, and I made the trade at once. The gold vanished from my stores, and 5 faintly green glowing crystals and 1 black misted core settled into my storage space. Spending more than half my savings did not sting, because I knew these things would earn back far past their price in the final siege. Then my eyes went back to the screen and locked onto something else. A blue recruitment edict that would randomly summon 1 hero unit, 10,000 gold. A hero. I had only Snow Song, powerful but narrow in what she could do, and a second hero of any stripe, combat or support, would lift the whole territory by a wide margin. But 10,000 gold would leave me almost dry, and the last of my coin had to go to the final wave of troops before the seal. Jigs, catching where my gaze had landed, purred that a recruitment edict was a fine thing, a powerful hero of immeasurable value, and that luck was itself a kind of strength, was it not? I said nothing. In the group chat, Gang Jin wailed that he was bankrupt, that a Tier 3 Centaur leader blueprint had cost him 15,000, and his pockets were cleaner than his face. Li Baiwu said he had traded for a skill book, pricey but worth it, and Henri said he had bought a few barrels of dwarven spirits for the victory feast, or the send-off if we lost. A gamble, I decided, and told Jigs I would take the edict too. He laughed with his mouth wide and called me a Lord of Vision, and another 10,000 left my account. I had emptied myself for these 3 things. When Jigs pressed on, dangling a Tier 4 swamp hatchery blueprint at 60,000, I glanced and shook my head, because there was no way I could afford it. My eyes ran the list one last time, and stopped on 2 small items, 10 barrels of dwarven spirits and a one-time wall repair scroll. The spirits reminded me of Henri's line about the feast or the farewell, and the scroll appealed to me more, since a siege was an offense but no one could promise what crises waited later, and keeping a trump card that might save a life at the worst moment suited me exactly. I told him to wrap both, spent another few thousand, and called the trade finished. Jigs bowed again, delighted, said he looked forward to our next meeting, and hopped nimbly onto his wagon as the 6-legged lizard wheeled about and dwindled into the distance. I carried my new goods back to the Lord's mansion without a wasted step and went first to the bone pool, ordering the upgrade. The system swallowed the wooden stone and gold in the wraith core and told me the pool would finish in a day, which meant tomorrow I would have a 3rd-level bone pool that turned Tier 2 corpses into zombies. Next, I found open ground and ordered the griffin roost, and the system took the wood and stone and gold and 5 crystals of wind and set it to finish in 2 days. That left only the blue recruitment edict in my hand. Without hesitation, I used it. The system confirmed I was spending a blue edict to randomly summon a hero, and I told it to proceed. The edict burst into a beam of blue light that shot skyward and gathered above the plaza into a vast blue vortex, a powerful aura pouring off it. Every soldier and peasant in the land felt it and stopped their work to stare up in awe, and Snow Song came out of the mansion, her azure eyes bright with curiosity. The light thickened until a blurred figure began to condense in its heart, holding a massive war scythe wrapped in black leather armor over a lithe, coiled frame. The face stayed unclear, but a sharp killing intent had already sliced through the screen and rushed at me. The system chimed that the summon was a success, and the hero panel was generating. The blue light broke apart, and a tall figure stood quietly in the center of the plaza. Long silver hair fell to her waist, and black form-fitting leather armor traced her frame. Dark purple plates set along the seams, and behind her rose a war scythe taller than she was, a cold light sliding along its pitch-black blade. The panel resolved in my mind, and it named her Young, level 1, quality blue, her health and mana solid, her strength and stamina and agility all far above a starting hero. Her talent was Soul Harvest, which drew a portion of soul power from every unit she killed to permanently raise her own attributes, with a slim chance of learning one of that unit's skills, and her skills were Shadow Step, Soul Reaping Whirl, and Requiem of Souls. I looked at that talent and thought it was practically born for war, growing stronger the more she fought, and able to steal skills on top of it. Setting aside the troop bonus Snow Song brought by summoning Frost Wolves, in pure individual growth, this blue hero clearly outstripped the green ones. And I found myself wondering what a higher grade hero would look like if I ever met one. Yum knelt on one knee and laid her scythe flat before her, addressing me as her lord in a cold, empty voice as she completed the hero's loyalty rite. I told her to rise, and named her the second hero under my command. I introduced Snow Song, who studied her new companion with open curiosity, while Yum answered with only a faint nod, then took up a place behind me and stood there silent as a shadow. The next morning, the system chimed on time that my bone pool had reached the 3rd level. I ran to the back of the territory and found the pool had more than doubled, its liquid gone thick and inky black with wisps of dark mist curling over the surface. Eerie to look at. Finally ready. I turned and called to the militia captain handling logistics to throw in every treasure we had been hoarding for days, the ones about to go rancid. He understood at once and said dozens of skeleton soldiers dragging over the straw-covered corpses piled in the corner. The elite dead taken from the canyon and from Wang Ho's land, wolf cavalry and nomads, and even a few armored beast carcasses. Days of heat had ripened them past any straw mat's ability to hide, and an unspeakable rot rolled off the pile, sending nearby peasants pinching their noses and taking the long way around. One newly arrived peasant whispered that it smelled too foul, and I glanced at him with a smile and said that if he thought it stank, then he could skip the meat at dinner.